Chapter 3574. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Xian Songzi could only helplessly reply. Therefore, this poor Taoist's current plan can only be to scatter my nascent soul, and when there's a chance in the future, I'll think about taking over the body. Since there is a path, there is an end. Fellow Taoist Xian Songzi, if you cultivate scattered nascent soul and scattered immortal, I will definitely support you no matter how difficult it is. Xiaohua looked at Xian Songzi and said word by word. But if you take over, I may not. Xiaohua didn't say anything more. He believed that Xian Songzi would understand his meaning. Xian Songzi didn't know where Xiaohua's confidence came from, but he was inexplicably moved. He cupped his hands and said, I don't dare to have extravagant hopes for the future. I only want to get through the current difficulties first. That's true. Take one step at a time. You don't have to worry too much about the future. Xiaohua knew that Xian Songzi's mood wasn't good right now, so he didn't want to comfort him. He just casually said some words. Unexpectedly, Xian Songzi said seriously, Taoist Master Xiao, you don't know, all of this is the will of the heavens. Will of the heavens? Xiaohua was stunned. He was somewhat baffled. As early as 600 years ago. Xian Songzi's tone was somewhat aged. His gaze looking towards the clouds in front of the flying carriage as if he was reminiscing. I had just cultivated to gold core. In order to find a suitable cultivation method, I killed many Taoist cultivators. In the end, I finally obtained a cultivation method suitable for I from an unknown cultivator, and in this cultivator's small Chenkuan pouch, I also obtained an incomplete ink cloud pupil. What was recorded inside was the cultivation method for scattered immortals. There was also a so-called scattered nascent soul cultivation method. It must be the cultivation experience of some scattered immortal senior. Speaking up to here, Xian Songzi was silent for a moment, then continued. At that time, I felt that this secret technique was really inconceivable, and this thing was really boring, so I almost threw it away, but thinking that it was left behind by a scattered immortal senior, it could be considered precious, and I had never heard of scattered immortals before, I kept it. I didn't expect that the cause from 600 years ago would actually bear fruit today. No wonder you know about scattered immortals. Xiaohua sighed again. Taoist has actually obtained this ink cloud pupil. When fellow Taoist brought it up today, this Xiao still feels that I'm ignorant and inexperienced. Bodiless immortals are called immortals, but they actually live miserable lives. They live in fear every day, afraid that the heavenly tribulation will descend. That's why they do everything they can to find a way to avoid the tribulation and a way to deal with it. There are very few of them in the first place, so how can they appear in front of people? Xian Songzi nodded. Even if I knew about this, I've never seen a bodiless immortal before. And I've never heard anyone mention it. Xiaohua pinched his chin and said, That's right, according to what I know, as long as one can't pass the heavenly tribulation, no matter if it's the physical body or the nascent soul, both will turn into ashes. It's unlikely that the nascent soul will be tougher than the physical body and be able to escape the heavenly tribulation. There's always a way out. There's always an exception. Xian Songzi smiled. 10,000 years later, I'll show you this exception. Good, this Xiao will wait and see. Xiaohua said with a smile. I wonder how this Xiao can help you now? Tell me about it. That Mo Yuntong is in I's Chenkuan bag. If you killed that bastard Shen Yanming, Mo Yuntong must be in your hands. Xian Songzi smiled and said, Moreover, I's natal magic treasure, the Hanging Mountain Pagoda, should also be in your hands. Now that I can't stay outside for long, I can only rely on the Hanging Mountain Pagoda to survive. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out Shen Yanming's Chenkuan bag. He handed it to Xian Songzi and said, It should all be inside. Take it yourself. Taoist. Xian Songzi smiled bitterly. Now that I don't have the strength to truss a chicken, I have to rely on Taoist for everything. Even that nascent soul cultivation secret technique needs Taoist to pass on to me. Oh, this Xiao understands. Xiaohua suddenly understood. He knew that when Xian Songzi lost his physical body, he couldn't cultivate any divine abilities. He really had to rely on Xiaohua to pass on these secret techniques to him first. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He first looked for Xian Songzi's magic treasure and gave it to Xian Songzi. Xian Songzi hugged the small pagoda with both hands, and his nascent soul flashed with light and faint magic power fluctuations. When the small pagoda also fluctuated, the small pagoda slowly shrank and fell into the nascent soul's hands. Only then did the vigilance on Xian Songzi's face, which had never disappeared, slightly relax. Then, Xiaohua looked for Xian Songzi's shabby Mo Yuntong. Fortunately, although there were many things in Xian Yanming's Chenkuan pouch and Xian Songzi didn't care about the Mo Yuntong before, Xian Yanming had just obtained it from Xian Songzi. Xian Yanming didn't have time to deal with it, so Xiaohua only spent a little effort to find it. After obtaining Xian Songzi's consent again, Xiaohua placed the Mo Yuntong on his forehead and carefully looked at it. Then, he stretched out his hand and a faint crystal thread appeared on his index finger. He touched the forehead of Xian Songzi's nascent soul. Xian Songzi's nascent soul rapidly trembled, unable to withstand the power of Xiaohua's touch. Xiaohua was helpless. He could only pass on less than 30% of the Mo Yuntong's contents, which were suitable for Xian Songzi's current situation. Even so, Xian Songzi's expression became dispirited after reading this and the luster of his nascent soul dimmed again. Fellow Taoist Xian Song. Xiaohua frowned and said, "Now you need to cultivate. This Xiao has also seen the contents of the Mo Yuntong. This Xiao will do his best to find suitable spiritual herbs and spiritual items for you so that you can continue to cultivate. However, the spiritual items you need are really rare. To tell you the truth, this Xiao has never heard of them before. This Xiao doesn't dare to guarantee." Taoist Xiao, thank you for your trouble. Xian Songzi was really out of breath. He said in a low voice, "Those things are called ancient things. Perhaps they have changed their names after being passed down. Unfortunately, there are no diagrams. I will leave everything to Taoist Xiao. Now, I will enter the suspended mountain pagoda to cultivate. If Taoist Xiao has any news or any errands, you can take out the suspended mountain pagoda." Yes, fellow Taoist Xian Song can rest assured. This Xiao's luck has always been very good. Perhaps I will be able to find the items that fellow Taoist needs very soon. Xiaohua said with a smile. Fellow Taoist can rest assured and cultivate in seclusion. Many thanks, many thanks. At this time, no amount of gratitude was enough. Xian Songzi said a few words. His entire yuanying flashed with an earthen yellow brilliance, causing the suspended mountain pagoda to also shine brightly. Soon after, the yuanying slowly fell into the suspended mountain pagoda and disappeared. Sigh, Xiaohua looked at the suspended mountain pagoda in front of him that had lost its brilliance and fell onto the flying carriage. He secretly sighed. A yuanying cultivator who had cultivated for more than 1,000 years had fallen into such a state in just one day. It really made one's heart cold. Xiaohua was worried about Xian Songzi's mood, so he didn't ask about Xian Songzi's origin. Because he was worried about the condition of Xian Songzi's yuanying, Xiaohua didn't ask about the situation of the Jade Pavilion gathering. The suspended mountain pagoda couldn't be put into the space. Xiaohua carefully put it into his Chenkuan bag. Then, without caring about the Pegasus, he clapped his hand and took the Mo Yuntong in his hand. He placed it on his forehead and carefully examined it. In fact, as early as when Xian Songzi talked about the cultivation method of loose immortals, Xiaohua's heart was moved. This cultivation method was very similar to his current yuanying cultivation method. Now, Xiaohua's yuanying was growing vigorously under the bombardment of the 5 qi righteous thunders. Wasn't it the same as a loose immortal increasing immortal spiritual force through the lightning tribulation? However, Xiaohua's 5 qi righteous thunders didn't release immortal spiritual force. Moreover, the 5 qi righteous thunders were also under Xiaohua's control, so they wouldn't be a threat to yuanying. In fact, Xiaohua still didn't understand why the 5 qi righteous thunders could promote the growth of yuanying. Could it be because the 5 qi righteous thunders were an item of the immortal palace and contained immortal spiritual force? But no matter how he thought about it, there was a problem. The immortal palace wasn't the immortal world, and the immortal palace of a Confucian cultivator wasn't the immortal palace of a Taoist sect. Of course, since Xian Songzi's yuanying could cultivate a loose immortal soul, then the 2 yuanying without primordial spirits that Xiaohua obtained could also cultivate a loose immortal soul under the support of the green-robed Xiaohua and the other primordial spirits. This temptation made Xiaohua's heart pound. However, after looking at it for a moment, several divine senses swept over the flying carriage, which attracted Xiaohua's attention again. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then threw Mo Yuntong to Dragon Vein Xiaohua to take a look. He stood up, put his hands behind his back, and looked in the direction where the divine senses swept over. The direction where the divine senses swept over wasn't where the Jade Pavilion was, but where Xueqi was about 100 miles away. After Xueqi let the heavenly horse slow down its flying speed, in just the time it took to eat a meal, 3 cultivators wearing Taoist robes came over. The one in front was an old man with white hair and a beard. Below him was a pigeon-like bird, but this pigeon was about 2 zhang in size. The pigeon's face looked fierce, and when its wings flapped, it set off a powerful airflow. This old man had a red face, a pair of broom-like eyebrows, and leopard-shaped eyes. He looked majestic without being angry, which was quite a match for the bird below him. The 2 cultivators behind the old man were slightly younger, but their hair was also white, and their eyebrows were quite weathered. One of them was on a flying boat, and the other was on a flying sword. Although their faces were not very fierce, there was also a kind of powerful momentum in their eyes. It seemed that the 3 of them were not ordinary people. Fellow Taoist. Although the 3 of them had already scanned Xueqi with their divine senses, now that they really saw Xueqi, they saw that Xueqi was so young, and they couldn't see Xueqi's strength even when using spells. They couldn't help but look at each other. The person in front hurriedly stood up from the back of the pigeon, cupped his hands and said, "I'm Changyu of Qingzhou Qingyun Ridge. I wonder if you are going to the Jade Pavilion meeting?" Xueqi naturally returned the salute and said with a smile, "I'm Xueqi of Black Cloud Ridge in Yuzhou, and I'm going to the Jade Pavilion meeting." Could it be that the 3 of you are also going to the Jade Pavilion meeting? Haha, yes, that's right. Hearing this, Changyu raised his thick eyebrows and laughed. It's better to meet by chance than by invitation. We are really fated. That's Xueqi said with a smile. Now that we are close to the Jade Pavilion, if the cultivators we meet are not going to the Jade Pavilion meeting, that would be strange. Chapter 3575. Come. Changyu seemed to be very straightforward. He pointed to the 2 people behind him and said, "These are the 2 fellow Taoists I met on the way. The 4 of us are going to the Jade Pavilion together. It's really lively. I'm Zhu Qingli from Yangzhou Ruins Hu Mountain. Greetings to fellow Taoist Xiao." The person on the flying boat also had a smile on his face. The person on the flying sword next to him, although he looked a little unwilling, reluctantly cupped his hands and said, "I'm Wu Tianxin, from Yangzhou's Pan Shan Cave. Hee, I'm very happy to see you 2 fellow Taoists." Xueqi smiled and cupped his hands, not because their cultivation was low. Ignore old Wu's dead face. Changyu looked at Wu Tianxin's appearance and didn't find it strange. He said to Xueqi, "When you saw me before, he was also like that. Later, I heard from other fellow Taoists that he was originally like this. I don't know how many fellow Taoists he offended, but he didn't change. It's no wonder fellow Taoist Wu is like this." Zhu Qingli hastily explained. He didn't intend to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering. "However, I've encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. It just so happens that a small country wants me to stand up for them, so I dragged fellow Taoist Wu to the Jade Pavilion." Xueqi smiled, touched his nose and said, "It seems. I've never said that I care, right? Everyone has their own nature. As long as they don't hinder others, it's fine. Previously, when I saw the 3 of you aggressively chasing after me, I thought you 3 fellow Taoists had bad intentions. Now that I see you 3 fellow Taoists being so friendly, I've just calmed down. How could I care?" Hee. Changyu smiled embarrassedly. He didn't seem to be embarrassed. Presumably, he didn't have any dirty thoughts before. He looked at the Pegasus in front of Xueqi and said, "Even if we have some plans, seeing that fellow Taoist Xiao dares to ride such a Pegasus, you should think about it in your heart, right? Besides, on the hidden immortal continent, our Tao sect has declined and is suppressed by Confucian cultivators. Even if we want to rule a country, we have to come to the Jade Pavilion to give face to Confucian cultivators. In this case, even if I can take fellow Taoists Pegasus, so what? Wouldn't it be better to directly kill a Confucian cultivator?" Haha, fellow Taoist Chong is rather straightforward. Xueqi laughed. "Humph, all you know is fighting and killing." Wu Tianxin said coldly, "You kill me, I kill you. Sooner or later, both sides will suffer. The more I walk, the more scared I am. Fellow Taoists, listen to me. This Jade Pavilion gathering is definitely not a place to be taken lightly. While we haven't entered yet, we'd better get out of here as soon as possible." "Old Wu, Changyu was not surprised. It seemed that he had heard these words several times. He turned back and said, "You are already in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. If you want to enter the late stage of the Gold Core realm, have you prepared all the spiritual herbs and medicinal pills you need? I've already reached the bottleneck of the late Gold Core stage, but I've only prepared less than 30% of the things needed to conceive a nascent soul. If this goes on, I won't be able to conceive a baby within my lifespan. Instead of waiting for death like this, why don't I go to the Yaotai Palace and fight?" Fellow Taoist Wu, Senior Chang is right. Aren't you in an awkward situation now? Those spiritual herbs are useless for the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, but they have the spiritual herbs in their hands. Even if they ask great alchemists to refine them into ordinary medicines, they won't give them to us. If we don't have the support of a country and recruit disciples as the state preceptor, how can our cultivation progress further? If we take 10,000 steps back and die, won't we have no disciples at all? How can the inheritance of our Taoism continue? Zhu Qingli and the other two obviously argued a lot on the way, and today they argued again. It's easy for you and me to leave today, but maybe we'll have to come here again 10 years later. 10 years. These 10 years are nothing in our eyes. Maybe fellow Taoist Wu doesn't care, but in Senior Chang's eyes, these 10 years are a matter of life and death. How can he have 10 more years? If Senior Chang is like this, who knows when we'll be like this? Therefore, we should cherish every day and night on the road of cultivation. Do you think I don't know? Wu Tianxin rolled his eyes and said, "I don't want to come to the Jade Pavilion because I want to save time for cultivation, right? Without elixirs and primordial stones, what can you do even if you have time?" Chang Yu said with a smile. Facing Chang Yu, Wu Tianxin didn't dare to be as merciless as he was to Zhu Qingli. He could only smile bitterly and said, "I don't think we can get anything more when we arrive at the Jade Pavilion. There's obviously a dark shadow in this Jade Pavilion gathering. What right do Taoist cultivators have to tell us what to do? Not to mention that a single state preceptor's lot can lead several Taoist cultivators to fight each other. Even if Taoist cultivators want the approval of Confucian cultivators to become state preceptors, we can see that Confucian cultivators are harboring evil intentions. Fellow Taoist Wu, you think too much." Zhu Qingli obviously didn't agree with Wu Tianxin's thoughts. He shook his head and said, "The Jade Pavilion gathering has existed for many years in the hidden immortal continent, and many Taoist cultivators have become state preceptors. If there's a dark shadow, why don't others say it? Look at Senior Chang. Isn't he only willing to come to the Jade Pavilion gathering because the monarch of a country begged Senior Chang to become his disciple? In my opinion, there's nothing in this world that isn't a secret. Even if there are some secrets in the Jade Pavilion gathering, it's normal. Actually, if fellow Taoist Wu doesn't want to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering, you can find a Taoist country and cultivate under the state preceptor. It's also possible." Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he interrupted. Wu Tianxin curled his lips and said self-deprecatingly, "With my temper, how can I please others? Since I can't be their direct disciple, it's better for me to cultivate on my own." Forget it, let's not talk about it anymore," Chang Yu said with a smile. "The four of us met for a reason. I don't know who will get the state preceptor's lot, but I can guarantee that as long as I can take charge of a country, I can ask the three of you to come out and help." "Hee, thank you so much, Senior Chang." Zhu Qingli was very happy. He cupped his hands and thanked him. As for Xiao Hua and Wu Tianxin, they both smiled and didn't say much. "Let's go," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "I still have the same words. Everyone has their own thoughts, and everyone has their own fate. No one can force anyone. Since we've come to the edge of the Jade Pavilion, we'd better go and take a look first. No matter what, this is a real grand meeting of our Taoist sect." Yes, even if fellow Taoist Wu doesn't want to go in, it's possible to find things for cultivation. Zhu Qingli nodded again and again. Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoists, do you mean that there are still auctions in the Jade Pavilion gathering? Why haven't I heard of it?" "It's not to the extent of auctions," Chang Yu said with a smile. "I've heard that there are some ordinary exchanges, which have gradually started in the past 200 years. After all, our Taoist sect cultivators are in the minority. In the ordinary auctions in the hidden immortal continent, our Taoist sect cultivators use very few things. Now that we have a rare opportunity to gather together, Each of us must have something that others want but we don't need. Hee hee, not bad, not bad. Xiaohua smiled. Wasn't this the small trade gathering in the morning rain continent? It was exactly the opportunity he liked. The Jade Pavilion was a mountain, and an extremely high mountain peak. However, the mountain range around the Jade Pavilion mountain was extremely vast. At a glance, it was thousands of miles and tens of thousands of miles. It was several times larger than the territory of an ordinary country in the hidden immortal continent. However, as the ancients said, the mountain was famous not because of its height, but because of its immortal. The water was famous not because of its depth, but because of its dragon. Although the Jade Pavilion mountain was only a mountain peak, this mountain peak represented the mountain range that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. In front of the Jade Pavilion mountain, the entire mountain range had no other name. However, even though the Jade Pavilion gathering was called the Jade Pavilion, it was also a grand meeting where Taoist sect cultivators gathered. However, the place where the Imperial Tutor's lot was truly obtained was not the Jade Pavilion mountain. After the Jade Pavilion mountain, within the endless mountain range, there seemed to be no place where the Imperial Tutor selection was not held. The entire mountain range was a place where Star-Lord Hall could freely display their abilities. 10 years ago, the selection competition might be held in a river. This year, it could be held in an ancient tree on the mountain peak. 10 years later, it could also be held in an inconspicuous cave. As for where it would be held 20 years later, it would depend on Star-Lord Hall's interest. Not only was the location of the selection different, even the selection method was not the same. Sometimes, a Taoist sect cultivator would sign up within a set time. Then, Star-Lord Hall would randomly group these cultivators together. In the end, some cultivators who won would obtain the Imperial Tutor's lot. Sometimes, all the Taoist sect cultivators would be divided into several groups. Every group would produce the Imperial Tutor's lot. There were even times when Star-Lord Hall did not choose the first few winners. Instead, they would first determine the rankings of the cultivators and then randomly draw a number. Whichever number was drawn, the corresponding cultivator would obtain the Imperial Tutor's lot. In particular, the number of the Imperial Tutor's lot in each Yaotai meeting was not always certain. Sometimes it was dozens, sometimes it was hundreds, and so on. Of course, among the many variables in the Yaotai meeting, there was one that was eternal. That was, no matter how the cultivators who entered the Yaotai meeting died, no one would care. In short, the Yaotai meeting was the rhythm of Star-Lord Hall using all the methods in the entire mountain range and using the Imperial Tutor's lot as bait to kill the Taoist sect cultivators who participated in the Yaotai meeting. But even so, whether it was those who could see the essence or those who could not see the essence, or those who had a plan in their heart, or those who had a fluke in their heart, the Tao sect cultivators of the 9 regions of the hidden immortal continent still appeared in the vicinity of Yaotai Mountain like carps crossing the river. How could Xiaohua not be one of them? Xiaohua, Changyu and the others flew like this for a few days. After exchanging what they knew, they finally understood why Immortal Li Xiang did not tell them the specific situation of the Yaotai meeting. Because everything could not be used as reference, and all the experiences could be the cause of death. Only in the Yaotai meeting, it was really wise to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Chapter 3576. As for Changyu and the other two, they were even more shocked. Although the past few days had not been long and they were still unable to see through Xiaohua's cultivation, Wu Tianxin had inadvertently asked a few difficult questions about cultivation. He had originally wanted to ask Changyu for advice, but before Changyu could finish, Xiaohua had mercilessly refuted him. Changyu was naturally unconvinced and brought out a few of his doubts to discuss. In the end, Xiaohua did not have too many reservations and answered them in detail. So much so that other than Xiaohua asking about the situation of the Jade Pavilion gathering and the situation of Qingzhou and Yangzhou, the 3 of them took turns to ask Xiaohua for advice most of the time. In the distance, a bluestone mountain stood between heaven and earth like a jade tablet. The edge of the bluestone mountain was an undulating mountain range. The 3 of them were already incomparably respectful to Xiaohua. Seeing Xiaohua put away the Pegasus and flying chariot, the 3 of them hurriedly jumped down from the flying beast and flying boat. They put away their flying tools and stood respectfully beside Xiaohua. Looking at the Yaotai mountain, Xiaohua could not help but be somewhat stunned. Previously, he had not released his divine perception to explore the Yaotai mountain, so he did not know what they were feeling this time. However, what surprised him was not the Yaotai mountain, but the area under the Yaotai mountain. There were tents everywhere, And around these tents, there were many soldiers and generals in bright armor. The armors of these generals were different, and the military flags around the tents were also different. It was obvious that they were not of the same standard. Seeing Xiao Hua's somewhat surprised expression, Changyu hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, the vicinity of the Yaotai mountain has been blocked by Confucian cultivators using a defensive formation. You cannot use your divine perception to explore. There are even some places that have counterattacks. Fellow Taoist, please do not forcibly break the formation." Changyu's tone was very respectful. Although he did not call Xiao Hua senior, it was no different from facing a senior. "No." Xiao Hua smiled and pointed at the tents. This Xiao is wondering why there are so many soldiers. "Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao," Zhu Qingli also said, "these are not the soldiers of Star-Lord Palace, nor are they arranged by any Confucian cultivator. These are all sent by various countries. Even many monarchs will come personally. Their goal is to recruit our Taoist cultivators." Some didn't have a big appetite. Whether it was those who participated in the Yaotai meeting or Taoist cultivators who came to watch the fun, as long as they met their requirements, they could get their offerings. Some came for the cultivators who got the imperial preceptor's lot. Of course, these countries should be established by Taoist cultivators. On the other hand, the former might have been founded by Confucian cultivators. These monarchs are just recruiting our Taoism cultivators to be their hired thugs. If they are sincere, why would they appear here? Wu Tianxin still spoke in an unsociable manner. No matter what, their presence here represents their attitude. Changyu said unhappily, moreover, their arrival can at least allow some Dao sect cultivators with shallow cultivation to have a place to stay. Old Wu, don't always look at things from the bad side. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "This Yaotai gathering is getting more and more interesting. Indeed, I've heard people talking about it before, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seems that I've come a little late." Changyu nodded. "If I had come in the past, I might have encountered some opportunities. Hee, maybe we won't be able to go back." Xiao Hua faintly reminded. "This can't be right?" Changyu was stunned. "I've never heard of Taoism cultivators who don't participate in the Yaotai gathering disappearing for no reason. If Taoism cultivators who disappear can send messages, can they be called disappearing?" Wu Tianxin replied with a somewhat sarcastic tone. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're thinking too much." Changyu said embarrassedly, "Even if the Confucian cultivators have such a plan, I'm afraid they won't really do it. Otherwise, who would come to the Yaotai gathering?" Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders, pointed to the sky, pointed to the ground, and pointed to the mountain peak. He said with a smile, "Heaven knows, earth knows, Yaotai mountain knows, but we Taoism cultivators don't know." Changyu wanted to say something again, but he saw a flying boat breaking through the sky from afar. A middle-aged Taoism cultivator was standing on it. So Changyu closed his mouth and stood in the air, waiting. In just a moment, the flying boat approached. Everyone could clearly see that the person on the flying boat was actually a cultivator of the second stage of Yuanli. When the cultivator saw the four people, he immediately bowed and said, "Junior greets the four seniors." When Xiao Hua and the others saw that this cultivator didn't report his name and flew from the direction of Yaotai Mountain, they already understood something. Changyu raised his hand and said with a smile, "No need to be so polite. Are you the reception envoy for the Yaotai gathering?" "Senior, there is no reception envoy for the Yaotai gathering this time. Junior is only here to give you the tokens to enter the Yaotai Mountain. As for the matter of entering the Yaotai Mountain in 10 days, Senior, please do as you please." As the cultivator spoke, he took out 4 bamboo slips from his bosom and respectfully presented them in front of the 4 people. Xiao Hua and the others took them and scanned them with their divine senses. They couldn't see anything special about these bamboo slips. Changyu hurriedly stopped the cultivator who turned around and asked, "I want to ask you, since there is no reception envoy, how can we enter the Yaotai Mountain? Where can we wait for these 10 days? As far as I know, at the foot of the Yaotai Mountain, there have always been quiet rooms and caves for the cultivators who come to participate in the Yaotai gathering to rest." Who would have thought that the cultivator himself was completely clueless? He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, this junior really doesn't know. This junior is in charge of everything within sight. Whenever a senior comes, this junior will hand over the token and not ask about anything else. If Senior knows where there is a quiet room, Senior can go. Forget it, you can go. Chong Yu naturally wouldn't make things difficult for a junior with second-level essence force. He smiled and waved his hand to indicate that cultivator to go. Only then did he turn around and say to Xiao Hua, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this time's Yaotai gathering is really loose." Previously, early gold core stage cultivators weren't allowed to enter the Yaotai mountain, and this disciple is only at the heartbeat stage. The seniors he mentioned even include spirit tranquil stage disciples. Could it be that this time's Yaotai gathering has more lots for the state preceptor than before? If there are more, won't fellow Taoist Chong be happy? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Chong will also have the opportunity to get the state preceptor's lot and become the state preceptor. Not at all, not at all. Chong Yu said with a smile. I only came to try my luck. Fellow Taoist Xiao is the one who is truly confident. Hee hee. Xiao Hua smiled and looked around. He said, since there's no restriction on where we can rest, we can just find a place to rest? Fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't know. Chong Yu explained, during the Yaotai gathering, although Star-Lord Hall didn't send any disciples to maintain order, there won't be any Confucian cultivators near the Yaotai mountain. After all, this is Star-Lord Hall's face. If we're too far away from the Yaotai mountain, it might not be safe. Therefore, I think it's better to go to the bottom of the Yaotai mountain first. Moreover, it's rare for us Tao disciples to gather together. If we're close, won't we be able to move around more? I don't care. I'll listen to fellow Taoist Chong. Xiao Hua had always been casual about this kind of matter and nodded in agreement. Xiao Hua naturally knew about the dangers near the Yaotai mountain. Even someone as strong as Xueqi Zi had lost his physical body. Chong Yu and the others were simply no match for them. Wu Tianxin and Zhu Qingli naturally didn't have any objections. The three of them followed Chong Yu and slowly descended to the foot of the Yaotai mountain. Before the four of them arrived, Tao cultivators flew out from the numerous tents surrounding the Yaotai mountain. However, these cultivators seemed to have a tacit understanding. The ones who flew out first directly flew in front of Xiao Hua and the others. Moreover, the ones who were a few steps slower waited in midair. Seniors, please. The one who rushed out first was a short cultivator at the second grade of origin power. When this cultivator arrived in front of Chong Yu, he immediately bowed and said, I was sent by the state preceptor of Yongzhou's Fian Kingdom. I'm here to respectfully wait for Senior. I wonder if Senior is interested in accepting the offerings of my Fian Kingdom? The offerings of my Fian Kingdom. As he spoke, that cultivator very familiarly read out a long list of conditions. Then, he looked at Xiao Hua and the others with a smile. Chong Yu smiled and cupped his hands, saying, Thank your state preceptor on behalf of I. We're here to participate in the Yaotai gathering. Everything can wait until after the Yaotai gathering. All right, Junior understands. This is my Fian Kingdom's token. If Senior is interested, you can use this token to come to my Fian Kingdom. That cultivator didn't say anything else. He respectfully took out 4 swallow-like tokens from his bosom and handed them to Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua smiled and extended his hand to receive them. Chong Yu and the others could only accept them. Then, that cultivator cupped his hands again and flew down. It didn't matter that Xiao Hua accepted the Fian Kingdom's tokens. Then, that cultivator who was waiting in midair stepped forward. This cultivator seemed to have heard Chong Yu's words. Without wasting any time, he took out a ring-shaped token and handed it to Xiao Hua and the others. He respectfully said, The offerings of my Fian Kingdom are all written in the token. Seniors, you'll know at a glance. Junior respectfully awaits Senior's arrival. After saying that, he flew down without any hesitation. Next, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dozens of cultivators handed over their tokens one after another. Xiao Hua somewhat refused, but when he saw that those cultivators were also eager, he didn't have the nerve to put down his face and could only accept them. Fortunately, a few other Taoist cultivators flew over from other places. The remaining cultivators wanted to be in the front, so they hurriedly handed over their tokens to the 4 people and hurriedly flew to the others. Looking at the strange token in his hand and thinking about the large pile of tokens in the small Chenkuan bag, Xiao Hua's expression was extremely wonderful. This Yaotai gathering hadn't started yet. He hadn't even set foot on Yaotai Mountain yet, but his harvest was already so full. This really made Xiao Hua feel embarrassed. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Chongyu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't blame him and said, "You're too soft-hearted. These countries. You definitely won't go. These tokens are trash. If you refuse at the beginning, the rest of the people may not necessarily follow. Look at those people, they're simply disdainful of these people." Chapter 3577. As Chongyu spoke, he pointed at the cultivators who arrived later than them. Sure enough, as Chongyu said, those cultivators waved their hands and flew away without waiting for the low-level cultivators of the various countries to speak. Some of them even waved their hands and a gust of wind blew those low-level cultivators away. Xiao Hua helplessly touched his forehead and said with a smile, "I'm not soft-hearted, but seeing that we're all Dao sect disciples, I have to be a little lenient." Haha. Wu Tianxin let out a rare laugh and looked at Xiao Hua with interest. Isn't fellow Taoist Xiao being soft-hearted? Although these so-called Dao sect cultivators were the clothing of Dao sect cultivators, their hearts are already Confucian cultivators. They are even Dao sect lackeys cultivated by the various Confucian countries. Perhaps. Xiao Hua smiled. In fact, not to mention Dao sect cultivators, even if a few Confucian scholars came over with tokens with smiles on their faces, with Xiao Hua's temperament, he might not necessarily refuse. It was just a matter of taking a few more tokens and listening to a few more nonsense words in the air. It was just a small effort. While they were talking, the few Dao sect cultivators behind them passed through the many tents and barracks and flew into Yaotai Mountain. Those low-level cultivators who were recruiting talents didn't seem to be dejected and flew back to their respective barracks as if they had completed their mission. At the side of a small tent, a man in armor looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. There was some hesitation and confusion between his brows, as if he knew Xiao Hua. He seemed to want to go over, but at the same time, he seemed to be thinking about something. Zhu Qingli thought differently from the others. With a smile he said, "When we are waiting for gold core cultivators, those monarchs only sent low-level Dao League disciples to talk to us. If there are nascent soul cultivators here, I suppose the monarchs of various nations will come personally?" Chongyu waved his hand and motioned for Xiao Hua and the others to fly down with him. At the same time he said, "If fellow Taoists are nascent soul seniors, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. 4 nascent soul seniors to come here. They must have a plan and it's unlikely that they will be persuaded by these country lords. Moreover, if these country lords really want to invite nascent soul seniors to be state preceptors, they will have to wait until after the Yaotai conference." After flying past the continuous stretch of tents, they were already close to Yaotai Mountain. However, the scenery of Yaotai Mountain changed once again. The bluestone mountain from before began to become clear. The various sceneries on the mountain were rather eye-catching. There were relaxed green cypresses, waterfalls and small ponds, mountain paths, and even some immortal birds and ferocious beasts spreading their wings and leaping in the forest. However, after flying for a while, the scene gradually blurred. Layers of clouds began to appear in the sky. In the end, the entire Yaotai Mountain was covered by a layer of red clouds. Even the mountain range behind the Yaotai Mountain was connected to the entire sky, tightly covered by the red clouds. Not to mention that the clouds looked like ripples on water to the naked eye. Even divine sense was reflected by the layer of clouds. It was impossible to see the true appearance of the Yaotai Mountain. Confucian cultivators are so generous? He actually set up a defensive formation over the entire Yaotai Mountain range? Xiao Hua was somewhat aghast. However, after thinking about it, he understood. This Yaotai conference had been held for who knows how many years. Even if they set up a formation over several kilometers, it should have been completely covered over these years. Under the heavy pressure of the clouds, only a large area at the foot of the Yaotai Mountain could be seen. On this foothill there were some palaces and some caves. Some of the palaces flickered with splendor, while some of the palaces were completely dark. The caves were the same. Occasionally, cultivators would fly out of the caves. These cultivators would either go to the palaces at the side or fly to a large plain at the foot of the mountain. On this plain, there were numerous pavilions that were less than a dozen feet in size. These pavilions had the same style. They were all square and appeared ordinary. However, they were all built with bluestone. They had doors and windows. Similarly, some of these pavilions were suffused with a bluestone splendor. Lines of talisman characters flickered within the splendor, while others were completely dull. Between the pavilions, there were some commonly seen spiritual trees. Some of them were blooming flowers, some bore fruits, and a strong fragrance assailed the nostrils. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Changyu saw that Xiao Hua only raised his head to look at the clouds and didn't care about those pavilions and palaces. He reminded in a low voice, "We want to find a suitable quiet room to rest. Do you think we should live together? Or do we cultivate separately?" Oh, the palaces at the foot of the mountain are reserved for nascent soul stage seniors. The similar pavilions and the quiet rooms in the caves are reserved for other cultivators. As long as there is no light, there will be no one. We can choose whatever we want. Oh. Xiao Hua nodded. He withdrew his gaze from the clouds and looked at the seemingly endless pavilions. He said, "What does fellow Taoist Chang think? I think that since we came together, we should help each other 10 days later. Why don't we live together? If something happens, we can take care of each other." Changyu looked at the fervent gaze of Xueqi and the absent-minded Wu Tianxin and said, "Okay, we'll do as fellow Taoist Chang says." Xiao Hua didn't need to cultivate in any special way, so he nodded in agreement. However, before Changyu could say anything, he heard the sound of a tsunami behind him. It was as if a huge wave was coming from afar. Ah! Changyu was shocked. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that in the distant sky, there was indeed a layer of blue waves. Changyu couldn't help but be shocked. "What's going on?" "Nothing special. Take a closer look." Xiao Hua frowned and calmly replied. Xiao Hua had already released his divine sense. At this time, there were also many strong and weak divine senses sweeping out from all over the Yaotai mountain. The blue waves were like waves. In just a few breaths, they had already rushed into everyone's field of vision. On the blue waves, a huge ship came with the light. There were more than 10 huge sea turtles around the ship. On the turtles, there were more or less children dressed in Taoist robes. These children were holding flags that emitted a blue light. When the flags were waved, the shells of the sea turtles surged with the color of water. These colors of water connected to each other to form a majestic blue wave. The ship itself also emitted a blue light. This blue light combined with the blue waves of the sea turtles. It was as if the ship was drifting on the sea. Not only that, there were no less than 9 pythons in front of the ship. Each of the pythons was more than 10 feet long. They each spat out a blue light and pulled the ship in the direction of Xiao Hua and the others. "Damn it, this! Which senior is this?" Zhu Qingli saw the imposing manner of the ship and couldn't help but cry out. Does a person with this kind of honor still need to participate in the Yaotai conference? As the ship got closer, a beam of light appeared. Another cultivator on the flying ship seemed to want to deliver the token of the Yaotai conference. However, the water on the ship splashed out and the cultivator was sent flying. He couldn't get close to the ship at all. "Hey, who are you? How dare you offend Taoist Yuan Qing's backing?" A child flew out from the sea turtle closest to the cultivator and shouted harshly. The poor cultivator finally managed to stand firm on the flying ship. He cried out in fear, "I'm here to deliver the token of the Yaotai conference to Taoist Yuan Qing." "Give it to me." The child stretched out his hand and said. But the cultivator looked at the people on the turtle as well as the people on the boat that he couldn't see clearly. It seemed like he wanted to ask how many people were on the boat, but after muttering a few words, he didn't say anything. He reached out and took out a token. Before he could give it to the boy impatiently reached out and the token flew into the boy's hand. The boy didn't say anything and chased after the turtle. "Tsk tisk." Zhu Qingli smacked his lips and said, "A nascent soul senior is really powerful. Hee. Let's see what those who want to recruit Taoist cultivators will do." Wu Tianxin looked with interest at the tents behind him that seemed to outnumber the pavilions and said with a smile. Unfortunately, Wu Tianxin was disappointed. The low-level Taoist cultivators from various countries who were flying like butterflies just now were now hiding in their tents. He didn't see any one of them. "Fellow Taoist Yuan Qing? Why are you moving after sitting still for so long?" At this moment, a silver rainbow light streaked across the sky. A young cultivator with a ruddy face stood high in the sky with a horsetail whisk in his hand. "Hong Songzi, why are you here?" A very high-pitched voice came from the ship. Then, a similar green water rushed out from the ship. A cultivator with long white eyebrows and a green Taoist robe appeared on the water. "Hong Songzi, this senior is Hong Songzi?" Changyu heard from the side and was pleasantly surprised. It seemed that he had admired Hong Songzi for a long time, similar to Changyu. Zhu Qingli's face also showed a kind of ecstasy. He pulled on Wu Tianxin's Taoist robe and couldn't suppress his excitement. He said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Wu, this senior is Taoist Yuan Qing? It's unbelievable that I can see him here." Wu Tianxin was a bit aloof and didn't seem to care. However, his gaze was also looking at the two nascent soul cultivators in the sky. "Are these two fellow Taoists very famous?" Xiaohua asked with interest. "Of course," Chang Yu said proudly. "This Hong Songzi is a cultivator from our Qing province's Cloud Dream Cave. He already had the strength of a nascent soul more than 1,000 years ago. Now, I'm afraid he has already reached the middle of the 4th grade of Essence Force. He is one of the famous Taoist cultivators in our Qing province." "One of them?" Xiaohua smiled and asked. "Then there must be others. Forgive me for being ignorant, but I wonder who these fellow Taoists are." Of course, Fire Mountain Range's Fairy Huafeng, Golden Jade Valley's young master Shuajin, Lingyu Country's Taoist Qi Ping, Jie Country's Cloud Dream Fairy and so on. They are all nascent soul cultivators who are as famous as Senior Hong Songzi. Chang Yu said with great familiarity. "Fire Mountain Range? Golden Jade Valley?" Xiaohua frowned. "These nascent soul fellow Taoists don't need to be state teachers?" Chapter 3578. Hee. Fellow Taoist Xiao is too old-fashioned. Zhu Qingli was very excited and whispered, "We don't have the resources to cultivate, so we can only look for them. However, although I haven't seen Volcano Ridge and Golden Jade Valley, it sounds like they are similar to Taoist Yuan Qing's. They have resources such as small primordial stone veins near their caves. With these veins, these seniors can continue to cultivate without ruling a country. Humph, it's a pity that these spirit veins are so rare. We don't have the fortune." Wu Tianxin snorted. "Even if we find these spirit veins, it'll only benefit others." Hearing this, Xiaohua's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, "These nascent soul Taoists, are they starting their own sects? Do Confucian cultivators allow them to be carefree?" "Who said Taoist Yuan Qing started his own sect? He never accepts disciples. It's just that some Taoist countries send Taoist soldiers to him for guidance when they have the heart to do so," Zhu Qingli hurriedly said. "Then, fellow Taoists, are there any famous nascent soul cultivators in Yangzhou?" Xiaohua knew that there were always exceptions, so he didn't ask and changed the topic. Zhu Qingli smiled and said, "Other than Taoist Yuan Qing of Luffing Ridge, there's Elder Song of Jade Forest Ocean, Yi Country Senior Yi Minji, Taoist Ming Cheng of Heavenly Ruins Country, Celestial Ing Yun of Cloud Country. Cough, cough, there are many." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Not only did he not know about the nascent soul cultivators in Yangzhou and Qingzhou, he didn't even know about the nascent soul cultivators in Yuzhou. Previously, he had stayed with Taoist Li for a while, but he had rushed to Yaotai Mountain. Li Xiang was also disheartened and didn't want to talk about these things. Now, it seemed that he was really ignorant and inexperienced. Sure enough, after Zhu Qingli finished speaking, he asked with a smile, "Yuzhou is quite far from Yangzhou, so I don't know about the nascent soul seniors in Yuzhou. I wonder if fellow Taoist Xiao can tell me about them?" This. Xiaohua rubbed his nose. Just as he was about to speak, Taoist Yuan Qing and Hong Songzi seemed to have finished their conversation. Taoist Yuan Qing casually sent out a summoning talisman, and the boat rumbled again. Unexpectedly, the blue wave surged violently as it flew into the distance. Only a dozen or so attendants flew out from the boat and stood in midair. The two nascent soul cultivators turned their gazes and scanned the surroundings with their spiritual will. The two nascent soul cultivators naturally weren't looking at Xiaohua and the others. What they cared about was the continuous stretch of tents below them. However, whether it was Chang Yu, Zhu Qingli, Wu Tianxin, or even those Taoist cultivators who stopped in midair in the distance and didn't dare to casually fly, they hurriedly bowed in greeting, fearing that they would be negligent. As a result, Xiaohua was like a crane among chickens. How arrogant was Taoist Yuan Qing! With a single glance, he saw Xiaohua standing there with a smile on his face. He frowned and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. After that, his divine sense gushed towards Xiaohua like a tidal wave. However, Xiaohua didn't care. He was like a mountain, no matter how strong his divine sense was, he didn't care at all. Xiaohua was naturally unharmed, but Changyu and the others were too close to Xiaohua and were unavoidably affected. The three of them swayed slightly, their faces somewhat pale. Xiaohua waved his hand, but with a flash of brilliance, Taoist Yuanqing immediately felt as if his divine sense had been forcefully pushed back by several feet. Taoist Yuanqing's expression immediately changed slightly. Beside him, Hong Songzi saw Xiaohua and naturally frowned. A faint blue light flashed in his eyes, as if he was using some kind of secret technique. However, Taoist Yuanqing's expression changed, and Hong Songzi's expression also changed, because he seemed to be unable to use his secret technique to perceive Xiaohua's cultivation. The two of them looked at each other and didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly flew down from the sky and cupped their hands in greeting from afar. Greetings, fellow Taoist. May I know where fellow Taoist came from? Are you also here to participate in the Jadestage meeting? Ah. Seeing the two nascent soul cultivators so humble, Changyu and the others somewhat didn't dare to believe their eyes. They knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was higher than theirs, but in their opinion, he was merely at the upper third grade of essence energy or the lower fourth grade of essence energy. They had never thought that a Taoist cultivator at the middle fourth grade of essence energy would be so amiable. I am Xiaohua of Yu Province's Black Cloud Ridge. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Xiaohua raised his hand to return the greeting. I am here to participate in the Jadestage meeting. Xiaohua. Taoist Yuanqing was even more surprised. He looked at Hong Songzi beside him, and Hong Songzi also slightly shook his head. Obviously, the two of them had never heard of Xiaohua's name. Taoist Xiao, you're hiding your strength. If I didn't look twice, wouldn't I have missed fellow Taoist? Taoist Yuanqing smiled. I am Taoist Yuanqing of Yang Province's Luffing Ridge. This is Hong Songzi of Qing Province's Cloud Dream Cave. On the hidden immortal continent, there are not many nascent soul cultivators in my Taoist sect. Since we are all here to participate in the Jadestage meeting, why don't we get to know each other? Hee, fellow Taoists, please go ahead. Xiaohua looked at Zhu Qingli and the others beside him and smiled. How about I pay you two a visit after I settle down? Okay. Hong Songzi looked at Xiaohua's surroundings. He knew that Xiaohua didn't bring any attendants with him. He nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a rest first. Later, I will send some attendants to invite fellow Taoist. I'll follow fellow Taoist's arrangement. Xiaohua smiled and agreed. Soon after, the two of them cupped their hands toward Xiaohua and flew away. They brought along a dozen attendants and landed in the palace at the foot of Yaotai Mountain. Senior Xiao. Changyu smiled bitterly and said, Senior, you've really played with this junior. These past few days, you've really made this junior lose face. Haha, since you know this Xiao's temper, then there's no need to be so polite. Xiaohua saw the respect in Changyu's tone and the smile on his face. He knew that Changyu had already grasped his temper. You all, follow this Xiao to the palace used by nascent soul cultivators. Yes, Junior will listen to Senior Zhao's instructions. Changyu and Zhu Qingli's voices were rather respectful. However, Wu Tianxin seemed to be a bit reserved. After all, he had complained a lot along the way. Thinking about it now, he felt very embarrassed. Changyu, you lead the way. Xiaohua instructed. Changyu took the lead and flew towards Yaotai Mountain. The crowd in the distance and many people in the underground tent saw this scene. They all whispered in the distance. They didn't dare to sweep their divine senses over. They looked over again and again, wanting to know what was so special about Xiaohua. Of course, the eyes of the man who was hiding at the side of the tent flashed with ecstasy. He stared straight at the place where Xiaohua landed. He seemed to have made a decision. Unfortunately, even when Xiaohua landed at the foot of Yaotai Mountain with Changyu and the others, they still didn't discover anything. At the foot of Yaotai Mountain, the palaces were different from the pavilions. They had different styles and sizes. Many of the palaces were already flashing with brilliance. The restrictions inside had already been activated. It was obvious that there were already people inside. However, there weren't many of these palaces. Xiaohua took a glance and knew that there were about 20 of them. These 20 or so palaces were naturally the minority, but the number made Xiaohua's heart startled. These were nascent soul cultivators. On Dawn Rain Continent, they were already grandmaster figures who established their own sections. How many nascent soul cultivators appeared in the Sword Dao Great War? On this small Yaotai mountain, on the hidden immortal continent where Confucian cultivators stood in great numbers, there were actually 20 nascent soul cultivators all of a sudden. How could Xiao Hua not be shocked? Of course, after thinking about it a little, Xiao Hua had some understanding. Although the Dawn Rain continent was a flourishing Dao sect, its territory couldn't be considered vast. It didn't seem to be as big as the hidden immortal continent. Moreover, when he was on the Dawn Rain continent, although he already had nascent soul strength, he was still a gold core cultivator. Even before the Sword Dao War, he was still a Foundation Establishment disciple. Even if the Dawn Rain continent had a grand event like the Yaotai Conference, he couldn't participate. How many nascent soul cultivators could he know? Take the Imperial Thunder Sect as an example. At most, he had seen the 8 Palace Masters. Who knew if there were any more powerful elders? Senior, what do you think of this palace? Seeing Xiao Hua not speaking, Chongyu pointed at a rather exquisite small palace and asked in a low voice. And here it is. Xiao Hua had never had any requirements for these things. He nodded and answered. Then, he swept his divine sense and immediately found that there was a strange magic power fluctuation at the palace gate. When he probed with his divine sense, he only felt that the jade carving of a horsetail whisk outside the palace gate gave birth to a very weak suction force. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua looked at the brilliance of the palace beside him and sent out his divine sense. In an instant, a strong suction force rushed out from the jade carving. Just as Xiao Hua frowned, it suddenly stopped. Then, a palm-sized jade tablet rushed out from the jade carving's horsetail whisk. Xiao Hua waved his hand and the jade tablet appeared in his hand. He looked at it with his divine sense and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. This so-called Star-Lord Palace is also interesting. All the decorations and restrictions are Dao sect magic. There's no trace of Confucian cultivation at all. I'm afraid if it's too much, it will make us Dao sect disciples feel disgusted," Zhu Qingli said in a low voice. "Quick." Xiao Hua touched the jade tablet with his hand. The jade tablet immediately emitted a cluster of light that rushed into the palace door. The palace door lit up as if it was the finishing touch. The light began to spread along the palace walls and other places. Not long after, layers of Dao talisman scripts appeared on the entire palace walls. "Let's go in." Xiao Hua waved his hand again and the jade tablet fell on the palace gate. The palace gate silently opened, revealing the splendor inside. The 4 people walked into the palace and released their divine sense. After a little exploration, they all smiled. This palace only had 4 quiet rooms, 1 big and 3 small. There was no need to divide them. "Senior Xiao, Junior will take his leave first." Chongyu bowed first. "I'll pay my respects to Senior tomorrow." "No need to be so polite." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "The Jade Pavilion gathering will be in 10 days. It's better for you all to cultivate quietly. Even if you can't get the Imperial Teacher's lot, it's also good to get some rare spirit fruits." Yes. Senior, please rest. Junior will take his leave." Zhu Qingli hurriedly bowed and saluted. Following Chong Yu, Wu Tianxin and the other 2 didn't need to discuss anything. They each occupied a quiet room. Chapter 3579. Chong Yu and the others were filled with thoughts in the quiet room. They were surprised by their encounters these days. If there was a pen in the cave, they might have written some stories about nascent soul cultivators. When Xiao Hua entered the quiet room, that quiet room was different from the splendor of the palace hall. It looked very simple and crude. Other than a jade bed, there was nothing else. Xiao Hua released his soul consciousness and scanned the room. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary. With a wave of his hand, he took out 100 jade talismans and placed them around the room. After activating the capital star formation, he sat cross-legged on the jade bed and reached out to take Xian Songzi's ink cloud pupil from the dragon vein. He released his divine sense and carefully studied it. After an unknown period of time, Xiao Hua suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the entrance of the quiet room. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Then, Xiao Hua gave the ink cloud pupil to Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. He waved his hand and the entrance of the quiet room flashed. He said, "Wu Tianxin, what's the matter?" At the door was Wu Tianxin, a middle gold core stage cultivator, waiting. At this moment, Hearing Xiao Hua's voice, a complicated expression appeared on Wu Tianxin's face. He turned around to look at the empty palace, clenched his teeth, and quickly walked into the quiet room. Before he reached the center of the quiet room, he actually knelt on the ground with a plop and begged, "Senior Xiao, please save this junior's life." What do you mean? Xiao Hua didn't expect Wu Tianxin to kneel and ask him to save his life. He didn't see anything unusual with Wu Tianxin along the way. Xiao Hua could only wave his sleeve and lift Wu Tianxin up. He said anxiously, "Get up and tell me in detail." "Oh, don't worry, even if Taoist Yuan Qing wants your life, as long as you are in the right, I will help you." Yes, Wu Tianxin asked Xiao Hua for help. It could only be because of a grudge with a nascent soul cultivator. If it was most likely, then it was Taoist Yuan Qing. "Thank you, senior." Wu Tianxin took advantage of the situation and stood up. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, he smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, you're thinking too much." Although Junior's mouth is not virtuous and likes to nag when encountering problems, and even somewhat cynical, Junior still has self-awareness and will absolutely not offend someone who shouldn't be offended. What could it be? Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Tell me about it first. This old man will also think about it and see how I can help you." "Senior." Wu Tianxin looked at Xiao Hua. He was somewhat hesitant. Then he asked tentatively, "If this junior says that this junior doesn't have anything to ask for senior's help right now, but this junior would like to ask senior to save this junior's life in the future, well, perhaps at the Jade Pavilion conference, would senior believe me?" Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. "Of course I believe you. Why wouldn't this old man believe you?" Looking at Xiao Hua's calm appearance, Wu Tianxin was extremely disappointed. He sighed and said, "Senior Xiao, Junior knows that you don't believe Junior. But I really want to ask you to save my life in the future." Wu Tianxin, this old man has already said that I believe you. Why don't you believe me?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "You also underestimate the magical abilities of us nascent soul cultivators too much. Not to mention that the Jade Pavilion conference is close at hand, this old man and other nascent soul cultivators can sense good and bad luck on a whim. Even if, an ominous omen several months later, this old man and other nascent soul cultivators can still sense it. What Junior said is not the same as what Senior said." Wu Tianxin bit his lips and said in a low voice, "Junior's cultivation is not that high. Junior can only sense that my life is at stake. If I can't find someone to help me in time, I may die at any time. That's a bit strange." Xiao Hua looked pensive. He looked at Wu Tianxin and said with a smile, "Since you know that the Jade Pavilion conference points to disaster, why did you still come thousands of miles to Yaotai Mountain? Of course, even if you came to Yaotai Mountain, you wouldn't have participated in the Jade Pavilion conference at the beginning. Wouldn't that have been fine?" "Senior." Wu Tianxin was on the verge of tears. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Senior, do you believe that there is someone who knows what might happen 10,000 miles away from Yaotai Mountain tomorrow? Or that someone related to this person will appear 10,000 miles away tomorrow? Isn't it just a divination technique? Or it's called foresight?" Xiao Hua was not surprised. He said with a smile, "Could it be that you know this technique?" Wu Tianxin was stunned. It was as if he was struck by lightning. He looked at Xiao Hua foolishly. After a long while, he did not answer Xiao Hua's question and asked, "Senior Xiao, do you know this technique?" "I know a little." Xiao Hua did not hide it. He said with a smile, "It's just that this old man's cultivation is shallow and has only touched the surface." "Senior, save me." Wu Tianxin said no more. He knelt down and kowtowed again. Xiao Hua was displeased. He did not help Wu Tianxin up and said indifferently, "Wu Tianxin, since you asked me to save you, why are you hiding it and not daring to say it? How can there be such a logic in begging others in this world? This is also because this old man knows that although your mouth is not good, your character is not bad. Otherwise, I would absolutely not agree. Senior, please forgive me. This junior knows his mistake." Wu Tianxin did not dare to get up. He said in a low voice, "This junior is also afraid. This junior's cultivation is not as good as senior's, but this junior also knows the principle that an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Speak. What is it?" Xiao Hua waved his hand. This old man will not covet your secret divination technique. Wu Tianxin clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, Senior, can you open the restrictions on the quiet room? Xiao Hua smiled. He knew that Wu Tianxin was worried. He waved his hand and the capital star array was activated. Wu Tianxin released his divine sense. Seeing that his divine sense could not penetrate the array, he felt relieved and began to explain his situation. After Xiao Hua finished listening to Wu Tianxin's words, although he had already expected it, he was still dumbfounded. This was because Wu Tianxin was somewhat similar to Lu Yi. He had a kind of innate talent that allowed him to distinguish between good and bad. Wu Tianxin also relied on this ability to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. At the beginning, his cultivation path could be considered smooth sailing. After his cultivation reached the fusion stage, which was the peak of the aura refining realm, he inadvertently obtained an incomplete nameless cultivation technique. This cultivation technique's words were obscure, and others could not understand it at all. However, Wu Tianxin relied on his own intuition and knew that this thing was very important to him. He spent a total of 200 years comprehending it. In the end, although he was not proficient in it, he still had a basic understanding of it and knew that this was a mysterious divination technique. However, at this point, it was impossible for Wu Tianxin to comprehend it further. No matter how he racked his brains and tried to think of a way, he could not comprehend even the slightest bit. Wu Tianxin was naturally unwilling. At first, he took a part of this thing to ask others for guidance. No one with the same cultivation as him could understand it. As for those with higher cultivation than him, he did not dare to be too ostentatious. Every time, he would first sense whether or not it was safe before taking out the thing to ask for guidance. However, how could human nature be measured by his half-baked divination technique? There were many times when he almost lost his life in the hands of others. Later, he no longer dared to take risks. He would rather think hard than ask others for guidance. This was also the reason why Wu Tianxin's words were usually very cynical. It was also the reason why Wu Tianxin did not dare to explain it to Xiao Hua. Relying on the divination technique that Wu Tianxin did not understand, relying on his innate intuition, Wu Tianxin felt that he was about to face a great tribulation several decades ago. This great tribulation was not related to cultivation, but what it was specifically and where it would appear, he did not understand. In these several decades, Wu Tianxin cultivated day and night in order to improve his strength so that he could deal with the great tribulation. However, even though Wu Tianxin had already cultivated to the middle stage of Jindan and could be considered as a somewhat famous Taoist cultivator in Yangzhou, the feeling of dark clouds pressing down on him did not disappear. Instead, it became more and more intense. Especially in recent years, Wu Tianxin almost felt like he could not breathe. Wu Tianxin simply stopped cultivating. Instead, he spent nearly 10 years calmly divining according to the secret divination technique. In the end, Wu Tianxin vaguely knew that he absolutely could not overcome this difficulty. Moreover, his opportunity was not in Yangzhou, not in the Pan Shan cave. However, he did not know where it was or who to ask for help. At this time, it just so happened that Zhu Qingli of Shuhu Mountain invited Wu Tianxin to go to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Yaotai Assembly. Normally, Wu Tianxin, who had no interest in ruling a country, would absolutely not agree. However, at this time his heart was moved. He knew that this was an opportunity. Perhaps he could find his own way out. Therefore, Wu Tianxin went out with Zhu Qingli. Unfortunately, Wu Tianxin first met Chong Yu. Chong Yu's character was not bad, but his attitude as a senior made Wu Tianxin feel uncomfortable. Especially when Wu Tianxin asked about some divination techniques, Chong Yu did not know anything. Wu Tianxin was discouraged. He only wanted to go to Yaotai Mountain and ask other Yuanian cultivators to take a look. When he met Xiao Hua, Wu Tianxin simply did not care. Xiao Hua was really too used to being a low-level cultivator. Wu Tianxin simply did not see a trace of Xiao Hua's awareness as a Yuanian cultivator. Xiao Hua's whole body was filled with amiability and amiability. Therefore, Wu Tianxin did not have the heart to ask him for help. Only when Xiao Hua's depth was seen through by Taoist master Yuan Qing and the others did Wu Tianxin become vigilant. When Wu Tianxin hid in a quiet room and once again used divination techniques, he suddenly discovered that he was really in imminent danger. Moreover, this danger seemed to be on Yaotai Mountain. Just when Wu Tianxin was in despair, he discovered a trace of life. As for where this life was, how could Wu Tianxin know with his current cultivation level? And Xiaohua was naturally the only water plant that Wu Tianxin could grasp. Alas, this is really unimaginable. Xiaohua sighed. If you weren't on Yaotai Mountain, perhaps you wouldn't have to worry about your life. However, it was precisely because you sensed a life force outside the Pan Mountain cave that you came to Yaotai Mountain. Tell me, should you come to Yaotai Mountain in the end? Even if you don't want to come, even if you want to go back now, don't you also sense a certain death situation? Wu Tianxin nodded with a sullen face. Obviously, he himself had long sensed it and used divination techniques to divine it. Chapter 3580. You can get up. Xiaohua waved his hand. Presumably, you never mentioned this to Zhu Qingli and Chong Yu, right? Junior doesn't dare to speak casually. Wu Tianxin got up and said in a low voice. Then, do you think I was able to save you because of your divination technique? Xiaohua asked again. Wu Tianxin shook his head. Junior can't divine this. However, Junior already has this kind of perception. Hee hee. Xiaohua shook his head with a smile. I'm afraid it's not perception, but what do you think? You only know me as a nascent soul cultivator in the entire Yaotai Mountain. Who else can you find if not me? Junior's mind is already in a mess. Wu Tianxin didn't know what to say and said helplessly, Junior didn't intend to participate in the Yaotai conference before, but now it seems that I must participate and will inevitably encounter great danger. If possible, I ask Senior to save me. That's not a problem. Xiaohua simply agreed. If I can help you, I will naturally help you. Thank you, Senior, thank you. Wu Tianxin hurriedly thanked him. Also, Xiaohua asked again, did you perceive your own danger or the danger of the Yaotai conference? What danger will there be in the Yaotai conference? Wu Tianxin was puzzled. Junior can only perceive my own danger, and the divination technique didn't show any danger in the Yaotai conference? Xiaohua responded thoughtfully. He understood that he had been comprehending the hand of karma for so many years, but he still couldn't accurately perceive karma. Wu Tianxin's cultivation was even worse. If he didn't have an innate talent, he probably wouldn't be able to perceive some things now. Then Junior will take his leave. Wu Tianxin clenched his teeth and said in a low voice. Xiaohua smiled and said, don't worry. Since you want to participate in the Yaotai conference, follow me. If there are any benefits, I will give it to you. If you encounter any difficulties, I will definitely help you. Junior doesn't dare to say too much about Senior's great kindness at this time. It won't be too late to say more after Junior escapes this disaster. Wu Tianxin bowed again and waited for Xiaohua to remove the restriction of the quiet room before slowly leaving. Things in this world are really interesting. There are so many capable people. Looking at Wu Tianxin's somewhat excited back, a trace of a smile hung on the corner of Xiaohua's mouth. Since the hidden immortal continent is like this, the Dawn Rain continent must also be like this. Unfortunately, this Zhao's cultivation was really shallow when he was in the Dawn Rain continent, so he couldn't see things as high as this. Jiuxia. Very naturally, the mysterious Jiuxia who could predict the future appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Of course, compared to Jiuxia's beauty, the importance of being able to predict the future in Xiaohua's heart was still far behind. Seeing that Xiaohua's expression was a little dazed, the silver-gray color in his eyes gradually rose, and the traces of the galaxy suddenly appeared. Outside the quiet room, the sound of footsteps sounded again. A faint green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows. His eyes slightly shook, and those pitch-black eyes of his regained their color. In fact, Xiaohua didn't need to look anymore. He already knew who it was. Sure enough, before long, the smile on Zhu Qingli's face was like a flower. The spirit pills bestowed by Xiaohua were exactly what he needed. Under his pleading, Xiaohua even gave him a nascent soul cultivation method. Of course, as for whether or not he could cultivate to the nascent soul stage, that was not something Xiaohua could know. At this time, Xiaohua simply didn't comprehend any cultivation method. He took out a scroll and read it with great interest. Confucian cultivators were the same as Taoist cultivators. Both good and bad were mixed. However, the scrolls left behind by Confucian cultivators for so many years were the real deal. The vast number of articles were filled with penetrating insight. Every time he read an article, Every time he read a scroll, Xiaohua could feel the writer's heart and experience the awe-inspiring intent within. Fu Jiwen was right. The awe-inspiring aura was the foundation, but the awe-inspiring aura itself was dead. It was the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, and it was the breathing of Confucian cultivators that gave the awe-inspiring aura vitality. This vitality was precipitated in the awe-inspiring aura. Whether it was thousands of years, 10,000 years, or hundreds of millions of years, as long as there were Confucian cultivators and articles passed down, the awe-inspiring aura would exist. This kind of inheritance was beyond the reach of Taoist cultivators. Sometimes, Xiaohua even had an illusion that the awe-inspiring aura inheritance of Confucian cultivators was borrowed from the inheritance in the mind of the evil spirit. Of course, Xiaohua's Buddha Sarira was also studying Buddhist scriptures and cultivating Buddhist Dharma. It was similarly broad and profound, causing the Buddha Sarira to be intoxicated. Now the time it spent studying Buddhist scriptures had exceeded the time it spent cultivating Dharma. If Xiaohua hadn't come into contact with the scrolls of Confucian cultivators before, he would have ordered the Buddha relic to focus on cultivating Buddhist doctrine. However, after looking at the scrolls and Buddhist doctrine, Xiaohua knew that Buddhist scriptures were the foundation of Buddhist doctrine. Buddhist doctrine was only a minor detail. Looking at Guzhan's situation, and looking at Manjushri Bodhisattva's fruit, if he focused on Buddhist doctrine, it would really be putting the cart before the horse, picking up sesame seeds and throwing away watermelons. Demons. How do they cultivate? In an instant, Xiaohua, who was reading the scrolls, was distracted again. When he was in the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua had seen beast cultivators. At first, he thought that they should be formed by combining weapon cultivators and demon cultivators. However, ordinary demon cultivators, as the name implied, were cultivators who cultivated demonic arts. Since they were cultivators, they were humans. On the hidden immortal continent, whether it was Taoist cultivators, Confucian cultivators, or Buddhist cultivators, they could all be called cultivators. However, the demons of the Thousand Demons sacred realm were different. They were not humans. Moreover, according to High Wind Old Monster, they never considered themselves as cultivators. Therefore, they could not be called demon cultivators, because they were demons, or evil spirits. According to what I know, and the gradually growing memories of Little Yellow and Little Black, they should be imprints of inheritance, just like the phoenix imprint on Fairy Hongxia's forehead. Since Fairy Hongxia and other cultivators with genuine bloodlines can obtain the inheritance of these imprints, then wouldn't the demons be even more privileged? If that's the case, then, what about the two bones in the demon formation of Qianyu Mountain? There seem to be some runes on the bones. Then how do you explain the stellar energy that the demon formation drew upon? Xiaohua thought more and more. After a long while, the entire palace was silent, as if there was no one around. Suddenly, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows, looked at the book in his hand, smiled, and muttered to himself, "If I don't understand the cultivation techniques of the Buddhist sect, then I have no place to ask, but how does this demon cultivate? Why should I think so much? With these two children, Little Yellow and Little Black, what do I have to worry about? When they come back, can't I just ask them properly?" With that thought in mind, Xiaohua once again concentrated on reading the book. At the top of his head, wisps of clear air were produced, slowly dissipating. Half a day passed unknowingly. Xiaohua put down the book, stretched, and casually swept his gaze across the quiet room. The restriction outside the quiet room was not activated, and said with a smile, "This fellow Chong, you can keep his composure. Looks like he's a somewhat shrewd cultivator." Just as Xiaohua was about to pick up the book again, he frowned and said with a helpless smile, "Chong, you didn't come, but Taoist Yuan Qing did." However, when he released his divine sense to investigate, a strange expression appeared on his face, and he asked curiously, Why did he come to Yaotai Mountain? Soon after, Xiaohua stood up again, and said with a smile, "No matter what, he's an old friend. I have to personally welcome him." Xiaohua walked out of the quiet room, and Chongyu immediately sensed it. He hurriedly came out of the quiet room, bowed, and said, "Senior Xiao, is there something wrong?" "Nothing, you wait here and meditate. This old man has an old friend coming to visit." Xiaohua waved his hand. Chongyu did not ask any more, and returned to the quiet room with cupped hands. Xiaohua walked to the palace door, and with a wave of his hand, the palace door flashed with brilliance, and silently opened again. Outside the palace door stood a person with a large head. On the face of this head, there was a pair of broom-like eyebrows, and 2 leopard eyes. Previously, there was shock in those eyes, but now it was replaced with fear and surprise. Wasn't this the Black Horse Cavalry General of the left, Xueqi? I'm late. Fellow Taoist Xue has been waiting for a long time, Xiaohua said with a smile. Xueqi hurriedly bowed and said, Junior Xueqi greets Senior Xiao. Previously, I really didn't know Senior Zhao's true identity. I was too rude. Please forgive me. It's fine, it's fine. Xiaohua helped Xueqi up and said, Those who don't know are not guilty. At that time, this old man was only traveling in the country of Xi, and did not intend to let more people know my identity. It would be strange if fellow Taoist Xue found out. Senior, please call me Xueqi, otherwise this junior will feel awkward. Xueqi stood up and said pitifully, his face full of embarrassment. That's right, that day, Xueqi aggressively tested Xiaohua's strength, and even wanted to promote Xiaohua to the position of right general. Who would have thought that in just a year, he would become a nascent soul senior? This leap was so big that Xueqi felt like he was in a dream. Therefore, when Xueqi was standing beside the tent, he did not dare to approach, and only now did he make up his mind to pay his respects. Xiaohua nodded, turned around and said, This old man understands, you may come in. Yes. Xueqi nodded obediently and followed Xiaohua into the palace. Xiaohua did not return to the quiet room, but sat at the head of the palace. Xueqi naturally did not dare to overstep, and stood respectfully in front of the jade table, quietly waiting for Xiaohua to speak. Xiaohua waved his hand and took out a jade plate containing some spirit fruits. He placed it on the jade table beside him and said with a smile, Xueqi, have a seat. Have a taste of the spirit fruits first, then we can talk slowly. Yes, this junior thanks senior for the fruit. Xueqi did not dare to be negligent. After bowing and thanking him, he sat down and picked up a spirit fruit to taste carefully. Seeing that Xueqi was still so reserved, Xiaohua smiled and said, Xueqi, why did you come to Yaotai Mountain instead of being the left general in the country of Xi's Nanpu County? It seems that your cultivation is not enough to be the state preceptor. Could it be that you came here specifically to wait for this old man? Could it be that you have the ability to predict the future? Chapter 3581. Xiaohua was obviously joking, but when Xueqi heard it, his heart calmed down. He hurriedly put down the spirit fruit and said respectfully, Senior, please know that I'm no longer the left general. Oh, I should say that I'm no longer in the country of Xi's Nanpu County. Xiaohua raised his brows and asked curiously, You were doing well in the country of Xi's Nanpu County. Why did you go somewhere else? At this point, Xiaohua hurriedly smiled and said, Oh, that's right. I remember that I had an agreement with you. However, because I really didn't have the time to leave, I kept delaying it. Don't worry. Did you already go there? And you returned with a full load, so you're no longer working in the country of Xi? No, it's not what Senior thinks. Xueqi hurriedly waved his hand and said, Without an expert like Senior leading the way, I wouldn't dare to go there. If Senior has the time in the future and wants to go there, I'm willing to bring you there. I see. Xiaohua scratched his chin and nodded. After the Yaotai summit, I will have some free time. If you have the time, why don't we travel together? Great, great. Xueqi was overjoyed and scratched his head. Xiaohua looked at Xueqi with a faint smile and said, Xueqi, don't tell me you chased me all the way to Yaotai Mountain and wanted me to fulfill my promise? Xueqi hurriedly reined in his joy and smiled apologetically. Senior Xiao, you're mistaken. How could I know that Senior would come to Yaotai Mountain? I'm only following my general to Yaotai Mountain. Oh. Xiaohua nodded. It seems like you had a fortuitous encounter after leaving the country of Xi. Xueqi smiled bitterly. Senior, you must be joking. How could I have a fortuitous encounter? It's better to say that I was forced to leave the country of Xi. Have a seat. Let's talk while eating. Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the spirit fruits on Xueqing's table. He took out some spirit fruits and took a bite. Seeing Xiaohua's behavior, Xueqing was somewhat relieved. He squeezed out a smile on his face that was as black as the bottom of a pot. He picked up a spirit fruit from the table and took a few bites. Senior, you're really enjoying yourself. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed such a wondrous spirit fruit. It's nothing. It's just a small token of appreciation from some juniors. It would be impolite for this old man to refuse, Xiaohua said with a slight smile. Xueqi ate a few spirit fruits before wiping his mouth and smiling embarrassedly. Senior, I was ordered by the prefectural governor to go to Longevity Town to provide disaster relief. Thanks to Senior's grain, the townspeople didn't suffer too much of a disaster. With the help of Mo Yen and Mo Jianli, this junior has also successfully completed the important task of disaster relief. However, even though I had completed my mission, something unexpected happened when I was about to leave Longevity Town. Xueqi stole a glance at Xiaohua's expression. Xiaohua seemed to be tasting the spirit fruits while listening to Xueqi's explanation. Seeing that Xueqi had stopped, he raised his head naturally and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What could possibly happen in Longevity Town that you didn't expect?" This old man hasn't heard any news from Longevity Town for a long time after I left. I do miss the monks of Shaojin Temple. Haha. Xueqi chuckled. Senior, you're truly a playboy. With your cultivation, I'm afraid you can destroy the Shaojin Temple with a single finger. I heard from Mo Jianli that you even, however, at this point, Xueqi's expression suddenly changed. If Xiaohua's fight with the monks of the small gold temple was considered a game of the mortal world, then Xiaohua's battle with Liao Jiang. What kind of game was that? No matter how much Xiaohua played around, he couldn't treat the lives of the townspeople of Longevity Town as child's play. He even gave the credit of defeating the sea race to the Buddhist sect Ci Hang. This didn't make sense at all. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. He knew what Xueqi was thinking and smiled. This old man was injured that day and my cultivation was greatly reduced. Otherwise, how could I have allowed the sea race to run rampant in Liaojiang? Even you. Didn't you give this old man a shock too? Xueqi came to a realization and hurriedly smiled. Senior really didn't show his true colors that day. This junior really couldn't tell. Xueqi did not dare to ask any more questions. He continued, Senior, there is something you don't know. Ever since Buddhist sect's master Ci Hang blocked the sea tribe at Liao River and used a Buddhist sect's Buddhist artifact to collect the river water that was supposed to flood Longevity Town, he obtained the psyche power of tens of thousands of townspeople in Longevity Town. He almost attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit in Longevity Town. The townspeople of Longevity Town have regarded Master Ci Hang as their savior. Not only did they worship Longevity Town's memorial tablet at home every day, they also went to Shaojin Temple to offer incense and recite the virtues of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Previously, in Long Life Town, Long Life Academy was still the leader. That small gold temple really wasn't much, only a bit better than the River and Tide Temple when Senior first arrived in Long Life Town. However, with the worship of tens of thousands of villagers, Small Gold Temple's incense offerings flourished 100 times. Oh, the Zhangchao Temple where you stayed that day is no longer there. It's said that they're going to build a Guanyin monastery. Not only are the townspeople of Longevity Town so crazy, the entire country of Xi and the other countries in Yu Province, be it the devout townspeople or the monks of various temples, all of them are flocking to Longevity Town as if they're on a pilgrimage. They're heading to Shaojin Temple and Guanyin Monastery to worship Guanyin Bodhisattva. Senior, you must have seen clearly that day that Ci Hang was only one step away from attaining the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. However, in reality, he didn't attain the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. Xueqi continued, however, according to the mouths of those foolish townspeople, Ci Hang actually attained the Bodhisattva Buddha fruit. They even want to forge a 10-foot golden body for Guanyin Bodhisattva on Zhangchao Ridge. Furthermore, I've heard that many people feel that Zhangchao Ridge is too small to accommodate Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. They're prepared to either completely demolish Zhangchao Ridge and build it on the flat ground or pile up soil to build a mountain around Zhangchao Ridge, expanding the area of Zhangchao Ridge tenfold. Hiss. Xiaohua gasped and asked curiously. Although the north of Zhangchao Ridge is barren, there are farmlands and farmhouses in the east and west. How are they going to demolish them or pile up soil to build a mountain? Xueqi smiled bitterly. Senior, you might not know this, but the townspeople near Zhangchao Ridge know that it's for Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body. They've long donated the farmlands and left with their families. Say. Xiaohua sighed. Longevity Town is now a monk town filled with bald people. A tile fell and injured 10 people. 6 of them were monks who came to Longevity Town while the other 4 were devotees who came to offer incense. Xueqi continued. Longevity Town belongs to Nanpu County. When the county governor found out about this, he had a huge headache and hurriedly reported it to the king. I don't know about the king's decree, but ever since the king's decree, the entire Nanpu County has been shrouded in a strange atmosphere. On the surface, Nanpu County seems to be very peaceful, and the government and people are normal. However, there's an undercurrent surging within. Not only have some Confucian cultivators secretly come, but many Taoist cultivators have also revealed themselves. As the first person to render meritorious service in Longevity Town, I've received many rewards. There's even a rumor that the king intends to give me the position of general to guard Longevity Town. The more I think about it, the more scared I feel. These Confucian cultivators must have a huge conflict with the Buddhist sect in Longevity Town. They can play whatever they want, but why are they involving us Taoist cultivators? As a Taoist disciple and exposed myself, I'll definitely be the first to be sent out if there's any strange movement. If I don't go by then, I'll be disobeying the king's decree. Not to mention the king, even the county governor can take my head. However, if I go, will the Buddhist sect's Dharma protector let me live in peace? I'm sure that the demon-subduing pestle is already waiting to land on my head, right? Thus, I might as well go all out and submit a letter to the county governor to resign, saying that I've reached a critical point in my cultivation of a secret technique that involves my life. The prefectural governor did not agree at first, but this junior submitted 3 dictionaries in a row. In the end, the prefectural governor remembered this junior's hard work and finally agreed. This junior received the confirmation and left Nanpu County on the same day. Not bad. You're able to see clearly when to advance and when to retreat. Xiao Hua nodded. After all, the situation in Longevity Town was really strange. Xueqi was able to see so far despite being in the middle of it, which surprised Xiao Hua. Then where are you now? I'm currently serving as a county governor in Putian County in Liang Province's Shanliang country. Xueqi didn't dare to hide anything and answered honestly. Xiao Hua smiled and clapped. Not bad, not bad. You used to be the left general. Now that you're a county governor, you've improved. Speaking up to this point, Xiao Hua was suddenly stunned as though he thought of something. He exclaimed, "Oh, that's not right. Xueqi, this Shanliang country seems to be established by the Buddhist sect. You're not serving in the country established by the Taoist sect. Why did you go from a Confucian country to a Buddhist sect country?" Xueqi blinked his eyes. He was very surprised that Xiao Hua knew that the Shanliang country was established by the Buddhist sect. However, he didn't dare to ask and could only answer, "Senior, you might not know. My cultivation in Tao isn't profound, but I have some unique points in the art of war and spear arts. If I went to the country established by the Taoist sect, there might not be a position that I'm satisfied with. Only a country established by the Buddhist sect or a country established by the Confucian sect can satisfy me. Among them, the descendants of the Confucian school of the military are also skilled in the art of war. I found a few Confucian countries, but I wasn't satisfied. When I arrived at the Shanliang country, although I'm not too fond of the Buddhist sect, the people in the Shanliang country are simple and honest, and the Buddhist aura is exuberant. The country's ruler is also a kind-hearted person. Compared to the few Confucian countries nearby, it's much better. Therefore, I attempted to serve the Putian County governor. Coincidentally, the Putian County governor was lacking someone like me who knew how to lead troops and set up formations. After trying, he was very satisfied and immediately petitioned the king to request for the position of left general for me. What surprised me even more was that the king's decree actually allowed me to become the county governor's army. Not only will I control the Putian County's military and political power, but I'll also assist the county governor in handling government affairs. He doesn't care about my identity as a Taoist sect cultivator at all. The king's breadth of mind. Tsese, I'm truly impressed. Chapter 3582. Oh, the monarch of the Chanyang kingdom is so wise? Xiao Hua was a little confused. It seemed that in Xiao Jian's words, the monarch of the Chaoyang country was a cruel person, an ungrateful person, extremely unbearable. Why was it so different from Xueqing's description? This monarch. What is his name? If we're talking about the monarch's name, it has something to do with Senior Xiao, Xueqing said with a smile. My monarch's surname is Xiao and his name is Jun. He's a loyal monarch. Xiao Jun? Xiao Hua frowned. Wasn't this the shameless person Xiao Jian mentioned who stole his throne? Actually, I came to Yaotai Mountain because I took the initiative to request the monarch to send people to recruit some Dao cultivators. Xueqi continued, after all, although my Chanyang kingdom has a strong population, it might not be rich. I feel that we urgently need some people with lofty ideals to help our monarch govern the country and prevent other countries from harboring ill intentions towards my Chanyang kingdom. Hee. Don't tell me you were bribed by a mere county governor joining the army? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Don't forget that you're a Dao cultivator. You're not a Buddhist kingdom's bodhisattva. Senior, you're wrong. When Xueqi heard that, he answered righteously. Of course I won't abandon my principles just because a prefectural governor has joined the army. I still don't approve of the Buddhist sect, but that doesn't mean I don't approve of a Buddhist kingdom or the monarch of a Buddhist kingdom. My monarch seems to know about the Yaotai meeting, but he didn't think about it before. When he saw this junior's memorial, he immediately made a decision. Not only did he approve this junior's memorial, he even personally brought some aides to Yaotai Mountain. Xiao Hua smiled. So Xiao Jun is also at Yaotai Mountain. That's right. Xueqi nodded. When Senior flew over, I was chatting with my monarch's aides and was delayed. When I saw Senior's face, I didn't dare to approach. Later, when I saw a nascent soul Senior, I had to be courteous to Senior. Only then did I muster the courage to come over. If Senior is willing, I'll invite my monarch to pay you a visit. Xiao Hua's heart stirred as he asked. You told the county governor of Butian Commandery about Longevity Town, right? That's right. I have nothing to hide. Xueqi nodded. Then, have you told your monarch about this old man's visit today? Junior wouldn't dare. Longevity Town's matters are Junior's own. Junior naturally dares to speak. But Senior's matter. I dare not speak rashly without Senior's approval, Xueqi immediately said in a panic. Xiao Hua nodded. That's good. You don't need to tell others about this old man's matters. If this old man is interested, he can come and find you. Yes, this junior understands. Xueqi hastily stood up, knowing that Xiao Hua was about to send him off. However, when he stood up, he still didn't forget to say, Senior, if you have the time, this junior would like to invite His Majesty to meet you. Although this junior hasn't met His Majesty much, I have a good relationship with His Majesty's aides. All the advisors know the monarch very well. Their reputation towards the monarch is extremely good. Xiao Hua frowned and said with a smile that was not a smile, Xueqi, are you just here to be the Buddhist sect's lobbyist? Oh, please forgive me, Senior. Xueqi hastily shut his mouth and said with a smile, this junior is used to speaking these days, so I just said it in passing. This is my message talisman. If Senior returns from the Yaotai gathering with a full load, this junior will come and congratulate Senior. With that said, Xueqi carefully took out a message talisman and handed it to Xiao Hua, looking at him pitifully. It seemed that he was still worried when Xiao Hua said that he would look for him when he had the time. Xiao Hua reached out to take it without any displeasure on his face. Only then did Xueqi feel relieved. He looked around and said, Senior is already a nascent soul cultivator. Why don't you have a boy to serve you? If Senior needs one, can this junior send a few over? There's no need for that. Xiao Hua was somewhat speechless. He waved his hand and said, I'm just here to take a stroll around Yaotai Mountain. Why would I need a boy to serve me? Those who came with me earlier were also people I met along the way. They can't be considered as disciples. Senior is really amiable and approachable. Xueqi sighed. If this junior cultivates to the nascent soul realm, I'll definitely have someone to rely on like perfected Yuan Qing. This is something that a nascent soul senior should enjoy. It won't be too late to talk about it after you cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Xiao Hua said with a smile and then walked to see him off. How could Xueqi dare to let Xiao Hua see him off? He hurriedly bowed and said, Senior, please wait. This junior doesn't dare to trouble you. Senior Xiao, let this junior see this fellow Taoist off. With that said, Changyu quickly walked out of the quiet room and said eagerly, I'm Changyu. Fellow Taoist, this way please. Xiao Hua nodded and stopped in his tracks. Xueqi bowed again and smiled at Changyu before following him out of the palace. Looking at Xueqing's back, Xiao Hua frowned slightly. He was somewhat surprised by Xueqing's visit, But he was even more puzzled by Xiao Jun's situation. Xiao Hua returned to the jade table and sat down. Not long after, Changyu turned around and Xiao Hua said loudly, "All of you, come out and follow me to this palace. Don't cultivate in seclusion. Otherwise, wouldn't it be the same as a cave?" With that said, he waved his hand and took out some spirit fruits and spirit wine, placing them on 3 jade tables. Changyu blinked and bowed. "Thank you, Senior Xiao. Today, I've benefited from your presence." Hearing Xiao Hua's summons, Wu Tianxin and Zhu Qingli hurriedly came out as well. They were happy to see the spirit fruits and other things. After thanking him, they sat down and ate and drank while chatting in a reserved manner. Xiao Hua also casually said a few words before asking, "Changyu, do you know of the Chanyang country in Liang province?" "Senior, Liang province is very far from Qing province. This junior has never heard of it." Changyu was about to drink when he hurriedly put down the wine cup and answered respectfully. Previously, Xiao Hua did not hide his conversation with Xueqi from the 3 of them. Therefore, Xiao Hua said again, "This Xueqi is someone I knew in the past. I heard from him that he's currently serving as a county governor in the Chanyang country, which was founded by a Buddhist sect. I don't understand. Is the monarch of this Chanyang country really using our Taoist cultivators? Or does he really have the intention to develop his country and seek benefits for his citizens? No matter what, he's using our Taoist cultivators to work for his Buddhist sect." Wu Tianxin stood up without hesitation and said, "There aren't many good people in the Buddhist sect. On the surface, they're benevolent, abstain from meat and pray to Buddha. They don't get close to women, but in reality, how many men can tolerate their 10 precepts? This disciple has cultivated for so many years, but I can only abstain from 9 of the 10 precepts." Xiao Hua knew Wu Tianxin's personality and did not find it strange. He smiled and said, "Which precepts are so powerful? Even great cultivator Wu can't abide by them?" "Lust precepts. Lust is emptiness. Emptiness is lust. It's all nonsense." Wu Tianxin smiled and said, "This lust precepts are men's lust tribulation. I don't think any man can avoid it." "Old Wu, you've drunk too much." Zhu Qingli stole a glance at Xiao Hua and hurriedly chided, "Don't violate your precepts in front of Senior." Wu Tianxin shuddered and shrank his neck. He hurriedly sat down and took a spirit fruit to chew. Actually, it might not be as serious as fellow Taoist Wu said. Changyu smiled and said, "I've seen some Buddhist sect monks who say one thing and mean another. Similarly, I've seen even more Buddhist sect experts who are sincere towards Buddhism and treat others with sincerity." With fellow Taoist Xueqing's cultivation, if not for the fact that the single Yang kingdom really attracted him, he might not have stayed behind, and even more so, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to come to Yaotai Mountain. It's certain that the single Yang kingdom's monarch is using Taoist cultivators, but we can't rule out the fact that this monarch is indeed ambitious. At this point, Changyu looked at Xiao Hua again and said, "If Senior is interested, you'll know when you meet him. Otherwise, Senior can ride a Pegasus to the single Yang kingdom to take a look. If not, Junior and the others can also do it for you." "Haha, there's no need for that." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "I'm just curious. If I have time, I'll go take a look myself." Zhu Qingli seemed to want to say something, but before he could speak, Xiao Hua raised his head and looked outside the palace. He said, "Changyu, go take a look. There seems to be someone outside again." "Yes, Senior." Changyu was very happy. He hurriedly got up and walked quickly to the palace door. Zhu Qingli and Wu Tianxin were slightly stunned. After all, their cultivation levels were relatively low. If there was anything, they should be called. Zhu Qingli even had a look of regret on his face. Not long after, Changyu brought a boy with red lips and white teeth in a clean Taoist robe in. He said respectfully, Senior Hong Songzi sent an invitation card to invite you to a banquet. Junior Qing Mu greets perfected Xiao. The boy walks in front of Xiao Hua and respectfully raises his hands. In his hands is a diamond-shaped crystal object. Inside it is flashing a green and red brilliance. It looks very extraordinary. The boy says, Junior is under the order of my family's Taoist to invite Taoist to Taoist Huada's banquet. Xiao Hua slightly nodded and reached out to take the crystal object. He slightly used his Zhan Yuan and saw the crystal overflowing with brilliance. The green and red brilliance respectively gathered in 2 parts of the crystal. Soon after, The brilliance rushed out of the crystal and swam in front of Xiaohua's eyes like a shuttle used to weave cloth. A moment later, a gorgeous invitation card appeared. The characters seemed to come alive and made a sound. It was Hong Songzi's voice. Perfected Xiao, I originally planned to invite fellow Taoists to my Immortal's Cave for a chat a few days ago. However, in these few days, fellow Taoists from various provinces have come to Yaotai Mountain. This is really beyond my expectations. Today, I just received Perfected Huada's invitation. I thought that I might as well go together. If fellow Taoist has the time, you can ask Qingmu to bring fellow Taoist here. I will wait in my Immortal's Cave. The voice drifted in the palace. The green and red brilliance gradually disappeared. The crystal object also turned into powder. Xiaohua looked at Qingmu standing respectfully. He turned his head and sent a sound transmission to Chong Yu. Who is this Perfected Huada? Chapter 3583. Chong Yu's face revealed astonishment and he hastily replied. Senior, this Huada Taoist is the state teacher of Ji Province's Lihua Nation. It's said that he's already cultivated to the late stage of nascent soul and his strength has reached the lower 5th level. This Lihua Nation was originally founded by Huada Taoist and its national strength is very strong. It already has a history of several thousand years in Ji Province, so Huada Taoist's name is also very well known. Junior also heard that Huada Taoist has a very deep friendship with the Confucian school of Mo. N. Qingmu, Xiaohua heard and said, Does Huada Taoist only invite nascent soul cultivators to his banquet? Senior, please no. Qingmu respectfully replied, Huada Taoist's invitation didn't say so, but there are at least several hundred Taoist cultivators coming to Yaotai Mountain, if not thousands. Huada Taoist can't invite them all. Only nascent soul seniors can go. However, Qingmu raised his eyes to look at Chong Yu's group of 3 and said with slight hesitation, Senior, if you want to bring your sex disciples, it should be possible. Oh, okay. Xiaohua nodded and waved his hand. You lead the way. Chong Yu, you and the others follow me to the banquet. Yes. Senior Xiao, please. Qingmu bowed and took a few steps forward to lead the way. Chong Yu and the others were overjoyed. They definitely didn't expect Xiaohua to bring them to the banquet. Chong Yu and the others understood that being able to meet a nascent soul cultivator was a fated chance. Just like the 3 of them, there was a huge difference between before and after meeting Xiaohua. A nascent soul cultivator could casually give them some pointers and some rewards, allowing them to take a few more steps on the arduous path of cultivation. Chong Yu looked further ahead than Wu Tianxin and Zhu Qingli, so he didn't urgently look for Xiaohua and instead waited for an opportunity. Wasn't Xiaohua's words a kind of repayment? Senior, please. Chong Yu didn't dare to overstep and bowed to invite Xiaohua to go first. And Xiaohua knew that at this time, he wouldn't be as casual as he was before arriving at Yaotai Mountain. He nodded slightly and walked forward. Hong Songzi's palace was quite far from Xiaohua's. Greenwood Child walked out of the palace gate and gave Xiaohua a slight smile. Clouds appeared under his feet and he flew towards the other side of Yaotai Mountain. Xiaohua didn't use the magic cloud technique. Instead, he used a simple Taoist flying technique to follow behind Qingmu. Now, the sky was gradually darkening. Many palaces and pavilions were abnormally bright in the dark. Xiaohua glanced around and couldn't help but be shocked. It was really as Qingmu said. Many palaces were already lit up, and even more pavilions were resplendent outside the palaces. The Tao cultivators of the hidden immortal continent were far more numerous than what Xiaohua had expected. As Xiaohua flew through the air, many divine senses swept over. However, Xiaohua had just shown his outstanding strength, and his reputation wasn't that great. The strength he displayed seemed to be just as-so. Therefore, the divine senses swept over and then retracted. They didn't take Xiaohua seriously. Another moment later, a divine sense swept over. Once it touched Xiaohua, it immediately withdrew. Then, 3 rainbow-colored lights streaked across the sky from afar. Unexpectedly, it was Hong Songzi, Taoist Yuan Qing and another fat nascent soul cultivator who came to welcome them. From afar, Hong Songzi smiled and said, Taoist Master Xiao, I'm really sorry to disturb your quiet cultivation. Xiaohua urged his figure and instantly passed by Qingmu. He cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist, I know that fellow Taoist has been busy these past few days. That's why I didn't dare to disturb you. Now that fellow Taoist has invited me, I couldn't ask for more. Xiao Hua greets fellow Taoists. Come, come, hi Hongzi. This is Taoist Master Xiao Hua of the Black Cloud Ridge that I mentioned to you before. Hong Songzi smiled and returned the greeting. He pulled the fat cultivator beside him and said. Unexpectedly, the fat cultivator slightly frowned. He looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe. He wasn't as affectionate as Hong Songzi thought. Instead, he casually raised his hand and said, I'm Hai Hongzi. Greetings fellow Taoist Xiao. Hee hee. Taoist Yuan Qing laughed and said, Hai Hongzi, fellow Taoist Xiao is a Taoist who doesn't reveal his true strength. Don't look at him just because he only revealed the strength of a third-grade origin energy. You have to look carefully. Don't be fooled by his false appearance. That day, this old man didn't pay attention to it. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Hong Songzi's attentiveness, we would have lost a great help in the future. Xiao Hua naturally already sensed that Hai Hongzi was checking his cultivation. However, he was used to hiding his strength. Now that he heard Taoist Yuan Qing mention it, although he didn't say that he should reveal it, if he continued to hide it, it would be hypocritical. Therefore, Xiao Hua lightly patted the top of his head. He slightly released the pressure of a middle nascent soul stage cultivator. Qing Mu, Chong Yu and the others at the side immediately felt that it was difficult to breathe. A kind of mountain-like pressure directly broke into their hearts. Fellow Taoist Xiao has actually entered the middle of the fourth-grade origin energy? Hai Hongzi was shocked. He looked at Xiao Hua up and down in disbelief. He said in surprise, fellow Taoist with such strength. How come this old man doesn't know anything about it? This Xiao has always been in secluded meditation. I didn't want to attract the attention of a Confucian cultivator. Xiao Hua had already thought of an excuse. Moreover, previously, I had a big battle with a Confucian cultivator. My cultivation has only just recovered. It would be strange if fellow Taoist Hai Hongzi knew about it. So that's how it is. I understand. Hai Hongzi laughed. He looked at Taoist Yuan Qing and said, It seems that fellow Taoist Xiao and fellow Taoist Yuan Qing are both thinking about taking action. Don't mention this old man. Taoist Yuan Qing hurriedly waved his hand. This old man is not interested in the Imperial Preceptor's lot, however. When he said that, Taoist Yuan Qing's face became somewhat unnatural. He looked at Hong Songzi, but Hong Songzi said with a smile, It's nothing. Since fellow Taoist Xiao came to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering, whether it's for the Imperial Preceptor's lot or for other reasons, he's still a member of our Tao sect. Moreover, when we saw fellow Taoist Xiao, we had a feeling that he was an old friend. This is also fate. Since we're going to ask for help, we naturally have to ask for a virtuous cultivator like fellow Taoist Xiao. Hearing this, how could Xiao Hua not know? He hurriedly waved his hand and said, This Xiao doesn't dare to call himself a virtuous cultivator. However, this Xiao can tell you all that this Xiao's purpose is the Imperial Preceptor's lot. This Xiao isn't interested in any other treasures. Hee hee. Hai Hongzi heard this and couldn't help but laugh. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't have to say it so early. The Imperial Preceptor's lot isn't that rare. There's only one chance every 10 years. It's only a matter of time before nascent soul cultivators like you and me get the Imperial Preceptor's lot. However, this treasure isn't available every time. What do you mean, fellow Taoist Hai Hongzi? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. However, Hong Songzi looked at the 3 golden core cultivators behind Xiao Hua and said, We still don't know if this matter is true or not. We're just discussing it. We'll have an answer at Taoist Huada's banquet. It won't be too late for me to tell you then. Fellow Taoist Xiao, these 3. Are they your disciples? Oh, they're not this old man's disciples. Xiao Hua said with a smile. We met them on the road. Since it's fate, we'll bring them along. If fellow Taoist feels it's inconvenient, this old man will let them return. That won't be necessary. I also want to bring a few disciples. There's no harm in bringing them along. Hong Songzi waved his hand and transmitted a few words to the people below. From the palace below him, a dozen golden core cultivators flew out. When these cultivators arrived in front of Xiao Hua, they all bowed and greeted him, saying that they had seen Senior Xiao. Xiao Hua waved his hand in return. Chong Yu and the others also hurried over to greet him. The two groups of cultivators cooperated and flew towards the Yaotai Mountains cave under Hong Songzi's lead. Seeing that Hong Songzi had already passed the area where the palace was located and was about to enter the cave, Xiaohua was puzzled. He thought to himself, could it be that this so-called Taoist Huada is in the cave's quiet room? However, when he followed Hong Songzi into the cave, they kept flying inside and passed by a lot of quiet rooms. At the same time, more than a dozen nascent soul cultivators flew out of the quiet rooms and nodded slightly to Xiaohua and the others before flying in the same direction. Xiaohua knew that his thoughts weren't wrong. However, when he flew into the depths of the cave, he saw a huge palace door open. In front of the palace door stood a lot of boys welcoming guests. He knew that he still underestimated this Taoist Huada. He actually had an immortal's cave in the Yaotai Mountain that was different from the others. Xiaohua and the others landed in front of the palace door. Naturally, a boy hurriedly came forward and bowed to greet them. After asking for their names, he immediately led them into the palace. The palace was huge, similar to the immortal's cave of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Now, thick candles were hung all over the palace, brightening the entire palace. The palace's layout could be considered exquisite. Various kinds of curtains were hung between the walls and the pillars. The fist-sized pearls on them shone brightly under the candles. However, even Xiaohua, a cultivator who didn't pay attention to luxury, felt that although this palace was much more luxurious than the palaces outside, it still didn't match Taoist Huada's identity as a nascent soul cultivator. There were a lot of jade tables placed in the palace. Although they seemed somewhat disorderly, they were very orderly. No matter which jade table the cultivator sat on, they would feel that they were very close to the jade table at the head. There wasn't any feeling of favoritism. At this moment, there were a lot of cultivators sitting inside the palace. Some were tall, some were short, some were fat, some were thin, some had white hair, some were drooping, and so on. When these cultivators saw Hong Songzi and the others come in, they naturally swept out their divine senses. However, when they saw their faces and cultivations, they withdrew them. Xiaohua now looked like a middle nascent soul cultivator. He wasn't particularly conspicuous among this group of nascent soul cultivators. When Xiaohua entered the main hall, he naturally looked towards the head of the palace. He saw that behind the jade table, there was a boy who wasn't more than 5 feet tall sitting upright. This boy's face was slightly red and there was a pitch-black flame pattern flickering between his eyebrows. It somewhat resonated with the flickering golden light of the Taoist robe on his body. Moreover, the golden light on the Taoist robe was like a scorching flame, forming a faint layer of distortion around the boy's body. Looking at it with the naked eye, the boy seemed to be in another void. Good. Xiaohua secretly stuck out his tongue. This is probably Taoist Huada. To be able to cultivate true fire to such a degree, he's really amazing. Chapter 3584. Huada Zhenren closed his eyes and sat there quietly. There wasn't much noise in the palace. There were only whispers. Most of them were transmitting their voices through telepathy. Hong Songzi followed the boy who led the way to the side of a large pillar and sat down. Xiaohua and the others also sat down on the side under the arrangement of the boy standing by the side. Chong Yu and the others were led by the boy to another part of the palace to sit down. Xiaohua sat down and looked around. The cultivators who had opened their eyes slightly nodded their heads. As for the cultivators who were whispering to each other, they continued to whisper about something and ignored Xiaohua. Thus, Xiaohua asked Hong Songzi a few questions and immediately closed his eyes. He slowly comprehended the cultivation method of scattered nascent soul in his mind. This cultivation method was not only useful for Hong Songzi, but Xiaohua also faintly felt that he could benefit a lot from it. After half an hour, a bell rang. Not far behind Huada Taoist, a boy with a small hammer hit a fiery red bell that was half a head taller than him. Along with the sound of the bell, the entire palace became silent. Everyone looked up at Taoist Huada. Of course, the instant the boy's hammer landed on the big bell, Huada Taoist opened his eyes. 2 scorching flames flashed out from Huada Taoist's eyes, and then they turned into sparks and disappeared. Huada Taoist's one red and one black eyes slightly turned, and he looked at all the cultivators in the hall. When his gaze landed on Xiaohua, an indescribable scorching heat came from Xiaohua's skin, as if Huada Taoist's eyes were releasing true fire. Fellow Taoists, please. Taoist Huada withdrew his gaze and his eyes returned to their original pitch-black color. He immediately raised his hand and cupped his fist. Thank you for thinking so highly of this old man. After receiving the invitation, you all came to this old man's place for a banquet. Thank you, Taoist Huada, for giving us this banquet, the cultivators said in unison. Their voices caused the candles in the palace to rapidly flicker. Taoist Huada laughed and clapped his hands. Every time I hear the voices of so many fellow Taoists, this old man is happy from the bottom of my heart. The rise of my Tao sect is on the shoulders of all of you fellow Taoists. The fire seed of my Tao sect is also in your hearts. Come, bring wine to all of you fellow Taoists. Following Hua de Zhenren's command, the jade table in front of everyone flashed with a lotus-like flame. Within the flame, a sapling raised its head. In just a moment, the sapling grew more than 2 feet above the jade table. At this moment, a strong wind blew through the entire hall. The sapling swayed in the wind. Every time it swayed, a branch would grow out from the sapling. In just a moment, the sapling had turned into several branches, and on each branch was a fist-sized bud that was about to bloom. Fellow Taoists, this is my leaf fire fruit, a specialty of the leaf fire nation. There is also dry fire wine. Please have a taste. Following Taoist Huada's voice, the flower buds slowly opened to reveal fiery red fruits the size of dates and jade pots the size of fists. Looking at the dates in front of him, Xiao Hua was slightly absent-minded. His gaze was also somewhat wandering. Yes, the last time he participated in the Nascent Soul Wine Party, it was in Haoming City. That was the wine party of the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain. The 3 of them looked very ugly and their behavior was especially protective. Thinking about how the 3 elders forced him that day and Xueqi's loyalty, and then thinking about how the 3 elders of the Ardent Fire Mountain and Xueqi were no longer in this world after more than 100 years, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Taoist Huada's voice was slightly boastful. Not only because he was able to hold such a banquet in this temporary cave, but also because there were only a handful of nascent soul cultivators below the level of Confucian on the hidden immortal continent. Not to mention, these spirit fruits and spirit wine were rare in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. How could Taoist Huada take out so much at once? Seeing the strange expressions in the eyes of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators, whether it was surprise, jealousy, or greed, Taoist Huada was very happy. However, when Huada Taoist waved his hand in the air and flames flickered in his hand, a fiery red jade cup appeared. Inside, a cluster of crimson flames mixed with a black flame flew out. Huada Taoist looked around and was about to speak when he happened to see Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's expression was clearly different from the others, but Huada Taoist didn't care. There were many cultivators who were absent-minded today, so he didn't care about Xiao Hua. Fellow cultivators, Taoist Huada withdrew his gaze and looked at the jade cup in his hand. He raised his voice. The last time I came to Yaotai Mountain was 1,000 years ago. I still remember that there was snow on that day. It was as big as a banquet. I stepped on the snow to come here. Fellow cultivators thought highly of me and waited in the snow. I was moved. When I saw Grand Master Kong Honggu, I bluntly told him that the Taoist cultivators and Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent had coexisted for thousands of years. Although all kinds of estrangement in the ancient times caused the current situation, this situation couldn't last long. Our common enemy was the Buddhist sect. Taoist and Confucian cultivators should be friends. Brothers. Brothers. This so-called Yaotai Mountain gathering actually didn't need to exist. The drawing of the state preceptor every 10 years was simply meaningless. Grand Master Kong's face was ashamed. Although he didn't say anything in front of everyone, he privately held my hand and said, "Fellow immortal Huada, everything is understood without words. Senior and fellow immortal. Are close friends. Ha ha ha, this old guy actually showed off in front of me and called himself a senior. But this old guy really has a good appearance. I can't compare with him." After that day, beyond my expectation, there were more than 400 state preceptors lots in the Yaotai Mountain gathering. Although Grand Master Kong didn't say anything, I faintly felt it in my heart. Senior Huada. A Yuanian cultivator who was a little closer to Taoist Huada stood up and bowed. He said, "I know about the Yaotai Mountain gathering 1,000 years ago. At that time, I was still a Jindan cultivator and also came to Yaotai Mountain to join in the fun. I know that in the previous Yaotai Mountain gathering, the number of the state preceptors lots was at most 200. But I didn't expect that it suddenly increased to 400. I was really excited at that time. To tell you the truth, I didn't intend to participate in that year. But I couldn't resist the temptation of the state preceptor's lots and rushed to Yaotai Mountain to try my luck. Unfortunately, my cultivation was too shallow and I didn't gain anything in the end. But it wasn't until now that I knew the reason was actually senior. Senior. Alas, I don't know what words to use to express my inner excitement. Come, fellow cultivators, let's all get up and toast Taoist Huade on behalf of the Taoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. We thank him for speaking up for us and for his efforts for our Taoist sects. That Yuanying cultivator raised his cup. The other Yuanying cultivators and the Jindan cultivators in the distance all got up and said in unison, "We thank Taoist Huada, hee. This first cup of wine was originally for all of you. But I didn't expect that my words would reveal some secrets." Taoist Huada's small face was smiling like a flower. He raised his wine cup and twirled it. "Good, in that case, thank you fellow cultivators. Please today." Speaking up to hear, Taoist Huada's brows slightly wrinkled. His gaze paused at the place where Xiaohua was sitting and immediately moved away. He continued, "It's rare for us to gather together. We must enjoy ourselves to the fullest. After the banquet, we'll take a rest. This old man has brought a lot of good things, which will certainly satisfy all of you fellow cultivators." Fellow cultivator Xiao? Xiao Hua was originally sitting not far behind Hong Songzi and the others. He was somewhat absent-minded. Taoist Yuan Qing and the others naturally didn't notice. Seeing Taoist Huada's obvious frown, how could they not understand? They hurriedly turned their heads and immediately saw Xiao Hua sitting upright behind the jade table and looking at the flaming wine cup. Xiao Hua was only stunned for a moment. His mind entered the dark side of the space to look at Hong Songzi. Hearing Hong Songzi's call, he immediately woke up. Looking at the surrounding cultivators standing up, he bitterly smiled and waved his hand. The wine cup fell into his hand. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. That originally crimson jade wine cup touched Xiao Hua's palm and suddenly turned into nothingness. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand to grab the cup but unexpectedly grabbed nothing. Hee. An unknown Yuanying cultivator next to him sneered and said loudly, "Many thanks for Taoist Huada's wine. I'm also looking forward to the transaction after the banquet." To Taoist Huada. To Taoist Huada. When that cultivator took the lead, the others all raised their cups and looked at Taoist Huada. Taoist Huada smiled and opened his mouth. A wisp of fire flew out from the wine cup. The fire sparkled in the air with a crimson brilliance. There was actually a faint shadow of a firebird. It flapped its wings a few times and flew into Taoist Huada's mouth. The red light on Taoist Huada's face flashed. When his eyes opened and closed, a wisp of fire also appeared. Immediately after, Taoist Huada smiled and tilted the jade cup in his hand forward. The jade cup was empty. Seeing Taoist Huada drink it in one gulp, everyone raised their cups, or drank it in front of their mouths. Only Xiao Hua stood there with a faint smile on his face and watched the others drink. Whether it was Hong Songzi or Taoist Yu Qing, there was helplessness in their eyes. They wanted to help Xiao Hua out of the embarrassment, but in front of Taoist Huada, they didn't dare to. They could only smile apologetically at Xiao Hua and raise their cups to drink. However, Hai Hongzi shook his head slightly. He had already excluded Xiao Hua from the scope of cooperation. After all, today Xiao Hua offended Taoist Huada because of a small detail. From this detail, Hai Hongzi could see clearly that Taoist Huada was not very broad-minded. He might even seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Although Xiao Hua's strength was similar to his, or even a little stronger, compared with Taoist Huada, he was not just a little bit weaker. After all, one was in the middle stage of Yuanying, and the other was in the late stage of Yuanying. In particular, Taoist Huada had a very good relationship with the Confucian cultivator. This time, he was invited by the Confucian cultivator. Since Xiao Hua was going to participate in the Yaotai gathering, it was inevitable that he would fall into the hands of Taoist Huada. If he was mixed with Xiao Hua, it was really unwise. Chapter 3585. Hai Hongzi drank a cup of spirit wine along with everyone else. He felt a pure fire elemental energy of heaven and earth suddenly emerge from his stomach and rush straight to his head. Hai Hongzi was overjoyed. He didn't dare to neglect it. Without waiting to sit down cross-legged, He immediately used his cultivation method to refine the fire elemental energy of heaven and earth. At his level of cultivation, ordinary spirit wine could only be used for entertainment. He didn't expect this leaf fire spirit wine to have such an effect. Tsk tisk. After a while, another nascent soul cultivator sighed with emotion like Hai Hongzi. Fellow Taoist Huada, I have long heard of the leaf fire spirit wine's effect, but I never had the chance to taste it. I didn't expect to encounter it on Yaotai Mountain. To think that fellow Taoist actually let us drink this kind of spirit wine. Alas, this kind of extravagance. I'm afraid only Huada Zhenren on the hidden immortal continent can do it. Xiao Hua still stood there quietly. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. He looked at the cultivator who spoke with interest. This cultivator's expression indeed looked very emotional. He didn't have the kind of flattery that he imagined. Looking at the cultivators around him, he waved his hand and picked up a second cup of wine. Some raised their cups to Huada Zhenren, while others drank it in one gulp. They simply ignored Huada Zhenren. Thinking back to when Chong Yu and the others were drinking and eating in his palace, Xiao Hua somewhat understood that the life of Taoist cultivators below Confucian cultivation was indeed difficult. Fellow Taoist Xian Pu's words are too exaggerated. Huada Zhenren laughed. I'm only at the upper fourth level of elemental energy. There are many Taoist seniors above me. They are much more powerful than me. Fellow Taoist Huada's words are wrong again. I'm not talking about powerful strength. The cultivator named Xian Pu shook his head. There are Taoist seniors on the hidden immortal continent. I've heard of many of them. How many of them would stand up for our Taoist cultivators? Now, how many people are as righteous, benevolent, and righteous as fellow Taoist? Huada Zhenren smiled. He felt very happy in his heart, but he hurriedly waved his hand. Xian Pu Zhenren is the one who is wrong. I don't know what the seniors have done. How can I compare with them? My leaf fire spirit wine is just rich in elemental energy, but the wine's effect is not strong. How can you get drunk before drinking it? That's right. Taoist Master Xuanpu is really drunk. On the other side of Taoist Huada, another cultivator with an ancient face said, although our Tao sect is in decline, over the years, many of our seniors have died at the hands of Confucian cultivators in order to revive our Tao sect. Fellow Taoist Huada is indeed chivalrous, but compared to these seniors, you're still lacking. When Huada Zhenren heard this, his expression changed drastically. Although this cultivator had compared him to the senior cultivators of the Tao sect, it didn't seem inappropriate. Furthermore, he was only at the upper stage of the 4th grade of Essence Force. Compared to the 5th and 6th grade of Essence Force, he was indeed much weaker. However, everyone knew that he was on good terms with the Confucian cultivator, and he had even shown off just now. Now, that cultivator actually talked about the death of a Taoist senior. Wasn't he clearly not giving him any face? Would he say that he was a lackey of the Confucian cultivators? You. Who are you? Taoist Huada naturally wouldn't speak. Taoist Master Xuanpu frowned and asked, then turned to Taoist Huada, thinking that he would recognize this person. This old man is Taoist Master Qing Su, a nameless person. The cultivator's tone was still indifferent. I'm currently residing in Yong Province's Great Song Mountain. I'm merely a carefree person with no connection to the Confucian cultivators. It's no wonder that you two fellow Taoists don't recognize me. Taoist Huada's expression froze and the flames around his body flickered. He asked with a cold voice, Taoist Master Qing Su, what do you mean by no connection to the Confucian cultivators? Could it be that this old man is wrong in asking for the death of a Tao sect disciple? Could it be that all the Tao sect cultivators under the heavens can't associate with the Confucian cultivators? At this moment, everyone had already noticed this and many of them put down their wine cups. Xiao Hua looked at the 3 people in the distance and faintly smiled. He very naturally sat down. Although there were some spirit wine and spirit fruits in front of him, he didn't even look at them and only raised his head thoughtfully. Seeing someone sit down, the nearby people also sat down. The previously noisy cave suddenly became quiet. Even the children brought by Taoist Huada in the distance were stunned and somewhat at a loss. Taoist Master Qing Su looked around and very calmly raised the wine cup in his hand. He said with a smile, fellow Taoists, this old man's words actually don't mean anything. Whether it is fellow Taoist Huada, fellow Taoists, or even the Tao sect ancestors this old man spoke of, they are all Tao sect disciples. The identity of Tao sect disciples in the hidden immortal continent is very awkward. Fellow Taoists, if you want to cultivate further, you have to take charge of a country. Perhaps you didn't care about the imperial teacher's lot, but you also came here for the scattered treasures of the Yaotai Mountain. Don't forget, not to mention the imperial teacher's lot, even these treasures were all given by the Confucian cultivators. If it weren't for the Confucian cultivators' coercion, would our Tao sect cultivators be like this? Of course, fellow Taoist Huada's heart to protect our Tao sect disciples is obvious to all. This old man also admires you in my heart. This old man just means to remind fellow Taoists that those who are given alms will never be able to stand on their own feet. Those who are raised in captivity will never be able to fly high. When we are struggling at death's door, don't forget that these miserable years were exchanged by our Tao sect ancestors with their lives, blood, and forceful means. The entire cave was silent. No one knew how to respond. Come, fellow Taoists. Today we borrow fellow Taoist Huada's wine to worship the ancestors of Tao sect. Worship the ancestors who were not afraid of oppression for the rise of our Tao sect. Taoist Master Qing Su raised his hand and drank the spirit wine. Then he threw the wine cup on the ground and laughed. Alas, it's a joke that there are thousands of people in this cave. The Tao sect has no lofty aspirations, no hot blood in their hearts. What about the nascent soul in their chests? This old man disdains to be associated with them. With that, Taoist Master Qing Su turned into a green rainbow and rushed out of the cave. Taoist Huada's face changed greatly. Taoist Xuanpu's face changed greatly. Even Xiao Hua and the others' faces changed greatly. Everyone knew that this was Yaotai Mountain, the location of the Yaotai meeting. Although there were Tao sect disciples in this cave, who knew if there were any Confucian spies? Even Xiao Hua, who could erect a bloodsteel in the Bronze Pillar country, would have to think twice before personally declaring that he wanted to open the Fortune Gate and establish the Tao Gate. Stop. Taoist Xuanpu was shocked. He waved his hand and was about to scold Taoist Master Qing Su. However, Taoist Huada raised his head and a faint ring of fire rushed into the air and blocked Taoist Xuanpu's spell. He shook his head slightly and said, "Let him go. Everyone has their own aspirations. There's no need to force them. This old man has a clear conscience and can face the Tao sect ancestors directly. I don't care what others say." But Taoist Xuanpu slightly bit his lips. He still wanted to say something but swallowed it back down. He slowly sat down and waved his hand. A fiery date fell into his hand and took a bite. He closed his eyes and tasted it. Fellow Taoists. Taoist Huada looked around and said with a smile, "There's no need to pay attention to him. This old man has encountered countless misunderstandings in the past thousands of years. Today's misunderstandings don't make a difference. Don't let this unpleasant matter disturb everyone's mood." That's right. Senior Huada said there's no need to pay attention to others. This fellow Taoist is probably jealous of Senior's friends all over the world. A golden core cultivator in the distance actually stood up and shouted, "Many thanks, many thanks." Taoist Huada actually expressed his thanks and nodded slightly to that golden core cultivator. Immediately, some tactful cultivators stood up and toasted him. There were also some cultivators who whispered. Before long, the unpleasant matter at the beginning of the banquet was almost forgotten. Fellow Taoist Xiao was a bit reckless earlier. Seeing that Taoist Huada didn't notice the commotion in the cave, Hong Songzi whispered to Xiao Hua, "Even if fellow Taoist doesn't like Taoist Huada, you still have to give him face." Fortunately, there was Taoist Qing Su's disturbance. Otherwise, Taoist Huada would really remember fellow Taoist. How about this, when we're free later, we'll go toast Taoist Huada as an apology. Xiao Hua smiled and nodded slightly. Today, he was the one who was rude first. Toasting with him was nothing. Unfortunately, Hong Songzi and Xiao Hua still didn't expect that before they started to move. Taoist Huada's side moved again. They heard a slightly fat cultivator say, "Fellow Taoist Huada, you haven't come here for 1,000 years. This old man also hasn't seen fellow Taoist for several hundred years. We've endured humiliation for so many years and the younger generation of hidden immortal continent has also risen. To be honest, not to mention the golden core disciples who came to this banquet today, I'm also not familiar with many of these nascent soul cultivators. Why don't we let them report their names one by one? First, everyone knows each other. Second, it'll be easier to take care of each other in the future." Good. Taoist Huada nodded and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Jin Su is right. Although this old man has sent an invitation, as long as you're a nascent soul cultivator of my Tao sect, you can come to the banquet. Since everyone is a Tao sect disciple, it's reasonable to know each other. With that, Taoist Huada raised his head with a smile, but the direction he was looking at was not Xiaohua. Junior Zhang Cheng, from the Chu Yun Pavilion in Yen Province. I just had a baby 200 years ago. Now my Taoist name is Ji Chengzi. Following Taoist Huada's gaze, a very handsome cultivator stood up, holding a glass of wine in his hand, and said respectfully, "That year, Junior also met Senior Huada on Yaotai Mountain. I was also deeply impressed by Senior's demeanor. Now that Junior has also cultivated to the nascent soul stage, I dare not say what I can do for my Tao sect. I only hope that Junior can be lucky enough to win the lot of the state preceptor and open a paradise for my Tao sect disciples." Junior salutes Senior Huada. With that, Ji Chengzi raised his glass and drank it. Good, the old man is very happy that the little boy has become a great talent. Taoist Huada was overjoyed. He raised his glass and drank it and said, "This old man also wishes you success and become a pillar of my Tao sect." Chapter 3586. Soon after, a few nascent soul cultivators stood up and respectfully reported their names. They complimented Taoist Huada and offered him a cup of spirit wine. Taoist Huada seemed to be very happy and didn't refuse anyone. He downed all the cups in one go. After a few cups, Fire Virtue Taoist's face was slightly red, as if he couldn't handle the alcohol. When Fire Virtue Taoist's gaze fell on Xiaohua, his eyes showed a trace of a smile. He unexpectedly raised his hand and asked, "Fellow Taoist, you really look unfamiliar. May I know which cave you're cultivating in?" "I am Xiaohua." Xiaohua stood up and said, "I'm currently cultivating in Yu Province's Black Wind Ridge." "Yu Province?" Fire Virtue Taoist slightly tilted his head and frowned. "I don't have many opportunities to go to Yu Province. I remember that 600 years ago, I was invited by fellow Taoist Zhen Hong to his fish sword cave. At that time, fellow Taoist Zhen Hong also invited fellow Taoists to Yu Province to welcome me. I don't seem to have seen fellow Taoist before." "And indeed." Xiaohua nodded. "I've also never seen fellow Taoist Huada." After saying that, Xiaohua was about to sit down. "And?" The fat nascent soul cultivator frowned and said unhappily, "Xiaohua, fellow Taoist Huada is guiding the younger generation. Although you're not familiar with fellow Taoist Huada, now that you've met him, it's inevitable that you won't have time to rely on fellow Taoist Huada in the future. Since you're here, there's no reason not to toast fellow Taoist Huada, right? Others have already toasted, but you didn't. Not to mention that your etiquette is not complete. How will others see you?" Xiaohua smiled and pointed at the table in front of him. He asked, "Then fellow Taoist, please help me see which cup of wine I should toast." Naturally, it's the wine of apology. The cultivator next to him was unhappy, as if he was covering for Xiaohua. He said, "Others all have one cup, you can toast 3 cups. It's also an apology for your rudeness." Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao. Hong Songzi, who was at the side, hurriedly took his wine cup and jade pot, and said with a smile, "You're not familiar with the other fellow Taoists, so how about this humble Taoist toast with you?" Xiaohua was also unable to discern the true intentions of that slightly plump cultivator. However, since Hong Songzi had stood up, it wouldn't be good for him to embarrass him. He nodded and said, "Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist." With that, Xiaohua was about to leave, but at this moment, Taoist Huada let out a cold snort. The entire cave became a lot colder. He slowly said, "This old man naturally dares to drink other people's wine. However, this old man doesn't dare to drink fellow immortal Zhao's wine." Fellow immortal? Taoist Huada's words shocked all the cultivators attending the banquet. After all, Taoist cultivators usually addressed each other as fellow Taoist. Fellow immortal was usually addressed by Confucian cultivators, Taoist cultivators, or Buddhist cultivators. Could it be that this Xiaohua isn't a Tao cultivator? In an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with resentment. All of their divine senses swept toward Xiaohua, as if they wanted to see through Xiaohua's true colors. Xiaohua was stunned. He raised his head and stared at Taoist Huada for a moment. He frowned and said, Daoist Huada, what do you mean by this? Nothing. Daoist Huada raised his hand and poured another mouthful of dark red wine into his mouth. His slightly red face became even redder. Daoist Huada opened his mouth and blew out a small flame. He let out a long breath and said, although this old man rarely goes to Yu province, I'm quite familiar with Yuzhou's nascent soul cultivators and late gold core cultivators. After fellow Taoist Zhan Hong died, he sent this old man a secret talisman and mentioned the methods of Confucian cultivators. He suspected that the Immortal Palace was training Taoist cultivators somewhere in Yu province. This plan has been carried out for tens of thousands of years, but for various reasons, it hasn't been successful. After this old man received the secret talisman, I investigated it but couldn't find anything. However, after seeing fellow Immortal Xiao today, this old man suddenly became vigilant. Ah! He's a Confucian cultivator's spy? Several people near Xiao Hua were shocked. Even Hong Songzi and Taoist Yuanqing's expression changed. Several people hurriedly retreated, as if they were afraid of coming into contact with Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua sneered, the hidden immortal continent is vast. Yu province is one of the 9 provinces. There are many cultivators in Yu province. Do you know them all? Have you seen Taoist Master Qing Su from before? At this point, how could Xiao Hua not know what Taoist Huada was thinking? Taoist Huada didn't care about his earliest rudeness. After all, this was Taoist Huada's banquet. No matter what, he had to have a bearing. Taoist Master Qing Su didn't care about Taoist Huada's face and revealed some secrets. Moreover, these secrets seemed to be true. It was inconvenient for Taoist Huada to make a move. He didn't even have the ability to stop Taoist Master Qing Su from leaving. Taoist Huada's face and prestige had been damaged a lot. Although no one would talk loudly at this banquet, there would be sound transmissions. Afterwards, discussions and rumors would appear. This had an extremely bad influence on Taoist Huada. If Taoist Huada wanted to save this face, he had to do it before the banquet. Xiao Hua, this originally indifferent and impolite cultivator, became the target of Taoist Huada to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. As for Taoist Huada's blushing face, perhaps it was a kind of backup plan. If Xiao Hua had some background, he could use drunkenness as a cover. Others might somewhat understand, but Taoist Huada's words were very reasonable. Looking at the cultivators in the Immortal's cave, which one of them didn't call their friends? Which one of them didn't greet the cultivators in the Immortal's cave? Which one of them sat down and stared blankly like Xiao Hua? Even Hong Songzi was very hesitant at this time. He was also suspicious. Xiao Hua was a gentleman. Naturally, he wouldn't point out Taoist Huada's filthy heart in front of everyone. He could only beat around the bush and point out Taoist Master Qing Su, telling Taoist Huada not to bully people too much. Unfortunately, Taoist Huada sneered. A little junior dares to climb up to a late Yuanying stage senior? That Taoist Master Qing Su is 1 step away from the 5th level of Yuanqi. How could he be a Confucian cultivator's spy? You have no background. It's like you jumped out of a stone. If I don't suspect you, how can I suspect Taoist Master Qing Su? Taoist Yu Feng, you're the state preceptor of Liao State in Yu province. You should be familiar with all the Taoist cultivators in Yu province. Have you seen this Xiao Hua? Or have you heard of him? Following Taoist Huada's greeting, a thin early Yuanying stage cultivator hastily stood up. He looked Xiao Hua up and down, then shook his head and said, the Taoist cultivators in my Yu province can't compare to other provinces. We've always been very few. When Senior Zhenhong was alive, there were only 37 Yuanying cultivators. After Senior Zhenhong fell, there were only 36. I was the youngest. I have never heard of him. Moreover, in the past 300 years, there hasn't been a Taoist cultivator's celestial phenomenon of pregnancy. This Xiao Hua, I have indeed never seen him before. What else do you have to say? Taoist Huaide said with a smile. Although I'm very familiar with the Confucian cultivator Kong Honggu, it's also an improper scheme. I've endured humiliation for the sake of my Confucian cultivator. How can I be like you? Although I'm a Taoist cultivator, my heart is that of a Confucian cultivator. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He looked at Taoist Huada and then at the so-called Taoist Yu Feng. He said faintly, Taoist Huada, others might be interested in what you're thinking, but I don't want to know. I'm thinking you don't know, and you can't possibly know. With your background, I'm afraid. Everyone knows what I'm thinking. If I were a Confucian cultivator, you would have already made your move, right? Why say so much? Oh, I'm wrong. If I were a Confucian cultivator, you would have already licked my toes. Bastard! Taoist Huada was furious. The flames around his body flourished, and a late nascent soul cultivator's pressure soared into the sky. In particular, a nascent soul hand that was several zhong in size slapped out from the top of Taoist Huada's head. The nascent soul hand was as solid as jade, and within it, there were faint traces of fire. As soon as it appeared, it carried a pressure that enveloped Xiao Hua for several zhong. Not to mention Xiao Hua, even the hesitant Hong Songzi, Taoist Yuan Qing, and the other nascent soul cultivators were all trembling. Several early nascent soul cultivators' legs were trembling, and they hurriedly released their pressure to resist with all their might. Xiao Hua's eyes also flashed with flames. The instant the flames around Taoist Huada's body flickered, Xiao Hua's heart was slightly moved. He was currently cultivating the 5 Qis unifications, and the crimson heart of heaven corresponded to the fire Qi. A cultivator's heart contained fire. Xiao Hua also experienced the test of the fire Qi in the 5 brocade cloud painting. If Xiao Hua stimulated the fire Qi at this moment, and then attacked with external fire, Xiao Hua could imagine Taoist Huada's sorry state. Xiao Hua even believed that his pincer attack would cause Taoist Huada to burn himself. However, this thought only lasted for a moment. Xiao Hua's use of a Confucian cultivator's technique would make him lose his tongue. Moreover, Taoist Huada was a Taoist nascent soul cultivator. If he killed Taoist Huada in front of everyone, it would be breaking off relations with the Taoist sect. How could Xiao Hua do that? Thus, Xiao Hua smiled coldly and slapped his hand on top of his head. Boom! Like a surging tide, a pressure comparable to a late nascent soul cultivator was born. At the same time, a golden hand similar in size to Taoist Huada's nascent soul cultivator's hand appeared out of thin air. It really grabbed the incoming fiery nascent soul cultivator's hand. Ah! All the cultivators were stunned. In a moment of astonishment, everyone immediately released their pressure and formed hand seals to prepare to protect themselves. However, they were still too slow. Boom! With a loud sound, the pressure of the 2 cultivators collided first. A huge whirlwind was born from the void. All of a sudden, the table and other things between Xiao Hua and Taoist Huada were swept up. A few cultivators who were caught off guard were also swept up. Not only once. Rumble! Like a thunderclap, the 2 big hands above the whirlwind clasped together. The fiery hand that made the cultivators feel unparalleled in the world first shone brilliantly, then trembled rapidly. In just a few breaths, it was immediately crushed. It turned into hundreds of firebirds scattered in the air. How is this possible? A group of early nascent soul and mid-nascent soul cultivators in the distance turned pale with fright. The sign of a nascent soul cultivator's defeat is collapse. How could it be crushed? Unless the opponent's strength is far beyond. Could it be? Could it be? Chapter 3587. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the majestic Xiao Hua who was floating in the air. His fire virtue Taoist was even more shocked. When the pressure collided, he sucked in a breath of cold air. His nascent soul trembled slightly. When a powerful magic power surged over, without waiting for him to activate his magic power, that magic power had already crushed his nascent soul's hand. Under the backlash of the magic power, a mouthful of essence blood flowed up. I am Taoist Master Xiao. How can you taint my foundation? Erecting a bloodsteel in Seven Suns Temple, killing State Preceptor in Black Wind Ridge, killing Prime Minister's father in front of Jade Mountain. If you weren't a friend of Taoist, would you have already offered your head as a sacrifice? Xiao Hua arrogantly flew into the air. His gaze was like a knife, sweeping past fire virtue Taoist. Then, without turning into a rainbow, he slowly flew out. Xiao Hua flew extremely slowly, but his aura was like a rainbow. Not to mention the nascent soul cultivators were dumbfounded, not daring to speak. Even fire virtue Taoist's gaze flickered. Although his natal magic treasure and nascent soul were already prepared, he still didn't dare to move. That move of Xiao Hua's earlier had truly intimidated him. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Hua was at the upper stage of the 4th grade of essence energy and had the strength of the lower stage of the 5th grade of essence energy, How could he possibly injure him in one move? He couldn't be sure if Xiaohua would still be able to keep his life after he used his magic treasure. Taoist. Taoist Master Xiaohua. I know, it's Xiaohua. Bronze Pillar states Xiaohua. Taoist Master Yu Feng, who had long been hiding in the distance, suddenly seemed to wake up. He cried out ecstatically, "The world's Taoist sects have long declined. Today, the hidden immortal Taoist gate opens. With me, Xiaohua, in the world, you dare to let your disciples be bullied? Such arrogant words are actually true. Could it be? Bronze Pillar states state preceptor and prime minister's father were killed by you? Unfortunately, why would Xiaohua care about them? His figure flew out of the cave and disappeared. Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Hong Songzi called out, but he hesitated again. If he were to chase after Xiaohua now, he would be going against Taoist Huada. He knew Taoist Huada inside out, but he wasn't particularly familiar with Xiaohua. Hong Songzi was helpless. He looked at Taoist Yuan Qing. The two of them exchanged glances, then sat back down. They had brought Xiaohua here, so Taoist Huada would definitely ask about it. They could only wait and see. Taoist Master Yu Feng, what's going on with this Xiaohua? Hong Songzi and the others were afraid of Huada Zhenren. Naturally, they were not afraid of Huada Zhenren. Taoist Master Yu Feng was somewhat proud and somewhat regretful. He glanced at Taoist Master Huada, then at the several cultivators who were questioning him. Not daring to offend anyone, he could only smile apologetically and say, "Fellow Taoists, it's actually just some rumors. I can't be sure, so I didn't think of it earlier. The world's Taoist sects have long declined. Today, the hidden immortal Taoist gate opens. With me, Xiaohua, in this world, you dare to let your disciples be bullied?" A cultivator with a grave and stern expression said coldly, "Your tone is too big. Even a 7th-level essence energy cultivator wouldn't dare to say such a thing. This guy actually dares to talk nonsense?" Speaking up to hear, that cultivator's face suddenly revealed a strange expression. He shouted loudly, however, "I like it. Damn it, how come I didn't think of such a good word? Come, old brother Feng, let's drink a big cup of wine. Taoist Master Chu is in a good mood. This old man will accompany you in a cup. This Xiaohua is called Taoist Master Xiao. His arrogance is actually on par with yours." That cultivator called Taoist Master Feng scooped up his cup and raised his foot to drink with Taoist Master Chu. Unexpectedly, he didn't put Taoist Master Huada in his eyes. Then he looked at Taoist Master Yu Feng. "Yu Feng, quickly tell us everything you know." "Damn it, it's been a long time since I was this happy." "Yes, 2 seniors." Taoist Master Yu Feng smiled bitterly. In his heart, he somewhat regretted speaking too much just now. At this moment, how could Xiaohua be as arrogant as Taoist Master Chu thought? In his heart, he really was somewhat angry. Ignorant man. Xiaohua was still flying in the air, still cursing himself. "You really ruined my important matter." This Xiao still wanted to hide a bit of my cultivation, so as not to let those Confucian cultivators notice. Although the matter of the Copper Pillar State was not small, it was still a matter of the country. Lang Qingga and the others were only at the lower 4th level of essence energy. Even if some high-level Confucian cultivators knew, they wouldn't pay too much attention. I only needed to pass this Jade Pavilion gathering, then accumulate strength. After 10 years, 100 years later, those high-level Confucian cultivators would notice me again. I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to do anything to me. But now, this damned Taoist Master Huada completely messed up. In the future, this Xiao will be hunted down by Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua was somewhat upset. Yes, Xiaohua had been carefully hiding his cultivation since he started refining qi, fearing that something would go wrong. This kind of careful action was related to his temperament of not liking to show off, but also related to his situation being different from other cultivators. After so many years, he had almost gotten used to it. Although he set up a blood steal in the Copper Pillar State, he still planned to quietly develop his power like before, without attracting the attention of others. By the time others noticed, he would have fully grown his wings, and others would no longer be able to make things difficult for him. Unfortunately, the development of the matter had already exceeded his expectations. As early as when he killed Lang Qingga and obtained the 5 Qis unifications, He had already buried a hidden danger. Now, Taoist Master Huada had only uncovered this hidden danger ahead of time. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. After I take the Imperial Teacher sign and return to the Black Cloud Ridge, I'll discuss it with Li Xiang. Xiao Hua was somewhat at his wit's end. He could only give up for now. At this time, Xiao Hua had already flown out of the Immortal's cave. Turning his head, he didn't see a single cultivator chasing after him, not even a strand of divine sense. Humph! Xiao Hua sneered, urging his figure to fly out of the cave. After flying for a while, Xiao Hua saw many cultivators coming towards him. Some entered secluded rooms, but even more people flew towards a fork in the road. Xiao Hua had always kept a respectful distance from the fork in the road. When he flew in earlier, he didn't look at it. Seeing that it was very lively and his divine sense couldn't penetrate it, Xiao Hua stood still and beckoned to a gold-core old man, "Come here." That gold-core old man was stunned. Although he couldn't see Xiao Hua's cultivation, he could hear that Xiao Hua's tone was somewhat unfriendly. He hurriedly flew over and bowed. Junior Jin Hong greets Senior. Does Senior have any instructions? What's in front? Why is it so lively? Xiao Hua pointed at the place Jin Hong wanted to go and asked. Hearing this, Jin Hong hurriedly smiled and said, "Reporting to Senior, in front is the trade fair. Today is the last day. If we want to use it when we enter the Jade Mountain 3 days later, we must find it today. Therefore most of the fellow Taoists have come today." "Oh, I know. You can go." Xiao Hua nodded and waved his hand, indicating that cultivator to leave. The gold core cultivator bowed and left. Xiao Hua looked at the cave in the distance and urged his figure to leave. After all, he didn't lack anything now. Those who came to the Jade Mountain were all gold core and nascent soul cultivators. With their insight, they wouldn't take out something too good for Xiao Hua to take advantage of. Xiao Hua was too lazy to go over. However, when Xiao Hua just flew a few meters, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. "Taoist Xiao, aren't you going to the trade fair to take a look?" "Sir." Xiao Hua frowned. Standing in the air, he turned his head to look. It was Taoist Qing Su who left Taoist Huada's banquet before him. After seeing clearly, Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, "So it was Taoist Qing Su. I thought Taoist had already left. I didn't expect you to still be here." Hee hee. Taoist Qing Su flew to Xiao Hua's side and said with a smile, "It's just Taoist Huada, I don't fear him. However, it's good that I didn't leave. Otherwise, how could I see Taoist Xiao defeating Taoist Huada with one palm? Taoist Xiao really hid his strength well." "Hee hee, I wouldn't dare." Xiao Hua smiled. Taoist Huada was angry out of humiliation and wanted to vent his anger on others. "I only took the blame for someone else. Ha ha ha. It's all I's fault. I actually let Taoist Xiao take the blame." Taoist Qing Su laughed heartily. He raised his hand and said, "Taoist Xiao, please. We'll go to the trade fair. You pick something and I'll apologize to you." "No need." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "I also feel uncomfortable looking at Taoist Huada. You taught him a good lesson. I just casually taught him a lesson." "Hee hee, Taoist Xiao, do you feel that I's heart isn't sincere enough? Or do you feel that there isn't anything you like in this trade fair?" Taoist Qing Su said with a smile. "How about I take out my Chenkuan bag?" "All right." Xiao Hua's heart moved. He thought of something and said with a nod, "Since you're so sincere, I'll accompany you. Please." Taoist Qing Su smiled and raised his hand. Xiao Hua followed Taoist Qing Su into the immortal cave. While flying, Taoist Qing Su also withdrew his pressure. The others also looked similar to Xiao Hua. After flying into the immortal cave, Xiao Hua glanced around. The entire immortal cave was a bit smaller than Taoist Huada's. However, the advantage was that the two immortal caves were connected together. It was quite spacious. At this moment, there were already quite a few people in the immortal cave. However, these people were still rather sparse. After all, this wasn't a large-scale trade fair. "Taoist Xiao, where should we start?" Taoist Qing Su asked softly as he saw Xiao Hua land. Xiao Hua casually pointed and said, "Let's start from here." "Here." Taoist Qing Su was slightly stunned. These are items used by Jindan cultivators, right?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Nothing, please." Taoist Qing Su smiled without saying anything and followed behind Xiao Hua. It was just like the trade fair at midnight in Century City. In just a moment, Taoist Qing Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Hua was like an old lady buying vegetables in the market. He was interested in everything he saw and would ask about it, but he just didn't buy it. How could he be a fourth-level elemental energy grandmaster? However, Taoist Qing Su couldn't tell whether Xiao Hua was doing it intentionally or not. He could only restrain his temper and accompany him. Unfortunately, after another incense stick of time, Xiao Hua still didn't sell anything. He was really shopping. Chapter 3588. After watching from the side for a long time, Master Qing Su finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Master Xiao, if you're interested, just release your divine sense. Not to mention one stall, even 10 stalls can be seen at once. Why do you have to ask them one by one? If you're not a fish, how can you know the joy of a fish?" Xiao Hua disdained. Indeed, he couldn't happily stroll around the trade fair with Master Qing Su. All right. Master Qing Su nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Xiao Hua glanced at Master Qing Su. He also couldn't figure out what this cultivator meant. When Xiao Hua glanced sideways at Taoist Master Qing Su, he saw some jade bottles on the table in front of a golden core cultivator. Below the jade bottles, there were a few joints. These bones couldn't be easily seen by divine sense. This was also the reason why Xiao Hua carefully checked each stall. "Fellow Taoist, please." Xiao Hua walked to the cultivator's table and cupped his hands. That golden core cultivator glanced at Xiao Hua and Master Qing Su behind him. He couldn't see through Xiao Hua's cultivation. Xiao Hua's temperament was gentle like jade, making the cultivator feel that his cultivation was similar to his own. However, Master Qing Su beside Xiao Hua was different. Although he couldn't see through his cultivation, Master Qing Su's eyes were like lightning and his aura was like a king. The golden core cultivator immediately felt that Master Qing Su was hiding something. If Master Qing Su was like this, how could Xiao Hua in front of him be inferior? That golden core cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly stood up and bowed, "I don't dare. May I know which item Senior likes?" Xiao Hua originally wanted to loosen the reins only to grasp them better. Now, this jade bottle didn't need to be looked at. It must be some medicine for injuries. This kind of thing was meaningless to nascent soul cultivators. If Xiao Hua asked again, it would only make it more conspicuous. Forget it. Xiao Hua reached out and pulled the jade bottle away. He picked up the bones below and asked, "Where did you get this thing? How do you want to exchange it?" This thing? The golden core cultivator was stunned, and so was Taoist Master Qing Su. After all, on the golden core cultivator's table, apart from some jade bottles, there were also a few pieces of refining materials. Taoist Master Qing Su did not think that these bones were of any use. The golden core cultivator's face was slightly red as he hurriedly said, "Senior, I picked these up from the reef when I was traveling in the South Sea. When I took out the jade bottle from my small Chenkuan bag, I poured them all out and didn't have time to clean them up. If Senior wants it, feel free to take it." All right. Xiao Hua didn't hold back. With a flip of his hand, his knuckles disappeared. Then, he raised his hand again and took out a jade bottle. He said, "This is the mysterious Een pill. It's the best for consolidating one's spiritual sense. It's suitable for golden core cultivators." Many thanks, Senior." The golden core cultivator was overjoyed. He reached out to receive the jade bottle and stammered his thanks. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "If you can tell this old man the location of the reef, that would be even better." Of course. The golden core cultivator hurriedly put away the jade bottle. After thinking for a while, he took out a jade pen and wrote something on it. Then, he respectfully handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took it and nodded. He put it away and walked to another place. Spiritual Master Qing Su followed for a while. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Spiritual Master Xiao, what's the use of these bones?" "Nothing." Xiao Hua said indifferently. "This Xiao likes strange things. Who knows if there's some big secret hidden inside?" Spiritual Master Qing Su naturally knew that Xiao Hua wasn't telling the truth. He smacked his lips and was about to ask more when he saw Xiaohua quicken his pace and rush to another jade table. Xiaohua's gaze once again fell on a very inconspicuous material. After another half an incense stick's worth of time, Xiaohua had visited many stalls and bought many things. Taoist Master Qing Su, who was at the side, saw clearly that Xiaohua was buying things that others didn't want. Even with his own eyes, he couldn't see the purpose of these things. Damn it, this Xiaohua is really strange. Spiritual Master Qing Su muttered. What does he mean? Could it be that these things are all treasures? But why can't this old man see them? Just as Taoist Master Qing Su was thinking, the cave entrance became noisy again. Xiaohua and Taoist Master Qing Su turned to look and saw that there were actually quite a few nascent soul cultivators at the entrance of the cave. Their faces were filled with excitement as they walked towards the other side of the cave while whispering in low voices. Oh, aren't these cultivators attending the banquet in Spiritual Master Huada's cave? Spiritual Master Qing Su asked curiously. Didn't that guy say that he would hold a trade fair after the banquet? Xiaohua sneered. He wanted to, but I'm afraid he wouldn't have the face to do it again. Hee, it's true. Spiritual Master Qing Su laughed. He looked around and suddenly transmitted his voice. Spiritual Master Xiao, I've been following you for a long time. To be honest, I want to talk to you about something. So you want to talk about something? Xiaohua smiled and transmitted his voice. This Xiao thought you were going to pay for this Xiao. Hee, paying the bill is not a problem. As long as fellow Taoist Xiao likes it, this one will definitely buy it. Spiritual Master Qing Su smiled. What I said earlier also counts. I don't need you to pay for this Xiao. Xiaohua stopped and looked at Spiritual Master Qing Su. You only need to answer one, or two questions. If it involves secrets, can I choose not to answer? Of course. Xiaohua nodded. But rest assured, fellow Taoist, I won't make things difficult for you. That's good. Fellow Taoist, please speak. Do you know about heavenly soul, earthly soul, and mortal essence? Heavenly soul, earthly soul, and mortal essence. Spiritual Master Qing Su was obviously stunned. He shook his head naturally. I have never heard of it. Oh, then forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand. This thing was one of the things that Xueqi used to cultivate his scattered soul. Since Spiritual Master Qing Su didn't know about it, he probably didn't know about the other rare things either. What about the other question? Spiritual Master Qing Su was somewhat unwilling and transmitted his voice again. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and smiled. The second question is, where are the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and mortal essence? Hee. Spiritual Master Qing Su slapped his forehead and laughed. This old man shouldn't have asked. However, what's the use of this thing? Where did fellow Taoist Xiao learn about it? If this old man knew, perhaps I could help you. Xiaohua raised his foot and walked forward again. He said, if fellow Taoist doesn't know, then forget it. There's no need for fellow Taoist to worry about what this thing is for. Fellow Taoist, perhaps you don't know. Even if I don't, I can help you ask. Even if fellow Taoist wants to know something else, I can still help you. Spiritual Master Qing Su hurriedly transmitted his voice again. Xiaohua didn't understand. He smiled and said, what do you mean, fellow Taoist? Spiritual Master Qing Su also smiled and said, could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao has already forgotten what I said at Spiritual Master Huada's banquet? What did fellow Taoist say at the banquet? Xiaohua looked at Spiritual Master Qing Su thoughtfully, as if he was recalling what Spiritual Master Qing Su said just now. Seeing that Xiaohua was pretending to be deaf and mute, Spiritual Master Qing Su smiled and said, Spiritual Master Xiao, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Let this old man ask you, fellow Taoist, have you met any Taoist seniors above the 5th stage of origin power? Or perhaps, fellow Taoist's master. Fellow Taoist, there's no need to worry about my master. Xiaohua's tone was somewhat cold. Spiritual Master Xiao, please don't misunderstand. Spiritual Master Qing Su hurriedly explained. I have never doubted fellow Taoist's identity as a Taoist cultivator. Moreover, I also believe that fellow Taoist doesn't have any relationship with Confucian cultivators. What I mean is, fellow Taoist's tone is rather arrogant. You actually dare to say establish a Taoist sect. However, Fellow Taoist, don't you feel that your strength is simply insufficient to establish a Taoist sect? Look at the cultivators in this cave. Perhaps each of them isn't fellow Taoist's match, but if they join forces, they're enough to kill fellow Taoist, right? Since that's the case, why don't they dare to establish a Taoist sect? Why do they still want to come to Yaotai Mountain? Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes. He seemed to understand what spiritual master Qing Su wanted to say. Fellow Taoist spirit in establishing our Taoist sect is commendable. Moreover, fellow Taoist's cultivation is also truly outstanding. Someone as handsome as fellow Taoist is the hope of our Taoist sect in hidden immortal continent. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't stop him, spiritual master Qing Su transmitted his voice. However, fellow Taoist must understand that reviving the Taoist sect isn't the work of a single person. Thousands upon thousands of Taoist sect disciples sacrifice their lives for the Taoist sect's existence in hidden immortal continent today. It's also because of the Taoist sect's senior sacrifice over the past tens of thousands of years that you and I are talking in this cave right now. We Taoist sect cultivators should work together and unite with each other. Only then will we be able to stand out. Unfortunately, the Taoist sect seniors have all withered away. There aren't many who can protect us anymore. It's time for us to walk in front of others. However, when walking in front of others, we need to have a strategy. We also need to protect ourselves first. For someone like fellow Taoist who speaks arrogant words as soon as he appears, I'm afraid he won't live for long. In I's opinion, it's better for fellow Taoist to find a Taoist sect senior who can protect you as soon as possible. Seeing that spiritual master Qing Su first talked about establishing the Taoist sect and said that cultivators should unite, Xiaohua agreed from the bottom of his heart. However, when spiritual master Qing Su changed the topic and talked about the protection of the Taoist sect seniors, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel disgusted. Ever since Xiaohua started cultivating, he didn't dare to say that he didn't receive any protection. However, how many of the seniors who cared about him sincerely protected him? Many of them had ulterior motives, such as helplessness and affection, and very few of them. Fellow Taoist means, without the seniors' protection, we're helpless? Can we possibly be killed by Confucian cultivators? Xiaohua asked indifferently. Spiritual master Qing Su's growth was different from Xiaohua's, so he naturally didn't understand what Xiaohua was thinking. However, he also heard the other meaning in Xiaohua's tone. Knowing that Xiaohua had misunderstood, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "That's not the case. If we were all under seniors' protection, we wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the 4th grade of origin energy." Spiritual master Qing Su, if you have something to say, just say it. We've all lived for thousands of years. What haven't we seen? Why beat around the bush? Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. Chapter 3589. Taoist Master Qing Su sighed and looked around again. He had some misgivings and transmitted his voice in a low voice. "All right, I actually came to look for other Taoists. I didn't expect to meet Taoist Xiao. Moreover, I'm not familiar with Taoist Xiao, so I was overly cautious. Please forgive me." And Xiaohua nodded. "No matter what, I'm a Taoist cultivator. If you have something to say, you can say it directly." "Does Taoist Xiao know about Grand Mist Ancestor?" Taoist Master Qing Su asked in a low voice with a respectful expression. Xiaohua was at a loss and shook his head slightly. "I've never heard of him." Taoist Master Qing Su was startled. He looked at Xiaohua from head to toe as if he didn't believe what Xiaohua said. Xiaohua's heart thumped. He knew that the person Taoist Master Qing Su was talking about must be an extremely famous Taoist senior on the hidden immortal continent. However, he didn't explain and just looked straight at Taoist Master Qing Su. Hee. Taoist Master Qing Su laughed when he saw Xiaohua looking at him. He said in a low voice, "Taoist Xiao really knows how to joke. Since you've heard this name, you must already know why I'm here." "Oh." Xiaohua's tone was vague and non-committal. "I can reveal a piece of information to Taoist Xiao. Ancestor has already escaped." Taoist Master Qing Su's face was full of mystery. "Ah." Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and was very surprised. Actually, how would he know who Grand Mist Ancestor was? Where did he escape from? You didn't expect it, right? Taoist Master Qing Su's face was full of pride. Ancestor actually came out alive from the Buddhist, Confucian, and demon seals. In the future, we'll all have someone to rely on. Taoist Xiao, establishing the Taoist sect, isn't something you can do alone. It's also not something a 4th grade Essence Qi disciple like you can do. As long as you rely on ancestor, no, it can't be called relying on ancestor. As long as you act according to ancestor's arrangements, the entire hidden immortal continent of our Taoist sect is just a chessboard. With ancestor's approval, our Taoist sect will definitely regain its glory. Boom. Taoist Master Qing Su's words were like a thunderbolt that struck Xiao Hua. He instantly thought of the voice in the West Sea. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua probed, "Fellow Taoist, that is Mahavairocana's Buddhist edict? Also, with so many seals, how did the old ancestor get out? So what if there are more seals?" Taoist Master Qing Su said proudly, "Ancestor Primordial Mist's cultivation is profound. Even if he was imprisoned by a demon formation, protected by the yin-yang illustration mirror, and suppressed by the Mahavairocana Buddha's edict, he could still escape." Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood who was released from the eye of the West Sea when he had just arrived at the hidden immortal continent. Then again, thinking about the Grand Mist ancestor's ruthlessness when he had tried to escape, Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. Perhaps the Grand Mist ancestor was powerless to bring him out, or perhaps he had been suppressed for who knows how many years and longed for freedom, but he couldn't just leave him in the eye of the sea, right? What benefits would he get from following such a Taoist senior? Moreover, according to Taoist Master Qing Su, the Grand Mist ancestor still didn't know how to play up the story of his escape. Therefore, Huang Xiaolong was definitely not a character in the Grand Mist ancestor's story. If Huang Xiaolong appeared in front of the Grand Mist ancestor, how would the Grand Mist ancestor deal with him? Forget it. Xiao Hua's mouth was bitter. He didn't dare to put his life in the hands of others. Since fellow Taoist knows about the Grand Mist ancestor, then the matter fellow Taoist asked just now, he must also know about it. Taoist Master Qing Su saw the change in Xiao Hua's expression and thought that Xiao Hua was pondering. He took the opportunity to say, "I will immediately tell fellow Taoist once I have the results. Of course, if the ancestor has these things, he will certainly bestow them to you. Don't worry, the ancestor is very fond of disciples like you and me, who are at the upper 4th grade of Essence Force." Xiao Hua's eyes turned slightly and he had a plan in his heart. After all, the Grand Mist ancestor had only seen his face and didn't know his name. It would be fine if he didn't meet with him in the future. Moreover, an acquaintance might not be able to see through a person's nature. Perhaps he should observe for a while longer. After all, this Grand Mist ancestor was a Taoist senior, and even if he was a heartless person, it would be a good thing if he could help Huang Xiaolong support the Taoist sect. And then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist with this matter. Xiao Hua nodded. Taoist Master Qing Su was overjoyed and transmitted his voice. Obtaining fellow Taoist Zhao's favor is comparable to Taoist Hua Dai and the other two. I's trip was not in vain. Haha, fellow Taoist Master Qing Su, there's no need for this. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Whether it's fellow Taoist, I, or even the Grand Mist ancestor, we are all Taoist cultivators. When facing Confucian cultivators, we should all stand together. Well said. Taoist Master Qing Su nodded. After the Jadestige meeting, I will immediately report to the ancestor and ask him to send someone to receive fellow Taoist. Receive. Xiao Hua frowned and shook his head slightly. Fellow Taoist Master Qing Su wants me to meet the ancestor and personally pledge my loyalty? Yes. Taoist Master Qing Su said with a smile. Our Taoist sect uses very few resources on the hidden immortal continent. If fellow Taoist doesn't pledge your loyalty to the ancestor, how can the ancestor be at ease? Then forget it. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. I don't intend to pledge my loyalty to anyone, no matter what their cultivation is. Taoist Master Qing Su hurriedly whispered. Taoist Master Xiao, it's better to speak less of such arrogant words. The ancestor doesn't like it. Fellow Taoist, please, just pretend you never saw me. Xiao Hua raised his hand and gestured. Taoist Master Qing Su hesitated for a moment and said with a bitter smile, with fellow Taoist's temper, I really don't know how you manage to cultivate to the late stage of nascent soul. I have a Taoist heart, a Taoist foundation, and even more a lofty character. Xiao Hua said proudly, I also have a great ambition to establish my Taoist sect. Even the heavenly Tao will help me. All right. Taoist Master Qing Su thought for a moment and said, I will report this matter to the ancestor. However, I don't know how the ancestor will answer or how to deal with fellow Taoists' matter. Of course, fellow Taoist can rest assured. No matter what, fellow Taoist Xiao is still a disciple of our Taoist sect. Even if fellow Taoist isn't used by the ancestor will only help him and definitely won't make things difficult for him. I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. Also pass my greetings to the ancestor. I also hope that he can lead the Taoist sect cultivators to stand at the peak of the hidden immortal continent. All right, I will take my leave now. Taoist Master Qing Su flipped his hand and took out a small jade plate. He handed it over to Xiao Hua and said, This is I's communication jade image. If fellow Taoist has any matters, feel free to look for me. Communication jade image? Xiao Hua received it very curiously. This was also refined by the ancestor. It's an ancient communication technique. Fellow Taoist only needs to activate your magic power and you will know the secret inside. Taoist Master Qing Su smiled slightly. Xiao Hua's eyes turned and he said with a smile, Fellow Taoist seems to have promised to give me a magic treasure just now, right? Taoist Master Qing Su blinked his eyes and replied, Is that so? Did this old man promise? What do you want? Give me the jade slip to refine this item. Xiao Hua said with a smile. You know how to refine tools? Taoist Master Qing Su's eyes lit up. Xiao Hua said with a smile. I know a thing or two. Great. Taoist Master Qing Su clapped his hands and said, There are very few Taoist cultivators in my hidden immortal continent who can refine items. With Taoist Master Zhao's help, great things can be done. All right. I will make a deal with fellow Taoist. You can also say that I am making a deal with the ancestor. Xiao Hua said with a smile. I can refine items for the ancestor, but all the materials will be provided by the ancestor. My reward is that the ancestor must protect my safety. Moreover, I want 20% of the materials used to refine the items. Haha, I don't dare to agree to this. Moreover, I don't have the jade slip to refine the communication jade image. Let me return and ask the ancestor first. However, fellow Taoist, don't worry, the ancestor should agree. Taoist Master Qing Su seemed to be very happy. Xiao Hua nodded and put away the communication jade image. He cupped his hands and said, I believe fellow Taoist can send messages to me through this communication jade image. Now, I won't delay fellow Taoist's great cause of revival. Farewell. Farewell. Taoist Master Qing Su smiled and cupped his hands. He watched as Xiao Hua walked towards another stall and haggled with an early Jin Dan cultivator. Then, with a smile on his face, he turned and blended into the crowd and disappeared. Looking at some materials in front of him, Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to what was behind him. Currently, he was somewhat uncertain in his heart. The cooperation with this so-called Grand Mist ancestor was also an impromptu idea. After all, Taoist Master Qing Su was right. Even if he had a whole body of iron, how many nails could he forge? When he could borrow strength, he still needed to borrow strength. Anyway, he was refining items and exchanging with this Grand Mist ancestor. It didn't involve any karma. Fellow Taoist. Just as Xiao Hua was pondering, a slightly hoarse voice sounded in his ear. Have you taken a fancy to this spirit fruit? Oh. Xiao Hua came back to his senses. He was fiddling with a few materials that weren't considered rare, but his hand unconsciously picked up a dark fruit the size of a thumb. Xiao Hua simply picked it up and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist. Seeing this cultivator in front of him, Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. This cultivator wasn't tall and wore a dark blue armor. His face was covered by a helmet and couldn't be seen clearly. However, Xiao Hua had a very familiar feeling from the bottom of his heart. This cultivator wasn't a human. Perhaps I should call you fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua said with a smile. What's this called? What's its use? Ah. The cultivator's voice was slightly surprised, as if he didn't expect Xiao Hua to see through his true appearance. However, seeing that Xiao Hua didn't intend to expose him, he calmed down and explained. This is a snake-eye fruit. It's a commonly used healing item by snake demons in the Thousand Demons sacred territory. It has a miraculous effect on cultivators' injuries. If fellow Taoist wants to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering, it's best to buy a few. In my opinion, it's more useful than your Tao Sec spirit pills. Fellow Taoist is a demon of the Thousand Demons Sacred Territory? Xiaohua looked around and lowered his voice. Since this demon covered his appearance, he obviously had some misgivings. Xiaohua didn't speak loudly. I am indeed a demon of the Thousand Demons Sacred Territory. The demon nodded and calmly admitted. Chapter 3590. I, Xiaohua. Xiaohua said straightforwardly, "Do you have anything else here? As long as it's in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, I want it." The demon was a bit surprised. After thinking for a while, he took out a small Qiankuan bag and handed it to Xiaohua. "Immortal friend, take a look. Is there anything suitable?" Xiaohua took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. There were many strange things inside, and many spirit fruits that he had never seen before. Thus he nodded and said, "Not bad, they are all suitable. How do you want to trade these things? Do you want primeval stones or pills?" "Of course it's primeval stones." The demon was simply overjoyed. Looking at Xiaohua's small Qiankuan bag, he said in a low voice, "Immortal friend Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. Immortal friend can give these things for 50 top-grade primeval stones." Tsk. Xiaohua smacked his lips and shook his head. "Immortal friend, you underestimate me too much. Although I like rare things, I'm not an idiot." The demon smiled embarrassedly. After thinking for a while he said, "Then 40. These things might not be worth it, but I spent a lot of effort to bring them here from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. I have to earn some hard-earned money, right? I'll let it go this time. After all, it's my first time." If it was the Xiaohua of the past, he would probably haggle. However, thinking about the primeval stones in the space, Xiaohua gave up and said generously, "Thank you, immortal friend. Thank you, immortal friend." Even so, the demon was unexpectedly happy. After Xiaohua gave the primeval stones to the demon, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Immortal friend, I'll ask one more question. Did you bring these things from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm yourself?" The demon put away the primeval stones and said with a smile, "My name is Pa. Immortal friend can call me by my name." "What immortal friend? I feel awkward hearing it." "Hee. Then you can also call me Taoist Master Xiao," Xiaohua said with a smile. Pa hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "So it's Taoist Master Xiao. I've been rude." "No need to be so polite." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Currently, nascent soul cultivators are everywhere on this Yaotai mountain, and gold core cultivators are as numerous as dogs. Who am I to you?" As soon as he said this, Pa was stunned for a long time. Then, the armor on his body shook violently, as if he was trying to hold back a smile. After a while, he cupped his hands and said, "Spiritual master is really a master. This one has been enlightened." Let's return to this Zhao's question first," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Perhaps we can have an even bigger deal." Po's eyes lit up as if he had understood something. He hurriedly asked, "What do you mean by that?" "My strength is weak, so it is impossible for me to travel from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm to the hidden immortal continent in such a short period of time. Thus, I contacted some of my fellow clansmen in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. My fellow clansmen are also similar in strength to me. I don't dare to do big things, so I can only do small things. What other good things do you have that you haven't taken out yet?" Xiaohua nodded his head, thought for a moment and asked. Pa knew that Xiaohua was testing him. He hurriedly took out an even smaller Qiankuan bag and handed it over to Xiaohua, saying, "Spiritual Master Xiao, this is all that I have brought this time. Please take a look and see if there is anything you want." Hee, as expected, you have good things hidden away." Xiaohua laughed. When his divine sense swept over the small Qiankuan bag, the smile on his face became even wider. He nodded and said, "Although I have no use for most of these things, in order to show my sincerity, I will take all of them." As he spoke, Xiaohua put away the things, took out a considerable amount of primeval stones, put them into the small Qiankuan bag, and handed it back to Pa. Pa was overjoyed when he saw it. He looked around and said with a smile, I have received spiritual master sincerity. Tell me, what do you need me to do? Nothing else. I only want you to sell me the spirit fruits, spirit wood seeds, materials for artifact refinement, and so on from the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Anything that can be used by the disciples of my Taoism can be sold to me. Xiaohua said with a smile. Especially the white bones and other items in your cosmos sack. I really like them. Really? Ingpa beamed with joy. That kind of smile could be felt even through the helmet. Xiaohua said indifferently, What? Do you think I am joking with you? No. Ingpa hurriedly waved his hand. I just feel that. You feel that it is inconceivable that I want these things? Indeed. Ingpa answered honestly. My demon realm has many magical things. For example, this ordinary snake-eye fruit is extremely beneficial for the recovery of the human race's physical body. There is also the life-extending fruit. It is said that it can extend a human's life by 10 years. Others are looking for me to trade these things, but spiritual master wants ordinary things. This makes me feel that it is inconceivable. And I also want those things. Xiaohua was happy in his heart and said with a smile. As long as you have something in the Thousand Demons sacred realm, you can give it to me. I will not treat you unfairly. Oh, if you have any cultivation methods, maps and so on, you can also give it to me. In short, you have many people of the same race. You must have these things that others don't use. You can still take them. Why don't you give them to me? Okay. Ingpa nodded. He extended a hand and said solemnly, Let's make an oath. Okay. Xiaohua extended his hand and lightly touched Ingpo's hand. He saw that Ingpo's hand seemed to be webbed, which looked very strange. How do I find spiritual master? Ingpa felt at ease and asked. Xiaohua took out a communication talisman and handed it to Ingpa, saying, My cave is in the Black Cloud Ridge near you province's Bronze Pillar country. You can go there to find me. This is my communication talisman. However, it needs to be activated with Dao Sex magic power. I don't know if you demons can use it. Spiritual master, please don't worry. I have a way. Ingpa smiled and took the communication talisman. Xiaohua's heart moved. He raised his eyebrows and said, If you have a message from the Thousand Demons sacred realm, you can give me the map and cultivation method as soon as possible. Of course. Ingpa nodded, but then shook his head. But the cultivation method that spiritual master wants. I won't hide it from spiritual master. The cultivation method of my demon race has always been passed down by word of mouth. It's not written in words. The cultivation method that can be written on beast skin is actually not a real cultivation method. You don't need to worry about this. Just give it to me. Xiaohua was about to leave, but after thinking for a moment, he took out a small Xueqi bag and handed it to Ingpa, saying, This is the deposit for this old man. Take it, don't let your fellow clansmen think that this old man is cheating you. Ingpa took the small Xueqi pouch and looked at it. He stood there blankly for a moment, then solemnly put it into his bosom. He said, I'll let Taoist know that in fact, the vow has already been made, but Taoist has taken out so many primordial stones, which really makes me admire you. Spiritual master, please don't worry. I'll go out now and try to send the first batch of things after the Jade Pavilion meeting. Good. Xiaohua cupped his hands. Then I'll have to trouble you. Ingpa did what he said. He simply packed up his things, cupped his hands to Xiaohua and hurriedly left. Xiaohua continued to wander around. However, his original appearance had already changed. When he entered the Yuanian cultivator's half of the Immortal's cave, he had already become a completely different person. The Yuanian cultivator's Immortal's cave was obviously a lot emptier. There were also a lot fewer things. However, the atmosphere in this half of the Immortal's cave was far better than the other half. Because almost all the Yuanian cultivators were whispering about what happened at Spiritual Master Huada's banquet. Xiaohua lowered his head and carefully listened. However, after a moment, he understood that it was really as Spiritual Master Qing Su said. Spiritual Master Huada was humiliated by Xiaohua. He really couldn't continue the banquet. He pretended to be drunk and retreated. His disciples hurriedly came out and apologized to everyone. Then, they wanted to invite everyone to drink. After a while, many cultivators said goodbye and left. The auction that Spiritual Master Huada mentioned was never mentioned again. Previously, at the banquet, Many people didn't dare to inquire too much about Xiao Hua. However, after leaving spiritual master Huada's cave, everyone had fewer scruples. About Xiao Hua was immediately inquired by everyone. Although it was only killing a country's state preceptor and prime minister's father, which wasn't too much of a bragging matter, but Taoist cultivators had been bullied by Confucian cultivators for a long time. This kind of matter was also talked about enthusiastically. Xiao Hua's ears were filled with the matter of him killing Lang Qingge and Yan Jijin. If everyone had told the truth, it would have been fine. However, the more people talked about it, the more the matter would surpass the truth. Even when Xiao Hua heard it, he also felt that this incomparably valiant hero was not him at all. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the auction and didn't see anything special. Most of the items were medicine and old magic treasures. He lost interest and turned to walk back to where he came from. After walking like this for a while, just as he was about to leave, an old man hurriedly came in. He looked around and walked to the side of an empty jade table. He raised his hand and took out a small Qiankuan pouch. He took out a few things and placed them outside. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he hurriedly walked over. At the same time, on the other side of Xiao Hua, a Yuanying cultivator casually glanced over. Like Xiao Hua, he quickly sped up and rushed over. As soon as the cultivator moved, Xiao Hua immediately noticed. He flew towards the old man with a flying technique. When the cultivator saw that Xiao Hua was faster than him, he turned his eyes and raised his hand. A gust of wind whistled down and grabbed at a broken mirror in front of the old man. Xiao Hua frowned and coldly snorted. He waved his Taoist robe. With a loud bang, a force appeared around the old man and immediately broke the gust of wind. Ah! The old man was clearly stunned. He had just stood still and didn't even see the situation around him clearly. Rays of light flashed around him, catching him unprepared. Xiao Hua didn't even sway. His footsteps were still the same. In a moment, he stood in front of the old man's jade table. He raised his hand and picked up the broken mirror. He looked at the cultivator who was just sent flying by his sleeve. "You! What are you doing?" The cultivator's face was a bit pale. He took a few steps back and the blood in his body surged. After a moment, he calmed down and hurriedly shouted. Chapter 3591. Xiao Hua disdainfully glanced at the cultivator and coldly said, "This old man won't do anything. This old man just wants to take a look at this little mirror. You dare to snatch the magic treasure from I?" The cultivator was flustered and exasperated. "I saw it first." Xiao Hua ignored the cultivator. He looked down at the small mirror in his hand and asked the old man, "Fellow Taoist, how much do you want to trade for this?" "This." The old man hesitated. He'd never imagined that this inconspicuous damaged magic treasure would actually cause competition, and he couldn't think of a way to raise the price for it. "Does fellow Taoist want origin stones, magic treasures or medicinal pills?" Xiao Hua asked indifferently. "Reverend Shi Fan." The other cultivator had already walked over at this time. He fiercely glared at Xiao Hua and said to the old man, "I am Reverend Chu Feng from Jinghuan Mountain in the Jing province. I am an old acquaintance of Fairy Su Ming from the Ji province. This item is very important to me. I hope you can trade this item to me." When Reverend Shi Fan heard Reverend Chu call out his name and mention Fairy Su Ming, his expression changed slightly. Xiao Hua at the side could clearly see that this Taoist master Shi Fan seemed to be very afraid of Fairy Su Ming. But Taoist resting sale was somewhat hesitant. This fellow Taoist already has this item in his hands. After all, this is the rule of the bazaar. What are the rules of the trade fair? Taoist master Chu Feng said coldly, "The rules of the trade fair are not to bully the weak, nor is it to force people to buy or sell. Fellow Taoist, you don't plan on selling this item, so it's reasonable for anyone to come. If you don't intend to sell it, why put it on the jade table?" Xiao Hua naturally would not let go. Without waiting for Reverend Shi Fan to speak, he immediately said, "Reverend Shi Fan, there is no need to pay attention to him. How are you going to sell this item?" "Apologies." Unfortunately, without waiting for Taoist resting sale to open his mouth, Taoist Chu Feng called out again, "Taoist resting sale isn't prepared to sell it, so naturally there won't be a price, right? Don't you think so, spiritual master rest sale?" Taoist master Chu Feng's words were clearly raised. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was threatening Taoist rest sale. That is indeed the case. Fellow Taoist, please return this item to I. I took this item by mistake. This item is not for sale. Reverend Rest Sale gritted his teeth and said. Xiao Hua was very reluctant to part with this small mirror because this small mirror was very similar to the IC mirror. When he held it in his hand, a familiar feeling came from his hand. Xiao Hua was almost certain that this was one of the fragments of the Kunlun mirror. Currently, Xiao Hua did not have any magic weapons that were suitable for him. If he could complete the Kunlun mirror, it would indeed be of great help to him. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed, then swept his gaze over the overbearing Taoist Chu Feng before saying to Taoist Rest Sale, Fellow Taoist, don't be afraid. This item is extremely important to me as well. You only have to say what you want to trade, and I'll definitely give it to you as long as I have it. Sorry. Reverend Shifan seemed to have understood and shook his head. This old man indeed did not intend to sell this item. Fellow Taoist, please return this item to this old man. At this time, half of the cultivators in the Immortals Cave noticed this, and everyone looked at Xiao Hua at the same time. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes as he looked at Reverend Shifan and Taoist Chu Feng beside him. Especially Taoist Chu Feng, his brows slightly raised as he took half a step back. He activated the magic power around him and was slightly on guard. Xiao Hua looked around again. Although there were many cultivators in the Immortals Cave, none of them were Xiao Hua's match. Even if Xiao Hua put the small mirror into his space, threw out some origin stones, and left calmly, perhaps no one had the ability to stop him. However, looking at the small mirror in his hand and then looking at Reverend Shifan, Xiao Hua asked coldly, Reverend Shifan, this old man will ask again. Do you really not intend to sell this item? Reverend Shifan's heart skipped a beat. Although Xiao Hua did not completely release his aura, Reverend Shifan had already sensed it. Thinking about how Xiao Hua had casually stopped Taoist Chu Feng before, how could Reverend Shifan not know how powerful Xiao Hua was? Unfortunately, Reverend Shifan pondered for a moment before firmly shaking his head. That's right. I indeed did not intend to sell this item. Good. Xiao Hua cheered 3 times and placed the small mirror on the jade table before saying, This item has no fate with me, and you all also have no fate with me. Fine. Seeing Xiao Hua let go, Reverend Shifan's heart relaxed while Taoist Chu Feng's face was also filled with joy. The surrounding nascent soul cultivators were even more astonished. It was very clear that Xiao Hua's cultivation was higher than Taoist Chu Feng's, and even higher than Reverend Shifan's. The item was in Xiao Hua's hands, and only Xiao Hua did not let go. The two of them were unable to snatch it from Xiao Hua's hands. Moreover, this so-called trade fair did not have any real rules. If Xiao Hua were to use force, who would be able to stop him? Fellow Taoist. Someone was unconvinced and hurriedly cried out. Clearly, this item was Reverend Shifan who wanted to sell it. Right now, he's being threatened by Taoist Chu Feng. If you take it, you take it. Who dares to say anything? How can this trade fair have so many rules? That's right. Someone beside him also egged him on. Could it be that fellow Taoist is also afraid of Fairy Su Ming? Fellow Taoist, you're wrong. Justice is in the hearts of the people, and justice is in the heavenly Tao. This trade fair has no rules, but my heart has order. I will absolutely not destroy my order because of other people's disorder. Even more so, I will not lose my own Tao because of other people's tyranny. Xiao Hua said indifferently and left without looking back. Idiot! Taoist Chu Feng sneered and said while looking at Xiao Hua's back. Many cultivators beside him frowned and pondered over Xiao Hua's words. Of course, when the few golden core cultivators not far from this half of the cave heard this, they looked at each other and signaled with their eyes. One of them secretly slipped away. Reverend Shifan. Taoist Chu Feng said with a smile, when this old man returns, I will definitely tell Fairy Su Ming about this matter. Reverend Shifan's mouth was somewhat bitter. He nodded and said, previously, I did not intend to sell this item. However, since fellow Taoist is Fairy Su Ming's close friend, I can consider it. However, I don't know if fellow Taoist has a fire-type magic treasure? Or perhaps a powerful innate true flame. Hiss. Taoist Chu Feng frowned. Fellow Taoist Shifan, what do you want these things for? Alas, this old man's lifespan is almost up. I heard that there will be spirit items that can extend one's lifespan in this Jade Pavilion conference. This old man has no choice but to go in and take a look. Taoist Chu Feng's eyes turned slightly and he said with a smile. Fellow Taoist must have also obtained the secret information of the Jade Pavilion conference. How about this? Fellow Taoist, I have all of these items that fellow Taoist mentioned. However, if I give them to fellow Taoist, the two of us may not have enough. How about this, you and I enter together? I can take out these items of extreme yang for fellow Taoist to use. I can also help fellow Taoist obtain the longevity fruit. Fellow Taoist can temporarily lend this item to I for use. After the Jade Pavilion conference, you can formally give it to I. How about it? Oh, at that time, fellow Taoist, I will give fellow Taoist enough primordial stones? Reverend Shifan smiled bitterly. He felt as if he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. At this time, what else could he do? He could only nod and agree. Not to mention the discussion between the two, Xiaohua rather gloomily walked out of the Immortals' cave used for the Jade Pavilion conference. Wind blew beneath his feet as he flew into the air, directly flying towards his own palace. However, after just flying for a moment, Xiaohua stood in the air again. He turned his head towards a direction and said indifferently, Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this? Why are you following I? As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, a faint radiance flashed in the air. A golden core old man appeared in a rather sorry state. He flew in front of Xiaohua and saluted respectfully. Junior Zhang Chunyang. Previously, I heard Senior's words of Yaotai Mountain is in disorder, but my heart is in order. I was very moved, so I wanted to visit Senior's palace. Since it's a visit, why do you have to be so sneaky? Xiaohua waved his hand indifferently. If your heart is flawed, why bother others? After saying this, Xiaohua ignored that cultivator and turned around to leave. The golden core old man looked at Xiaohua's back. In the end, he didn't dare to chase after him. He could only look at the sky and wave his hand. A faint crane-like mist flew out and disappeared in the air. Xiaohua didn't directly return to his palace. He looked around and was about to fly towards the tent outside the Yaotai Mountain. Unfortunately, before he could approach the tent, Xiaohua's brows wrinkled again. He stopped in the air and calmly waited for a few breaths. Then he slowly turned his head and said, Fellow Taoist, is there something wrong? This old man's mood isn't good today. Don't make this old man unhappy. Hee hee. A voice came from the night sky. Immediately after, a dense brown mist seemed to boil and expand in the night sky. Then, a cultivator wearing black skin-tight clothes appeared from the mist and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist's strength is indeed outstanding. You were actually able to discover my boundless dark night. This one really admires you. Confucian cultivation techniques are open and above board. If they're used in a secretive manner, they're naturally inferior. Xiaohua indifferently replied. Not to mention this old man, anyone with an open mind would be able to detect it. Hee hee. Fellow Taoist is indeed a person of the passage. Although your cultivation base is that of a Taoist, your every move has the demeanor of a great Confucian cultivator. Although that cultivator's face wasn't covered, it was actually blurry in the night. Xiaohua was disinclined to use his divine ability to check. Fellow Taoist, is there something wrong? My palace master heard fellow Taoist's words. Yaotai Mountain is disorderly but not orderly. He was quite interested in fellow Taoist and specially sent me to invite fellow Taoist for a while. After saying this, that cultivator raised his hand and took out an invite-like thing. With a wave of his hand, he sent it in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. He looked at the invitation in front of him. This was a square bamboo joint. There were fine inscriptions around it. These inscriptions were like pieces of bamboo leaves. Between the bamboo leaves, wisps of clear air gushed out. A wave of fragrance came along with this clear air. In the middle of the bamboo joint, there were 3 large words Star-Lord Hall. These 3 large words were different from the inscriptions around it. If one looked carefully, each stroke condensed a kind of flicker. The edges of each flicker carried starlight. At a glance, this Star-Lord Hall looked like 3 falling stars. Chapter 3592. Xiaohua smiled and flung his sleeve. He didn't accept the invitation and instead sent it to the martial artist. He said solemnly, "I am a Tao sect cultivator. I don't want to make friends with Confucian cultivators. Moreover, the Jade Pavilion Conference will be held in 3 days. If I pay a visit to the Star-Lord Palace before that, I'm afraid it will cause a misunderstanding." That martial artist stared blankly for a moment. Looking at the invitation card in front of him, he waved his hand and the invitation card flew back to Xueqi. He said, "My palace master only appreciates fellow immortal. This trip is just for tea and conversation. It has nothing to do with the Jade Pavilion Conference." "Fellow immortal, you're wrong." Xueqi waved his hand and returned the invitation. He said with a smile, "The ancient said that if you don't accept a melon field, you won't accept a plum tree. Since our hearts are magnanimous, why do we have to do those things that make others suspicious?" "Fellow immortal, you're wrong." The martial artist waved his hand for the 3rd time and returned the invitation to Xueqi. He said, "Since our hearts are magnanimous, why do we have to be afraid of other people's suspicions? We just have to do what we think is right. How can other people know?" Xueqi stared at the invitation in front of him. He didn't hesitate. He raised his head and said, "There is no scale in other people's eyes, but there is a scale in this old man's heart. There is no weight in other people's hands, but there is a weight in heaven and earth. This old man isn't afraid of other people's suspicions, but this old man's inner demons. This old man is afraid." With that, Xueqi waved his hand. He didn't touch the invitation and flew up again. He said in a cold voice, "This matter ends here. There can be a first and second time in this world, but there is absolutely no third and fourth time." Seeing the invitation fly back to him and hearing Xueqi's warning, the martial artist's eyes flashed with a cold light. He opened his mouth and a black chi rolled and annihilated the invitation. A pitch-black flame appeared in the black chi. In a moment, the invitation turned into ashes and a few strands of clear chi fell into the martial artist's hand. The martial artist waved his hand slightly. These strands of clear chi soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The martial artist sneered. Black chi once again surged out from his body. In just a few breaths, he blended into the night once again. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Almost at the same time, above the heavy red clouds above the foot of Yaotai Mountain, at the summit of Yaotai Mountain, within an elegant palace, several streaks of clear air rushed in. On the wall, a 3-colored mist surged, revealing a clear and bright night scene. Within this night scene was precisely Xueqi's slowly flying back figure. These words were spoken by a middle-aged man with a tall stature, an elegant appearance, and a bulging forehead. This middle-aged man was wearing a scholarly robe and was sitting on a wooden chair. Above him was an old man with white hair and beard. He was holding an ancient book in his hand and reading it with narrowed eyes. Obviously, due to the mist surging on the wall and the influence of this middle-aged man's words, the old man raised his head. Although the old man's face was full of wrinkles, even on his forehead, these wrinkles didn't make people feel that he was old at all. There was only an extremely wise feeling. Not to mention that the old man's eyes were moving. A kind of divine light that could penetrate one's heart and lungs appeared from time to time. The old man glanced at Xueqi's back on the wall and said with a smile, "Linghu, what made you so angry?" Reporting to Hall Master. The scholar called Linghu bowed and said, "These days, Subordinate has been trying to find a few suitable helpers among the Taoist cultivators who came to participate in the Yaotai conference. However, after finding a few, I always felt that they weren't suitable. It's either that they were insatiable or that their cultivation was insufficient. Today, it's rare to see a Taoist cultivator who understands the law and etiquette and has the demeanor of our Confucian cultivators." Subordinate ordered people to bring an invitation card from our Star Lord Hall to invite him. However, he actually refused using the excuse of not accepting melons in the field and not accepting a plum under a plum tree. Tell me, how can Subordinate not be angry? How can Taoist cultivators come and go as they wish? This cultivator is actually interesting. What's his cultivation? The interest on the old man's face was greatly aroused. He looked at Xueqi's slowly flying figure and asked. Subordinate can't tell, but he should be around the 4th grade lower rank of essence energy. Heh. He came for the Yaotai Mountain State Preceptor's contract. The old man chuckled, but all Taoist cultivators have a sharp spirit in their hearts. They want to establish a country, want to make some achievements, and achieve great achievements. Let him suffer a bit of setback and know the power of our Confucian cultivators. He will be convinced. Scholar Ling Hu nodded. Subordinate knows. That year, when Hall Master subdued Taoist Master Huada, it should be like this. When the old man heard this, his brows slightly wrinkled. Scholar Ling Hu immediately knew that his words were wrong and hastily bowed. Subordinate understands. I won't dare mention these words again. You keep an eye on this cultivator. See where his palace is. In the Yaotai conference 3 days later, you can fully display the power of our Confucian cultivators. Treat this as a test for you. The old man indifferently instructed. Scholar Ling Hu's face showed joy, and he hastily bowed. Subordinate thanks Hall Master for bestowing a star general, however, just when Scholar Ling Hu gave his thanks, he saw that in the darkness above the wall, Xiao Hua, who had been slowly flying all along, suddenly lifted her head. Her gaze was like lightning, directly looking at the old man and scholar's location. As if she had discovered something, she immediately raised her hand, and an intense brilliance was born. The entire wall became snow white with a slap. Ah! The old man slightly stared blankly, and Scholar Ling Hu was even more startled. His eyes unconsciously slightly closed, and by the time they opened their eyes again, the wall had already returned to normal. However, that was in the darkness. Other than the lantern inside the tent, they could no longer see Xiao Hua's figure. Hiss! The old man sucked in a breath of cold air, his eyes flashing with a cold light. This child perhaps has the cultivation of 4th grade upper rank essence energy. Otherwise, he simply would not have been able to discover. Good. Scholar Ling Hu's eyes showed a kind of eagerness, and he said, Subordinate is most fond of this kind of powerful opponent. If he can become Subordinate Star General, it will be a great help to Subordinate. Ha ha. The old man laughed aloud. It seems you still want to have him compete with this old man's Star General. Hall Master's Star General is incomparably valiant. Subordinate fears he does not dare compete. Scholar Ling Hu smiled, however. To be able to capture this person is extremely beneficial to my Star Lord Hall. Thus, Subordinate is willing to try. As you wish. The old man waved his hand. This time's Jade Pavilion gathering is different from before. You must be careful. Do not suffer a backlash from this Taoist cultivator. Oh right, how is the situation on Taoist Master Huada's side? Yes, Subordinate knows. Subordinate will be careful. Scholar Ling Hu bowed and said, Just now, a star soldier reported that Taoist Master Huada seemed to have suffered a setback, having been injured by a Taoist cultivator. The banquet can be considered over, but the trade gathering has not been opened. This has a somewhat bad influence on his plans. Which cultivator did it? The old man was quite interested. Was it Taoist Grand Mist Subordinate? Taoist Grand Mist Subordinate did not take action. He merely spoke out to refute Taoist Master Huada, making Taoist Master Huada lose face. That person is called Taoist Master Ching Su, and he seems to know we are being monitored. After he finished speaking, he left, and there was no trace of him. Scholar Ling Hu explained, because Taoist Master Huada lost face, he wanted to find trouble with a Black Wind Ridge cultivator named Xiao Hua, but that Xiao Hua unexpectedly concealed himself deeply, instantly injuring Taoist Master Huada. Afterwards, he left the immortal's abode and disappeared. Even if Taoist Master Huada did not recover his face, perhaps that Xiao Hua would have taken action. The old man coldly smiled. Could it be you did not see? This Xiao Hua and Taoist Master Ching Su were singing the same tune, one in the light and one in the dark? Not bad, exactly. Scholar Ling Hu slapped his forehead and said, This Xiao Hua was disrespectful at the start of the toast. As it turned out, it was for the sake of a falling out later. Precisely so. The old man nodded. Although this old man did not know there was such a thing as being disrespectful when toasting, how many people would dare to fall out with Taoist Master Huada at a banquet? If it was not arranged beforehand, would Xiao Hua have dared to make a move? This subordinate has learned. Scholar Ling Hu bowed and said, Send someone to find out where Taoist Master Ching Su and Xiao Hua are staying, as well as those damned little bastards from Grand Mist on the list. The old man somewhat gnashed his teeth. Usually, this old man would be too lazy to pay attention to other places, but they actually dared to behave atrociously at Yaotai Mountain. No need. At this moment, An indifferent voice came from the palace. They naturally came to the Jadestige gathering for a purpose. We will deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo, and let them slowly reveal their true colors. Immortal emissary? The old man raised his eyebrows and secretly said in his heart. He gave Scholar Linghu a meaningful glance and said, Linghu Pyron, no need to pay attention to these two people. Go and see how the arrangements for the Jadestige gathering are going. This time's Jadestige gathering must be something that Taoist cultivators will not forget for 100 years. Yes, Palace Master. This subordinate will go and check. Linghu Pyron hurriedly bowed and saluted, then quickly walked out. Kong Hongwu greets Lord Immortal Emissary. When Linghu Pyron left, the old man hurriedly got up and turned his head to look at the screen behind him. On the screen was a picture of the Moon Palace. The brilliance of the moon flashed slightly, and a layer of mist appeared. Then, a light green palace dress appeared in the mist. A tall woman stepped on a cloud and descended from the moon. In the blink of an eye, she flew in front of the old man. Although the woman was already standing in front of the old man, the clouds in front of the woman's face blocked the old man's view, so the old man couldn't see her face clearly. However, the old man did not dare to neglect and respectfully saluted. Take a seat. The woman was not polite. She waved her hand, and a layer of the same faint cloud fell on the chair that Kong Hongwu sat on before. Then, she sat down gracefully and ordered. Kong Hongwu respectfully said, Many thanks for the seat, Immortal Emissary. Then, he also sat on the chair that Linghu Pyron sat on just now. Palace Master Kong. Just as the Immortal Emissary opened her mouth, she was immediately interrupted by Kong Hongwu. Kong Hongwu hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, Immortal Emissary is joking. It's better to call me Kong Hongwu. I don't dare to be called Palace Master. Haha, Star-Lord Hall is Star-Lord Hall. Palace Master Kong is in charge of Star-Lord Hall, so you should be called Palace Master Kong. There is nothing wrong with this. The Immortal Emissary smiled faintly, and the clouds in front of her floated slightly. Chapter 3593. Kong Hongwu hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, The Palace Master in the Immortal Palace is the real Palace Master. My title is just to fool those Taoist remnants. Others may not know, but how could the Immortal Emissary not know? Yes, I know. As long as you can do what she asked you to do, I don't dare to promise you the position of Palace Master, but I will give you a position in the Immortal Palace to prolong your life by 10,000 years. Thank you, Immortal Emissary. Kong Hongwu was delighted, but he did not dare to show it. He hurriedly bowed and thanked her. The Immortal Emissary flicked her sleeve and said, Take a seat. The Jadestige meeting will begin in 3 days. How many nascent soul cultivators will come? Is your Jadestige mountain ready? Immortal Emissary, there are now more than 700 nascent soul cultivators and more than 6,000 gold core cultivators gathered at the foot of the Jadestige mountain. Kong Hongwu answered without hesitation. However, most of the 700 nascent soul cultivators came for the Green Abyss Dragon Saliva. They are in a wait-and-see mode and may not participate in the Jadestige meeting. As for the other 6,000 gold core cultivators, most of them will participate in the Jadestige meeting. As for the great formation of the Jadestige meeting, please don't worry. Ever since I got your formation diagram, I personally urged the 28 Star Lords to rearrange the great formation of the Jadestige mountain. On the basis of this great formation, the heavenly generals sent by the Immortal Emissary worked together to set up the Sun, Moon and Star Immortal arrays. Not to mention nascent soul cultivators, even out-of-body and spirit-severing cultivators will not be able to leave alive. That's good. Someone has already reported this to me. Your Star-Lord Palace has done a good job. The Immortal Emissary nodded. It seems that everything is ready now except for the east wind. Indeed. Kong Hongwu smiled. As long as I open the great formation of the Jadestige mountain in 3 days, we can proceed according to your plan. However, I can't guarantee how many nascent soul cultivators will enter the formation. The Immortal Emissary chuckled and said, Kong Hongwu, do you think I'm just drawing a pie in the sky? Look at this. What is this? As he spoke, the 3 jade boxes landed in the air of the palace. The 3 jade boxes were similar in style and shape. They were all square and several inches in size. They flashed with light, and under the light, The inscriptions were like poems and essays. They were like chains flowing on the surface of the jade boxes. Wisps of clear air came from the inscriptions and fell into the light. Kong Hongwu opened his mouth. After a while, he said in a low voice, "Immortal Envoy, could it be that the words you asked me to spread are true?" "Why wouldn't it be true?" The immortal emissary smiled faintly. "This is the east wind that I was talking about. It's not the east wind that you speak of. But these things are too precious. I feel that it's truly a pity to give them to the remnants of the Taoist sect. If they don't want to, then I'll just make something up." Kong Hongwu looked at the 3 jade boxes with surprise in his eyes and said in a low voice, "Foolish. Short-sighted." The immortal emissary said coldly, "If there are no Taoist sect cultivators coming out of the Yaotai mountain with these things, who will believe in the Yaotai gathering in the future? Besides, you said that most of the 700 nascent soul cultivators who came were just spectators. If you don't take these things out, will they come to the Yaotai gathering?" But, Kong Hongwu still shook his head slightly. "These things are too precious. Even if we take them out, there's no need for them to get them." In the past, many nascent soul cultivators came out empty-handed and didn't get anything. No matter how precious these things are, they are nothing compared to the gift that she gave to the Empress at her birthday banquet. The immortal emissary smiled faintly. "Besides, there are very few nascent soul cultivators who can come out of the Yaotai gathering this time. If your Star Lord Palace doesn't take out something, how can the Taoist sect cultivators be convinced? Unless you don't want to be the Star Lord Palace Master anymore. Unless you don't want to hold the Yaotai gathering anymore." Yes, thank you, immortal emissary, for your consideration." Kong Hongwu nodded, then waved his hand, and 3 jade boxes fell into his hand. However, in an instant, the hand that came into contact with the jade boxes cracked and formed layers of ice shards, while the other hand was suffused with wisps of flames, igniting the true qi in his hand. Hiss! Kong Hongwu was shocked and hurriedly urged his true qi. After a layer of dark green flashed, all the strange phenomena disappeared. After Kong Hongwu received the 3 jade boxes, he looked at the immortal emissary and probed, "I still have 2 questions to ask, immortal emissary." "Speak." "I have just told Linghu Pyron that the Taoist sect's old man Hong Meng has revived, and now he has begun to show off in the hidden immortal continent. That Taoist master Qing Su, Xiao Hua, and a dozen gold core cultivators should all be his subordinates. If immortal emissary doesn't let me deal with it, what should I do? Or should immortal emissary bring this news back to the immortal palace and ask immortal general immortal monarch to deal with it?" Kong Hongwu asked. The immortal emissary pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "The immortal palace already knows about the Grand Mist Ancestors matter, but I don't know how the immortal emperor will deal with it. In addition, I know a little about Taoist master Qing Su and Xiao Hua. Taoist master Qing Su has contacted many Taoist sect disciples to submit to the Grand Mist Ancestor. I have already sent people to secretly follow them to see if they can find the Grand Mist Ancestor's trace. If Taoist master Qing Su is in the dark, then Xiao Hua is clear. Although I haven't seen any traces of him contacting the Grand Mist Ancestor, his appearance is very strange. After the Grand Mist Ancestor escaped, he suddenly became famous, and as soon as he came out, he set up a bloodsteel in the Bronze Pillar country, claiming to establish a Taoist sect. Why would he, a Taoist sect cultivator, establish a Taoist sect? If he didn't have the support of the Grand Mist Ancestor, would he dare to say this? Now that he came to the Jade Pavilion meeting, he must have received the Grand Mist Ancestor's order to snatch the Imperial Preceptor's lot and prepare to help the Zhong country establish a country in Yu Province, and find a place for the Grand Mist Ancestor to stay. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, but this is it. Then, what should I do? Don't worry about it. Since they want to participate in the Jade Pavilion meeting, let them participate. If they can survive, give them the Imperial Preceptor's lot. As the saying goes, the monk can run, but the temple can't run. Since the Grand Mist Ancestor is establishing a country in Zhong country, are you afraid that you won't be able to find him? Yes, I understand. Of course, ignoring doesn't mean avoiding it. This Xiao Hua's aura is very fierce. If there's a chance, don't hold back. The immortal emissary smiled coldly. If you hit the small one, don't be afraid that the old one won't come out. Yes, I know. Kong Hongwu naturally didn't dare to ask more, and probed again. The immortal emissary has arranged so many things, and paid such a huge price. I still don't understand. The birthday gift she gave to the Emperor-Empress. What is it? It's only 3 days from the Jade Pavilion meeting. Can the immortal emissary solve my doubts? When Kong Hongwu said this, the clouds in front of the immortal emissary's face suddenly froze, and the entire palace turned cold. Kong Hongwu was regretting it at this moment, but before he could speak, the immortal emissary chuckled and said, I thought that Hallmaster Kong wouldn't be so curious, but who would have thought that he would actually open his mouth? Sigh, after all, the immortal emissary took out these 3 things that I thought were impossible to take out. How can I not think about it? Kong Hongwu sighed. Forget it, there's no harm in telling you. The immortal emissary laughed. You've done so much for me, if I don't tell you, wouldn't it seem distant? Furthermore, the great formation beneath the Yaotai mountain. I didn't hide it from Hallmaster Kong, so Hallmaster Kong will naturally know about it in the future. If the immortal emissary can't say it, then don't say it. Kong Hongwu laughed. There are many difficult questions in this world, and it's impossible for me to know the answers one by one. There's nothing that can't be said. The birthday gift is these nascent soul stage cultivators. The clouds on the immortal emissary's face began to dance again. These nascent soul stage cultivators? Kong Hongwu was stunned. He thought for a long time, and naturally knew that he had to get the truth from these nascent soul stage cultivators, but he never thought that it would be from these nascent soul stage cultivators themselves. Or to be exact, from these cultivators' nascent souls. Hiss. Kong Hongwu sucked in a breath of cold air, very puzzled. Why do we, Confucian cultivators, need these nascent soul stage cultivators? Furthermore, more than 700 cultivators are 700 nascent soul stage cultivators, so many nascent soul stage cultivators. How can 700 nascent soul stage cultivators be enough? The immortal emissary said indifferently, we need 10,000 nascent soul stage cultivators. Late nascent soul stage cultivators are the best. What? Kong Hongwu was naturally prepared, but he was still frightened by this number. He exclaimed, Immortal emissary, are you sure? How many nascent soul stage cultivators can there be in the entire hidden immortal continent? Immortal emissary, how can 10,000 nascent soul stage cultivators complete it? This emissary also doesn't know. The immortal emissary smiled bitterly. This emissary can only do his best and get as many as possible. At this point, Kong Hongwu didn't dare to ask another word. The lives of 10,000 nascent soul stage cultivators, this kind of shocking wealth was definitely not something Kong Hongwu could get involved in. He really regretted asking so many questions now. Alright, you don't have to think too much. Everything will be the same as the previous Jade Pavilion gathering. Throw the things into the formation and let them fight each other. The immortal emissary waved his hand and prepared to get up. Kong Hongwu hurriedly asked again, Immortal emissary, since there are so many of them, how many Imperial Preceptor's lots should we put down? The immortal emissary stood up, and a green cloud appeared under his feet, carrying the immortal emissary into the bright moon. The immortal emissary's words fell in the palace. The specific number is the matter of your Star Lord Palace. This emissary doesn't dare to overstep. You decide for yourself. This emissary only wants to know the final result. Yes, respectfully send off the immortal emissary. Kong Hongwu frowned slightly, bowed, and watched the immortal emissary's back fall into the moonlight and disappear. Alas, 10,000 nascent soul stage cultivators. What kind of birthday gift is this? Kong Hongwu sighed and sat on the chair again. With a wave of his hand, the ancient book fell into his hand, and he began to read it with relish. Xiaohua naturally didn't know that he had already fallen into the eyes of the immortal emissary, but he had already begun to plan what to do after being noticed by the Confucian cultivator. Before he returned to the palace, he had already swept his soul awareness a few times, but didn't find anything unusual. Only then did he put the token on the door and open the palace. Chapter 3594. Of course, there was no one in the palace. Xiaohua also understood that it was not only because Chong Yu and the others did not have a token to enter the palace, but more importantly, because he offended Hua de Zhenren. He might be stronger than Hua de Zhenren, but in terms of connections and so on, he was absolutely incomparable. Even, maybe coming out of the Jade Pavilion gathering was the beginning of being chased by Confucian cultivators. How could Chong Yu and the others come back? Xiaohua did not return to the quiet room. He just sat in the main hall and waved his hand, activating the restriction of the Immortal's Cave. His divine sense once again cautiously swept the area, setting up the Du Tian star formation again. Then, he took out the small Qianquan bag he exchanged with Yingbo, restraining his slightly excited mood. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out a thick white bone from the small Qianquan bag. That white bone was more than 1 zhang tall, sparkling and translucent like jade. No matter if it was divine sense or Buddhist sense, he could not see anything strange about it. Kacha! A thunderbolt was born from the incomplete white bone and hit the white bone. The white bone floated along with the thunderbolt and fell on the skeleton. The left leg was precisely the missing calf bone. At the same time the white bone fell, lightning water flowed down from the place where the white bone was connected. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and smiled. Just based on this calf bone, Xiaohua's trip was already worth it. After that, Xiaohua took out the other items that he had traded with Yingbo. Yingbo's items were very miscellaneous and very strange. Many of them should be items from the 1,000 Goblin Sacred Realm. Xiaohua couldn't figure them out, but if he thought about it with his feet, he knew that they couldn't be anything good. Xiaohua only gave some unknown spirit herbs to Xiaogua to see if Xiaogua could grow them. Then, Xiaohua took out the bone he exchanged with the Jindan cultivator. Looking at it with his soul sense, he was even more overjoyed. There were some soul cultivator soul techniques inside that Xiaohua did not know before. After Xiaohua sent the bone into the mysterious dark cloud and handed it to the soul cultivator Xiaohua, Xiaohua used his hand to pinch his chin and secretly thought, "This white bone is somewhat strange. It seems to be scattered in 2 planes. Previously, I thought only the Xiaoyu continent had it. Later, I found out that the Western Paradise also had it. Now, Yingbo must have obtained it in the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. Since the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm has it, presumably, the hidden Immortal Continent also has it. This white bone. Who is it? A celestial being? Also, how could there be a soul cultivator's bone in the hidden Immortal Continent? Could it be that there were soul cultivators in the hidden Immortal Continent? But, soul cultivators need to consume millet, unless there is another 1 million Meng Mountains on the hidden Immortal Continent. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. This hidden Immortal Continent is many times larger than the Dawn Rain Continent. Previously, this Xiao had only wandered around the Yu region, and only now did he reach the Yaotai Mountain. Let's see if we can find Lu Zhen or find the way back to Dawn Rain Continent. When he thought up to here, Xiaohua's brows raised as he spoke in surprise. When Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense, a look of joy appeared on his face. He put away the capital star formation and then took out the token from his bosom. A ray of light shone from the token, and the door to the palace opened. Chang Yu and Wu Tianxin quickly walked in from the outside. When the two of them saw Xiaohua sitting inside the palace with a smile, they looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then they walked in front of Xiaohua and knelt down in front of him with a plop sound, and said respectfully, "Junior Chang Yu and Wu Tianxin wish to become disciples of the Imperial Preceptor, and work for the Imperial Preceptor's country." Ha! Xiaohua was dumbfounded. His hand stopped halfway in the air. He was very happy that Chang Yu and Wu Tianxin had returned. After all, a friend in need was a friend indeed. However, the sudden kneeling of the two of them was out of his expectations. Looking at the sincerity on their faces, Xiaohua smiled. With a wave of his hand, the door to the cave closed. Xiaohua did not let the two of them get up, and asked, "What do you mean by this? Why did you suddenly have the thought of becoming disciples of this old man?" Reporting to Senior, Chang Yu said, "Junior came to Yaotai Mountain this time to seize the Imperial Preceptor's lot. Previously, when Junior met Senior, Junior also said that Junior's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. If Junior did not rely on external help, Junior might not be able to break through. Junior wants to become the Imperial Preceptor. Although Junior must rely on the strength of the country to cultivate, more importantly, Junior must find a way out for himself. If Junior's cultivation stagnates at the gold core stage, then Junior can also enjoy glory, splendor, wealth, and rank within the country. However, after Junior met Senior, Senior frankly gave Junior pointers on Junior's cultivation without any intention of treating Junior as an outsider, allowing Junior to feel Senior's breadth of mind. In addition, since Senior wants to establish a country and fight for the Imperial Preceptor's lot with Junior, Junior's chances will be reduced. Rather than Junior going to fight for it with Senior, Junior might as well directly work for Senior. This is also the reason why Junior did not come when Wu Tianxin and Zhu Qingli came to Senior to ask for benefits. Junior was thinking about how to ask Senior. Hee, no wonder this old man didn't wait for you. It turns out that you were casting a long line to catch a big fish. Xiaohua laughed. Chang Yu's heart relaxed, and he said, actually, Junior originally wanted to wait for Senior to seize the Imperial Preceptor's lot before bringing it up. But tonight, Senior defeated Taoist Master Huadia, and Junior heard a few nascent soul seniors talk about Senior's deeds. Junior knows that this is a chance for Junior. If Junior does not take advantage of Senior's awkward situation to provide timely assistance, when will Junior wait? Xiaohua nodded slightly, but did not comment, and looked at Wu Tianxin again. Wu Tianxin hurriedly said, presumably, Senior already knows that when Junior was talking to Senior, Junior already had the idea of working for Senior, but Junior is still somewhat hesitant. Junior has the same idea as Senior Marshal Brother Chong. Junior does not dare to disturb Senior at this time. Junior wants to wait until after the Jade Pavilion meeting to mention it to Senior. However, just now, after Senior left Taoist Master Huada's banquet, Senior Marshal Brother Chong, Zhu Qingli and Junior discussed. Zhu Qingli said that Senior offended Taoist Master Huada. Although Senior's strength is greater than Taoist Master Huada, Taoist Master Huada will definitely take revenge on Senior. Senior's future is worrying, so Zhu Qingli does not dare to get too close to Senior. At the same time, he advised Junior and Senior Marshal Brother Chong not to return to Senior's palace. Junior does not know what benefits Zhu Qingli obtained from Senior, but Junior knows that Junior must come back. Out of Junior's expectation, Senior Marshal Brother Chong also wanted to come back. Junior and Senior Marshal Brother Chong discussed a little, and both of us have the same idea. How can adding flowers to a brocade compare to providing timely assistance? Junior earnestly asks Senior to accept the two of us. We are willing to work for Senior. Xiaohua nodded slightly. No matter if it was Chang Yu or Wu Tianxin, they were speaking from the bottom of their hearts. They didn't hide anything from him, and they even spoke about their thoughts of betting. Xiaohua thought about their actions. Although he didn't really understand them, people in this world weren't exactly the same. It was normal to have some selfish thoughts. Good. Xiaohua smiled. Since you two have such thoughts, this old man will temporarily accept you two as disciples in name. After this old man examines you two, I will accept you two as disciples. Accept disciples? Wu Tianxin was stunned. Chang Yu was even more stunned. They looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Xiaohua was even more stunned. His face was somewhat unsightly. Thinking about what the two of them said just now, his heart thumped. That's right, they had always said that they would work for the state preceptor and Senior. They did not say that they would become his disciples. Senior, are you really going to accept us as disciples? Wu Tianxin carefully asked again. Xiaohua blinked his eyes and waved his hand in embarrassment. Hee, this Xiao heard wrongly. You wait, we kowtow to master. Unexpectedly, ecstasy appeared on the two's faces. This made Xiaohua even more surprised. He shouted and kowtowed 9 times on the ground. Get up, get up. Xiaohua hurriedly raised his hand and helped the two up. He asked curiously, so you two did not plan to become his disciples? Master. Chang Yu respectfully got up. He looked at Xiaohua strangely and said in a low voice, on the hidden immortal continent, we Taoist cultivators cannot openly accept disciples. Being able to work for master is already the limit of Confucian cultivators' tolerance. Xiaohua understood. Li Xiang and the others all thought that he knew about this matter. They never mentioned it to him. Xiaohua laughed and waved his hand. Haha, the rules of Confucian cultivators were broken by this Xiao. Since this Xiao wants to establish a Taoist sect, what is there to be afraid of? This Xiao even wants to establish a sect. Master. Chang Yu hurriedly said. You can't say this here. This is Yaotai Mountain. And this old man knows. Xiaohua nodded. In this old man's eyes, Yaotai Mountain is just Yaotai Mountain. Wu Tianxin opened his mouth again. Master, since this disciple has become your disciple, then please give this disciple a proper name. This disciple can no longer use his previous name. Xiaohua knew about Wu Tianxin's abnormality and understood that this matter might be related to his life. He thought for a moment and said, "How about Wu Tian?" Wu Tianxin was overjoyed. He knelt down again and said, "Thank you, Master, for giving me a name. From now on, this disciple is Wu Tian." Xiaohua helped him up and said with a smile, "Even if you cultivate to nascent soul, you can still be called Taoist Wu Tian?" "Yes, this disciple understands. This is this disciple's Dharma name." Wu Tian was really happy. This was Xiaohua's promise to him. Changyu looked enviously at the side and said in a low voice, "Master, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other." "This disciple," Xiaohua rolled his eyes at him and said, "You guys have just become my disciples. This old man still doesn't know your specific cultivation level. How can I give you any benefits? Especially you, you've already reached the late stage of Jindan." After the Yaotai gathering, Xiaohua originally said that he didn't know the specific temperament of these two people and that he still wanted to test them. However, when the words reached his mouth, he changed them to cultivation level. At this moment, his heart was even moved. He thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, since you guys can bet on this old man, then this old man will also bet. Changyu, you better not disappoint this old man." Chapter 3595. When Changyu heard this, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Master, don't worry. Disciple will not disappoint Master's expectations. And follow this old man to the quiet room." Xiaohua waved his hand and ordered, "Wu Tian, you cultivate here." "Yes, Master." Changyu was overjoyed. He climbed up from the ground and followed behind Xiaohua. Wu Tian also bowed and said, "Disciple understands. Disciple will protect Master and senior brother." After entering the quiet room, Xiaohua ordered Changyu to sit cross-legged. He closed his eyes and stretched out his hand. A very faint crystal thread appeared on his index finger and fell on Changyu's dantian. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua's face was expressionless. He didn't even frown. Changyu's heart slightly tightened. "Go ahead, let this old man take a look." Suddenly, Xiaohua spoke. Changyu very naturally agreed. "All right." But before cultivating, a trace of hesitation flashed through Changyu's heart. After all, he was cultivating in front of Xiaohua. His cultivation method was no longer a secret to Xiaohua. Of course, this kind of hesitation was quickly ignored by Changyu. This was only the vigilance of a late gold core stage cultivator. It was also the result of not having a master for hundreds of years. When the cultivation method circulated, Changyu quickly entered a tranquil state. The heaven and earth origin energy in the quiet room flowed into Changyu's body in an orderly manner. "All right, you can stop now." Changyu's cultivation method only circulated a few times. Xiaohua opened his mouth and moved his finger away from Changyu's dantian. He said somewhat seriously, "There's a problem with your cultivation method." Changyu didn't wait to open his eyes. His face was anxious and he quickly asked, "Impossible, Master, this cultivation method of yours was taken from someone else's hands. It wasn't passed to you by someone else, right?" Xiaohua asked with a smile that was not a smile. Changyu didn't hide it and nodded, "Indeed. Moreover, you've been cultivating for many years and have always been in the late gold core stage. You always feel like you're within the bottleneck, but it also doesn't seem to be within the bottleneck, right?" Xiaohua asked again. Changyu's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Wasn't this the reason why he wanted to become Xiaohua's disciple? "Master, please give me some pointers," Changyu pleaded. "I'm afraid that your situation can only be easily resolved if you become my disciple," Xiaohua said with a smile. Changyu was puzzled and smiled apologetically. "What do you mean, Master? Isn't it obvious? If there is a problem with your disciple's cultivation method, what will you do?" Changyu thought for a moment and said, "The simplest way is to change your cultivation method." "Can you change it? Are you willing to part with your late gold core stage cultivation base?" Xiaohua smiled. Disciple really can't bear to do so. However, in the end, this disciple can only sever his wrist. "I'm afraid this is the reason why you want to become the state preceptor, right?" Xiaohua pointed at Changyu and said, "If you change your cultivation technique, Your lifespan is already insufficient. The simplest and most direct solution to your current predicament is to modify your cultivation method. Changyu couldn't suppress the ecstasy in his heart and said in a low voice, "It's not that I haven't thought of this before, but even a late nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't dare to casually change a golden core cultivation method. Furthermore, how can this disciple believe in a cultivation method that has been modified? What about the cultivation method this old man modified for you? Can you believe it?" Xiaohua looked at Changyu with a smile that wasn't a smile and asked. Changyu bit his lips, but his eyes were full of joy. That was really an uncontrollable joy. A nascent soul stage cultivator who can modify a golden core cultivation method. What kind of cultivation base is that? Changyu was really glad that he made the right bet. This old man has a lot of cultivation methods here, but your own cultivation method is still the most suitable for you. Give the cultivation method to this old man, and this old man will help you modify it during these 3 days of free time. Xiaohua said indifferently. Changyu was stunned again and said in a low voice with a smile, "Master, can't you be serious for a bit? Don't be too hasty. This is related to this disciple's future." Changyu's words sounded like he was complaining about Xiaohua, but Xiaohua sounded like Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei, the two children, were somewhat coquettishly pleading. It seemed that Changyu really thought of himself as Xiaohua's disciple. Looking at Changyu's old appearance, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "It's just a golden core cultivation method. Is there a need to be so serious? Today, this old man's temperament is good. If you want this old man to modify it, then quickly take it out. If you miss this village, you won't have this shop." Yes, this disciple was just joking with master. Changyu didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly took out a jade eye and handed it to Xiaohua. After Xiaohua took it, he didn't modify it himself and casually threw it to the green-robed Xiaohua, then said to Changyu, "Go and call Wu Tian in. This old man feels that there are some problems with this hidden immortal continent's cultivation method." "It can't be. Master's meaning is..." Changyu understood and asked in disbelief. Xiaohua nodded. Maybe a Confucian cultivator did something. Let's take a look at Wu Tian's cultivation method. After looking at Wu Tian's cultivation method, Xiaohua frowned. Previously, he really didn't think about this problem. But now, looking at Changyu and Wu Tian's cultivation method, there were faint flaws. These flaws were very hidden and ingenious. If those cultivators had never created their own cultivation method or hadn't seen many kinds of cultivation methods, they wouldn't be able to see it, let alone fix it. "Master." Changyu naturally knew what Xiaohua was thinking and said in a low voice, "Could it be that this cultivation method was really modified by someone?" Xiaohua nodded slightly. "This old man doesn't know about other people's cultivation methods, but you and Wu Tian's cultivation method must have a problem." "But," Wu Tian said in a low voice, "Hidden Immortal Continent still has many nascent soul seniors." Speaking until here, Wu Tian first mocked himself and said, "Yes, it's impossible to modify all of them, and even if there are many modifications, there must be some left to let people see hope." These Confucian cultivators. Changyu gnashed his teeth and said, "They are really ruthless. Hee. The struggle between Buddhism and Taoism is not limited to this." Xiaohua naturally knew that Taoism's methods were more ruthless than those of Confucian cultivators, and said with a smile, "There are many things that you don't know. However, since you have entered this old man's tutelage, you don't have to be afraid of these things. This old man will naturally teach you." Saying this, Xiaohua still threw Wu Tian's cultivation method to the green-robed Xiaohua. That guy has seen who knows how many cultivation methods and secret techniques. Modifying these Jindan stage cultivation methods was just a matter of lifting his hand. Afterwards, Xiaohua let the two of them go back and meditate. When the sun rose, he let the two of them come to the quiet room and returned the modified cultivation method to the two of them. After the two of them looked at it, he guided the two of them in their cultivation just like before. 3 days passed very quickly. The two of them were intoxicated as they listened until Xiaohua stopped. Only then did they wake up. Today was the Yaotai assembly. Xiaohua got up and said, 3 days have passed. Do you two want to continue cultivating here, or do you want to follow Master to Yaotai Mountain to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering? Changyu and Wu Tian looked at each other, and without hesitation said in unison, reporting to Master, "Disciple has already achieved the purpose of this trip. There is no need to participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering. Disciple will comprehend the cultivation method here, and congratulate Master on obtaining the Imperial Teacher's lot and the 3 treasures from Star-Lord Palace." 3 treasures? Xiao Hua smiled. Although he didn't know what these 3 treasures were, he understood that it was some kind of gimmick from Star-Lord Palace of Confucian cultivators. As Li Xiang said, it was to coax the Taoism cultivators like dogs fighting over bones. So Xiao Hua didn't ask much. At this time, hearing the 2 talk, he nodded and said, "Very good. This old man can provide everything you need for cultivation. This old man doesn't need to participate in this Jade Pavilion gathering. After this old man obtains the Imperial Teacher's lot, you 2 will follow this old man back to Black Cloud Ridge and see this old man's magnificent scenery." Yes, disciple understands. Disciple will listen to master's instructions. Chong Yu and Wu Tian respectfully sent Xiao Hua out of the palace. This palace couldn't be opened by divine sense without nascent soul strength. Xiao Hua wasn't here, so Chong Yu and Wu Tian couldn't stay in this palace, and followed Xiao Hua to fly towards Jade Mountain. At this time, it was already dawn, and the 3 people flew at a moderate speed under Jade Mountain. High in the sky, the red clouds were still covering the sky, and they couldn't see the rising sun. Instead, the rolling clouds made people feel a little depressed. Under the red clouds, many cultivators flew out from the palaces, pavilions, and caves, and gathered towards Jade Mountain. Divine scents swept through the air, and it was quite lively. Hiss! Xiao Hua also swept through with his divine sense, and sucked in a breath of cold air. His brows slightly wrinkled, and he couldn't help but wonder. Why? Are there so many cultivators? Where did they all come from? Of course, in the air, cultivators were densely packed one after another. Previously, when Xiao Hua came, he didn't feel it, and even at the trade fair he didn't feel it, but now, this battle array was vast and mighty. Of course, not to mention the items of extreme cold and extreme heat. Just the items that can extend one's life by 1,000 years are enough to entice those cultivators who aren't interested in the state preceptor's lot. Chong Yu said with a smile, and finally spoke about the treasures of Jade Mountain's Star-Lord Palace. Oh! Xiao Hua understood, but he didn't care and said with a smile, "Looks like Star-Lord Palace spent a lot this time. Other than the state preceptor's lot and the rarities of Jade Mountain, there are also the items of extreme cold, extreme heat, and life extension, 3 treasures? Confucian cultivators are attracted to our Taoist cultivators. The items of extreme cold and extreme heat are the best for tool refining and cultivation, and the life extension items can even give senior martial brother Chong and other Taoist disciples who have no hope of conceiving a nascent soul, an opportunity out of thin air. Which Taoist disciple wouldn't rush to Jade Mountain after receiving the news?" Wu Tian sighed. Even if they know it's Confucian cultivators, the scheme of Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua sneered. At this moment, he truly understood what Li Xiang said that day. For these things, it's already not bad if half of these thousands of cultivators can come out. Master, don't blame them for not seeing through it. Even if it's disciple, if it wasn't for Master's guidance and knowing that my future is bright, even if disciple understood the trap inside, disciple would still have to brace himself and charge inside. Damn, there are at least 1,000 nascent soul cultivators. The more they flew forward, the more astonished Xiao Hua felt. Dawn Rain Continent only has a few nascent soul cultivators. Why are there so many in Hidden Immortal Continent? Chapter 3596. Rumble. At this moment, a series of drumming sounds rang out, even more deafening than thunder. After 9 drumming sounds, the red clouds began to roll, and rays of golden light pierced through the clouds. Then, the red clouds began to gather in all directions. In just a moment, they had condensed into 28 huge clouds. On the clouds stood 28 immortal generals in shining armor. These immortal generals had different appearances. Some were thick, some were short, and some were thin. Even their mounts were different. Some were tigers, some were wolves, and there were even some strange rabbits and roosters. 28 lunar mansions? Xiao Hua stopped in the air and glanced around. He could not help but think to himself. Behind these 28 immortal generals, there were dozens of immortal soldiers in bright armor. Although the immortal soldiers behind each immortal general held the same weapon, the weapons of the 28 immortal generals were different. At this moment, these immortal soldiers and immortal generals all had solemn expressions. The clouds under their feet rolled, and there was another loud drumming sound. Beside each immortal general, there was a huge man who was several feet tall, holding a huge drumstick. He appeared from the clouds along with the huge heavenly drum. The huge men were naked from the waist up. Layers of faint mist lingered around them. Under the mist, there was a layer of oily luster on their skin. The luster danced with their muscles, flashing with a strange brilliance. Ding ding dong dong. Among the earth-shaking drumming, there was another burst of music. Although this sound was not as deafening as the drumming, it was still loud. When Xueqi and the others raised their heads, in the clouds behind the 28 immortal generals, there were women in palace dresses, either holding a flute or a pipa. There were even groups of glittering chimes in the clouds. After half a meal's worth of time, the drumming gradually subsided, and the music slowly lingered in their ears. A pillar of light more brilliant than the sun emerged from the top of Yaotai Mountain, shining directly at the center of the 28 immortal generals. An old man in Confucian attire, wearing a tall crown, and holding a jade tablet in his hand slowly descended from the pillar of light. Wasn't this the Lord of Star-Lord Palace, Kong Honggu? This was the first time Xueqi had seen Kong Honggu. His gaze unconsciously fell on the pillar of light. His eyes narrowed as he carefully sized up this old man with an ancient face. When Kong Hongwu's figure landed on the 28 immortal generals and stopped about 10 feet away, Kong Hongwu looked around and looked at the Taoist cultivators on his left. He raised the jade tablet with both hands, bowed to the rising sun in the east, and said, "My name is Kong Hongwu, a disciple of the Confucian cultivators. I am entrusted by the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent to take charge of the Star-Lord Palace. Today is the day when the Star-Lord Palace opens the Yaotai meeting. I, the 1,000 star generals, sincerely ask the ancestors of the Confucian cultivators to allow me to open the Yaotai Mountain and hold the Yaotai meeting." Before Kong Hongwu's voice fell, streams of awe-inspiring aura fell from the Yaotai Mountain. That awe-inspiring aura became extremely dazzling with 9 colors. Along with this rainbow-like pillar of light, a glittering imperial edict fell from the sky. Kong Hongwu very exaggeratedly bowed down and received that imperial edict. Then, he opened that imperial edict. Rumble. The sound of a tide came from the imperial edict. Roar. A huge dragon's roar came from the tide. Soon after, a 10,000 zhong yellow light rushed into the air. That yellow light unexpectedly looked like a dragon leaping into the 9 heavens. It fluttered in that 9-colored light for a few moments, then coiled up and laid down on the Yaotai Mountain. A kind of indescribable dragon's might and monarch's authority was even heavier than the Yaotai Mountain's pressure on the hearts of all the Taoist cultivators. At this time, a voice like a big yellow bell reverberated between heaven and earth. By the will of the heavens, the ancestors of the hidden immortal continent congratulate each other. Today, at the Yaotai meeting, the stars will. Every word of the imperial edict fell into Xueqi's ears and penetrated the bottom of his heart. Every word was like a huge rock that struck Xueqi's Tao foundation and destroyed his confidence in himself. Confucian cultivators. No, it should be said that the methods of the immortal palace are really amazing. Xueqi slightly narrowed his eyes, allowing this Confucian cultivator's sound attack to baptize his Tao heart. At this time, Xueqi's Tao heart was incomparably firm, and his Tao foundation was also extremely stable. It was like a towering dragon rock that towered into the sky. No matter how this sound attacked, it could not be damaged in the slightest. Even in this sound, his Tao foundation became even more solid. Looking at those early Jindan cultivators, many of their eyes began to collapse, and a kind of worship expression gradually emerged. Of course, without waiting for the voice to finish reading the imperial edict, many cultivators flashed with golden light and began to resist this sound attack. They did not see any particularly embarrassing scene, but this moment of shaking of the Tao foundation had already caused some impact. After the imperial edict was read by the heavens, the sound of "by the will of the heavens" fell, Kong Hongwu led a group of immortal soldiers and immortal generals to bow and salute. He loudly said, "By the will of the heavens, thank the heavens for their grace." Among the thousands of cultivators, there were also some people who could not help but follow in a low voice. The fear of the will of the heavens had already quietly been planted in their hearts. Boom! After the imperial edict was read, a loud sound of waves crashing against the rocks was heard. The entire imperial edict slowly closed, but that huge yellow dragon didn't disappear. When the imperial edict fell into Kong Hongwu's hands, Kong Hongwu gently sent it into the sky. Shwa! The imperial edict was like a meteor that soared into the sky and hit the sky. The entire sky shook violently. A huge black hole flashed and a golden frame was revealed. The imperial edict fell into the black hole and disappeared. A dazzling brilliance that was more dazzling than the sun rushed out from the black hole. Everyone involuntarily closed their eyes. Roar! Without waiting for everyone to open their eyes, the coiling dragon looked up to the sky and roared. Its huge body began to swim toward the hole. In just a moment, the dragon disappeared into the hole, and the hole transformed into a dragon gate that was dozens of feet long. Whoosh whoosh! On the side of the dragon gate, the 9-colored pillar rapidly flashed and turned into thousands of 9-colored carps. These carps seemed to be going against the current as they rushed toward the dragon gate. Waves of heavenly music resounded, and all the carps that rushed through the dragon gate turned into dragons and roared into the 9 heavens. Fellow immortals! Amidst the heavenly music, Kong Hongwu straightened his body. His body expanded under the multicolored light, and Kong Hongwu said in a dignified manner, "Today, the dragon gate of the Jade Mountain will be opened, and it is the time for you fellow immortals to show off your skills. In order to welcome you fellow immortals, my Star Monarch Hall has specially asked the heavens to order us to prepare 3 unique treasures for you fellow immortals." As he spoke, Kong Hongwu took out a jade box from his wide sleeve. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "This is the ghost gall of the cold ghost gall. Legend has it that it is the ghost gall of the cold ghost gall of the tens of thousands of ghosts in the cold ghost gall of the cold ghost gall. Ordinary people would be injured by the ghostly chi within if they hastily looked at it. This item can be used by a great tool master to refine a cold imperial tool, and it can also be used to refine Dao sect pills. Of course, the most important use is to help fellow immortals with special secret techniques break through their bottlenecks. If used properly, it can allow fellow immortals in the late stage of nascent soul to break through to the out-of-body stage." See. Just as Kong Hongwu finished speaking, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Kong Hongwu's expression didn't change. He raised his hand, and the jade box flew into the sky. Just at that moment, a 9-colored carp transformed into a dragon flew past. With a roar, it opened its mouth and swallowed the jade box into its stomach. Immediately after, it charged into the multicolored dragon gate and disappeared. Immediately after, Kong Hongwu leisurely took out another jade box from his other sleeve. He raised his hand and said, "This is the ancestor of pure yang. Legend has it that all of the flames in the world were born from this item. It was harvested from the true sun star by our ancient Confucian divine ancestor. It has always been used to condense the most holy and most yang weapons. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to keep it. Only cultivators with special secret techniques would be able to use it. It is different from the cold ghost gall. This item may not be able to help fellow immortals break through their bottlenecks, but if used to refine fellow immortals' magic treasures, it should be able to reach the spirit treasure realm." Wang. Kong Hongwu's words immediately ignited everyone's curiosity. Many people exclaimed in low voices. There was an ancient saying in the hidden immortal continent, "Magic treasures are easy to obtain, spirit tools are hard to find, immortal tools are impossible to find." On the hidden immortal continent, where the Dao sects flourished, magic weapons were commonly used by the Dao sects, and spiritual weapons with spirituality were extremely rare. As for immortal weapons that cultivators couldn't control, it was even more impossible to find traces of them. The reason why spirit tools were so rare was not only because there were very few cultivators who could refine spirit tools, but also because the materials that could refine spirit tools were even rarer. Now, this so-called ancestor of pure yang was actually able to refine spirit treasures that were a level higher than spirit tools. Which cultivator could remain calm? Even if they couldn't refine spirit tools, their innate greed had already grown out of their eyes. A pair of hands grabbed onto the jade box in Kong Hongwu's hand. Among the crowd of cultivators, Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with astonishment. He didn't know what the cold ghost gall was, and he didn't have this name in his memory. Moreover, this extremely cold item didn't have any special effect on Xiao Hua's cultivation, so he wasn't very tempted. But when he heard this ancestor of pure yang, Xiao Hua immediately thought of the innate true fire, and even the innate fire essence. However, when Kong Hongwu later said that this ancestor of pure yang was taken from the sun true star, Xiao Hua slightly shook his head. How could the innate fire essence be taken from the sun true star? Even Xiao Hua didn't think that this jade box could contain the innate fire essence. Looking at the greed in the eyes of the crowd of cultivators, Kong Hongwu faintly smiled. With a shake of his hand, the jade box soared into the sky and was swallowed by a flying dragon. A layer of strange flame suddenly appeared on the flying dragon's body, and it directly rushed into the dragon gate and disappeared. Almost all of the cultivators' eyes followed the flying dragon as it landed on the dragon gate. No one saw where Kong Hongwu took out the third jade box from. After the third jade box was taken out, Kong Hongwu didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly looked at the jade box for a moment. The entire Yaotai mountain only had faint immortal music. All of the cultivators reluctantly shifted their gaze from the dragon gate. Many cultivators couldn't help but swallow their saliva, and pricked up their ears, waiting for Kong Hongwu to speak. Chapter 3597. This item seizes the fortune of the heavens, condenses the essence of heaven and earth, and gathers the blood of true dragons. It's called Green Abyss Dragon Saliva. Kong Hongwu said word by word, his tone full of admiration and regret. Perhaps there is a medicine of immortality in this world, perhaps it exists in the hands of the Immortal Palace's Empress, but the medicine of immortality is hard to come by, and the fate of immortality cannot be expected. This Green Abyss Dragon Saliva can increase one's lifespan by 2,000 years. What's the difference between it and a mortal medicine of immortality? Alas, it's a pity that I'm not a Taoist, so I can't participate in the Jade Pavilion gathering. This item is reserved for a Taoist. While speaking, Kong Hongwu carefully waved his hand and the jade box was about to soar into the sky. At this moment, a voice familiar to Xiao Hua sounded from afar. Hall Master Kong, wait. Hua de Zhenren? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at the figure that flew out. Oh. So it's Taoist Hua de. Kong Hongwu's expression didn't change. He nodded slightly and said, is there anything I can help you with? I have something to ask Hall Master. Hua de Zhenren's gaze was very clear. He smiled and said, please speak. My Star Lord Hall doesn't have anything that can't be said to others. Taoist can ask. Kong Hongwu seemed to understand something and said with a smile, I was invited by Hall Master to come and watch the ceremony. Star Lord Hall's ceremony is spectacular and extremely respectful to our Taoist cultivators. I can represent the Taoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent to thank Star Lord Hall for their hard work. Hua de Zhenren said and bowed on behalf of the cultivators. Kong Hongwu faintly smiled and raised his hand. This is my duty. It's nothing. Xiao Hua sneered. He knew that Kong Hongwu had arranged this long ago. Hua de Zhenren bowed to Kong Hongwu on behalf of the Taoist sections. Kong Hongwu actually just raised his hand and bowed back. The prestige of Confucian cultivators could be seen. Then Hua de Zhenren said, but I feel that Hall Master Kong sealed the 3 treasures in the jade box and didn't let us see it. I feel that it's inappropriate. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Who can guarantee that there's nothing in the jade box? The palace master is magnanimous, but he can't stop others from having other thoughts. What spiritual master said is very reasonable. This old man's thinking is lacking. Kong Hongwu nodded slightly, but when his gaze fell on the jade box, he said awkwardly, it's just that this azure dragon saliva was sealed in this jade box by my Confucian sage with inscriptions. Only the magic of Taoist cultivators can open it. Once this jade box is opened, the item inside will be taken by the cultivator who opens it. This old man can't let Taoist and fellow immortals take a look. Well, Hua de Zhenren looked troubled. He waved his hand and said, if that's the case, I'll trust you. After all, Star-Lord Hall, however, at this moment, Taoist Qing Su's voice rang out again. Old man Hua de, you may believe in the Star-Lord Hall, but we may not. How can you represent the Taoism of the world? What you said earlier was right. Seeing is believing. How can we be sure if we don't see for ourselves? That's right, that's right. In an instant, voices of doubt rose and fell everywhere. Hua de Zhenren was furious. He pointed at Taoist Qing Su in the distance and said, Old man Qing Su, you may not believe in my thousands of years of reputation, but how can you not believe in Star-Lord Hall's 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years of reputation? When has there ever been a mistake in the Jadestige meeting, which is held every 10 years? It hasn't happened before, but it doesn't mean it won't happen this time. It doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Taoist Qing Su sneered. And how can I know if there have been any mistakes in the past? I'm afraid only Star-Lord Hall knows. Or second brother Hua de, you know that, right? You're being unreasonable. Hua de Zhenren was so angry that his face turned red. He looked up at Kong Hongwu and the 28 immortal generals and said, "This old man has never heard of a situation where the rare treasure invited by the Jadestige meeting was not honored." "Haha, you two don't have to argue," Kong Hongwu said confidently with a smile. "Hua de Zhenren is this old man's good friend. This old man doesn't know this fellow Taoist. However, both of you are fighting for the Taoism cultivators and are the backbone of the Taoism cultivators. This old man is very comforted. Although this old man can't open this jade box without permission, this old man can swear a Confucian oath to prove that this jade box, and the previous 2 jade boxes, has the thing this old man is talking about." Hua de Zhenren was stunned. Obviously, Kong Hongwu's words were beyond his imagination. Qing Su Taoist was helpless. He thought for a bit and lowered his head. After all, a Confucian oath was similar to a Taoist oath. Once the oath was made, it would take effect immediately. "I, Kong Hongwu, as the Lord of Star Lord Hall, as a Confucian Grandmaster, swear to the Star Saint of our Confucian ancestors." As Kong Hongwu recited the oath, thunder rumbled in the void. It was as if dozens of dragons fell on top of Kong Hongwu's head. At the same time, a crimson rainbow bridge fell from the sky and covered Kong Hongwu. "Today, I hold 3 jade boxes in my hand. The 3 items on Jadestige Mountain match what I said. If there is even the slightest difference, I will be smashed to pieces and my soul will be destroyed. My cultivation will not be able to advance, and I will never be able to step into the realm of literary saint for the rest of my life." Kacha! With a loud sound, dozens of thunderbolts fell on top of Kong Hongwu's head. The top of the crimson rainbow bridge condensed an extremely tiny crystal. This crystal was crimson in color and carried traces of bloody light. Once this crystal was formed, the crimson rainbow bridge immediately rolled back and disappeared into the horizon with this crystal. This is the oath of a Confucian cultivator? Xiao Hua was dumbstruck as he watched from the side. Damn it, isn't this kind of momentum too great? Compared to this, our Taoist oath is almost like whispers. "Fellow immortal Hua de, fellow immortal. What do you think?" Kong Hongwu's tone was still indifferent. He asked softly, but there was an indescribable majesty in his voice. Hua de Zhenren seemed to have woken up. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Hall Master Kong is righteous and magnanimous. I admire you." Qing Su Taoist's face was also a bit pale. His eyes seemed to have a kind of greed. He stared at the jade boxes and didn't say anything else. "In that case, please." Kong Hongwu raised his hand. The jade boxes once again soared into the sky and fell into the dragon gate, disappearing. Everyone, except Xiao Hua, looked at the flying dragon with a burning gaze. They were reluctant to part with it. "Cough cough, fellow immortals." Kong Hongwu cleared his throat and said, "This old man has already sent the 3 treasures to the Yaotai Mountain. As for where they landed, this old man doesn't know. Either way, treasures have spirits. Those who are fated will get them. These 3 fated people must be among you fellow immortals. Of course, apart from these 3 treasures, the entire Yaotai Mountain will be open to all fellow immortals who are participating in the Yaotai gathering. Fellow immortals can get their own spiritual grasses and spiritual items. My Star Lord Hall won't interfere." The entire Yaotai Mountain? Xiao Hua was shocked. He heard from Li Xiang that every Yaotai gathering was a part of the Yaotai Mountain. He didn't seem to have heard that it was completely used. What's going on? Not to mention Xiao Hua, almost everyone was shocked. After all, this place was big, so the chances of finding treasures were reduced. "Many thanks for Hall Master Kong's help." Taoist Hua de smiled and said, "This way, we Taoist cultivators can pick more spiritual fruits and find more spiritual items. No need to be so polite." Kong Hongwu waved his hand. "This is only a kind of compensation. Because this Yaotai gathering has a very small number of imperial tutors' lots, this old man felt apologetic in his heart, so he specially sealed and opened a lot of spiritual lands for fellow immortals to pick." "Oh? How many are there?" Taoist Huade asked in surprise. Obviously, this was also out of his expectations. Kong Hongwu waved his big sleeve. Shwa! Like a peacock spreading its tail, 10 rays of colorful light rushed out. 10 fist-sized objects that were somewhat similar to the Imperial Tutor seal fell in the air. This object looked like a leopard or a tiger. Its body was covered with layers of dragon scales. Layers of yellow mist emerged from the dragon scales, wrapping the entire imperial tutor's seal. By an Xiaohua saw clearly through the light. It was actually the by an imperial tutor's seal. Hallmaster Kong, are you kidding me? There are only 10 imperial tutor's lots? Daoist Huada almost blurted out. How is this enough? Sorry. Fellow immortal Huada. Kong Hongwu's face was full of apology. This old man knows that there are too few imperial tutor's lots, so I opened the whole Yaotai mountain. Moreover, this time the 3 rare treasures are really shocking. It's also a kind of compensation for fellow immortals of Daoist. Alas, fine. Daoist Huade shook his head slightly and didn't speak again. His eyes were looking at the Dragon Gate, but no one knew what he was thinking. Hallmaster Kong, this year's imperial tutor's lots are too few. Daoist Qing Su said loudly. Why don't you add more? Otherwise, this old man and others won't participate. Kong Hongwu shook his head slightly. If you can add more, why do you need to ask? This is also the reason why I invited Daoist Huade to come here. If you don't want to participate, this old man won't force you. While speaking, Kong Hongwu waved his hand. Roar. Unexpectedly, 10 dragon roars came out from the Bai and Imperial Tutor's seal. The Bai and outside the Imperial Tutor seal seemed to come alive. It roared and rushed into the Dragon Gate with yellow clouds and disappeared. Thank you, heavens, for your kindness. The ceremony is complete. Kong Hongwu murmured, and the sound of bamboo and string instruments rose again. The 28 immortal drums sounded like thunder again, and all the clouds began to roll violently again. They gradually shrank into the sky and connected with each other. Behind the 28 clouds, the immortal generals and immortal soldiers were also hidden in the clouds. Even the Dragon Gate, which was shrouded in 9 colors, had disappeared. Only the Dragon Gate, which was overflowing with light, stood majestically in the air, waiting for the dragonized carps to come back, or for the daring cultivators to charge in. Chapter 3598. Fellow Immortals, the Dragon Gate to enter the Yaotai meeting is here. You can only enter but not leave. After 6 hours, the whole Yaotai mountain will still be sealed. The Dragon Gate can only be opened if you find 3 rare treasures and 10 Imperial Preceptor's lots. Of course, if you don't have such good luck and can't find all of them, the Dragon Gate will still be opened after a year. Kong Hongwu's figure didn't change. He said loudly, fellow immortals who want to get the rare treasures and the Imperial Preceptor's lots can enter the Dragon Gate now. Humph. Only 10 Imperial Preceptor's lots. I don't want to die. Immortal Qing Su looked at the Dragon Gate. Although his eyes were full of desire and eagerness, he finally gritted his teeth and shouted. He turned around and flew out of the Yaotai mountain. Yes, although we are envious, we don't have such good luck. It's better to go back as soon as possible. Immediately after, another dozen or so golden core cultivators flew out from various places, mumbling as they followed spiritual master Qing Su and flew away. Kong Hongwu's expression didn't change. He just glanced at immortal Qing Su and the others and withdrew his gaze. Although such troublemakers didn't appear every time, he had seen many of them. In front of so many Taoist practitioners, he wouldn't show any difference. The Imperial Preceptor's lots are useless to me. I won't compete with the younger generation. At this time, Immortal Huadea, who had been silent, said, but I'm very interested in the Green Abyss Dragon Saliva. I want to enter the Dragon Gate to try my luck. I wonder if Hallmaster Kong will agree? Kong Hongwu was stunned, but he didn't show any reaction on his face. He just replied indifferently, fellow Immortal Huadea, although I invited you to attend the meeting, any Taoist practitioner can participate in the Yaotai meeting. There's no limit to the number of times. Since you think the Green Abyss Dragon Saliva is useful to you, you can enter. You don't have to ask for my permission. Immortal Huadea was now at the late nascent soul stage. Although he hadn't reached the peak, his cultivation had already reached the bottleneck. He couldn't break through it either by himself or by using some secret skills of Confucian practitioners. Seeing that his life was not far away, these 2,000 years was an irresistible temptation for him. In fact, if Immortal Qing Su didn't know that he might face Kong Hongwu's attack as soon as he entered the Dragon Gate, he would certainly rush into the Dragon Gate to participate in the Yaotai meeting without hesitation. Immortal Huada slightly clenched his teeth. Then he turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the Dragon Gate in an instant. Immortal Huada was Immortal Huada? Immortal Huada to Qing Su's Immortal Huada. As soon as Taoist Huada made his move, the other late nascent soul stage cultivators who coveted the Azure Nether Dragon saliva were also unable to hold themselves back. Calm, Immortal Qing. Immortal Qing and Immortal cultivators. Immortal Mountain. Kong Hongwu looked at them with an imperceptible smile on his face. His body slowly produced clouds and disappeared into the depths of the clouds in a moment. Master. Chong Yu and Wu Tian, who were standing beside Xiao Hua, swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said in a low voice, "Damn it, a lifespan of 2,000 years, if it weren't for Master, we would have entered the Jade Pavilion gathering to try our luck. If you want to go, go. This is a kind of blessing. Maybe you can get it." Xiao Hua smiled faintly. Chong Yu's heart moved. He couldn't help but look at the Dragon Gate. He was a cultivator at the late gold core stage. Among thousands of cultivators, he was considered to be in the upper class. Senior Xiao. At this time, a respectful voice sounded. Xiao Hua turned his head and saw Zhu Qingli, who had left without saying goodbye earlier. Zhu Qingli respectfully bowed and said, "Junior met an old friend the day before yesterday and exchanged cultivation experiences with him. Junior has just come out of seclusion. Is Senior going to attend the Yaotai meeting today? If possible, Senior, please take care of me." Xiao Hua smiled. He just glanced at Zhu Qingli and didn't say anything. His heart was benevolent, but he wasn't an idiot. How could he take Zhu Qingli's words seriously? Moreover, there was also Chong Yu and Wu Tian's description. As a nascent soul cultivator, he naturally wouldn't attack Zhu Qingli. But how could he take care of Zhu Qingli? Zhu Qingli seemed to have anticipated the current awkwardness, so he remained calm. He smiled at Xiao Hua and said to Wu Tian, "Fellow Taoist Wu, since you're already here, why don't you come with me and Senior Chong to the Jade Pavilion conference?" Wu Tian's face was calm. He said faintly, "I'm already serving Master Xiao. With his guidance, I don't need any treasures." Zhu Qingli was stunned. He obviously didn't expect Xiao Hua to accept Wu Tian as his disciple. In addition to being surprised, his eyes couldn't help but have a kind of strong jealousy. Wu Tian's words were like a heavy hammer, waking Chong Yu up. Chong Yu also smiled and said, "That's right. I'm also serving Master Xiao now. I don't need the state teacher's fortune anymore. As for the 2,000 years of life, I'm confident I can get it with Master Zhao's guidance. I also don't need to participate in this so-called Yaotai meeting." Zhu Qingli hid the regret in his heart. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands. "Congratulations, fellow Taoists. I don't have much fortune, so I have to think of a way myself. I hope I'll be lucky enough to see the moment you two become masters." After saying that, he bowed to Xiao Hua again. "Junior also wishes Senior to get what you want." Then, without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything, he flew into the Dragon Gate and disappeared. "Master." Chong Yu transmitted his voice. Disciple remembers that Zhu Qingli also went to Master's quiet room alone that day. Did Master not agree to his request? Xiao Hua smiled and transmitted his voice. "Other people's opportunities are other people's. You don't need to ask. Even if other people are heartless, they're other people's. You don't need to know." Disciple understands. Chong Yu knew Xiao Hua was a gentleman. Although he wasn't satisfied with Zhu Qingli's actions, he wouldn't talk about Zhu Qingli's misdeeds in front of others. "You can make your own arrangements." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "When I come back from Yaotai Mountain, I'll look for you. As for this green abyss dragon saliva, you really don't need it." "Yes, disciple understands." Chong Yu and Wu Tian bowed and said, "Congratulations. Taoist Xiao to successfully obtain the lot for the state teacher." After saying that, the two turned around and flew away. Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry to enter Yaotai Mountain. Instead, he pinched his chin and looked around carefully. Now, in the sky above Yaotai Mountain, other than that dragon gate, everything else was covered by red clouds. It was exactly the same as before. He couldn't see the true situation of Yaotai Mountain. At this moment, figures rushed in one after another at the Dragon Gate and disappeared one by one. Originally, There were several thousand cultivators, but now more than 30% had entered. Apart from Xiaohua and the other cultivators who were still watching, about 20% of the cultivators were very decisive. They flew away one after another, not daring to delay here. 10 lots for the state teacher. Xiaohua thought to himself. Pitifully few. However, if this Xiao acts, it won't be a problem to get one of them. In reality, even if I can't get the lot for the state teacher, it won't be a problem. If Xiao Jian and Chongling want to revive Jiang country, they won't succeed in 10 or 20 years. This Xiao just needs to get it before they establish their country. Also, even if this Xiao doesn't have the lot for the state teacher, can't Jiang country sell dog meat and let old man Bagua of the Copper Pillar country take the position of state teacher? As to the green abyss dragon saliva, there are too many people fighting for it. This Xiao covets the 2,000-year lifespan, but if I really want to take it, I will have to be ruthless. This Xiao just entered Yuanying, and has 2,000 years of lifespan. This Xiao has the 5-element righteous thunder to cultivate Yuanying. I fear that I won't need 1,000 years to enter late Yuanying. There should be enough time. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, another familiar voice sounded from the distance. Fellow Taoist Xiao, can we travel together? Xiaohua looked up. It was Hong Songzi flying over with a smile. Haha, of course. Xiaohua smiled, and moved his body to fly over. He raised his hands and answered. Unexpectedly, Hai Hongzi behind Hong Songzi frowned slightly and said with displeasure, Fellow Taoist Hong Songzi, we have been discussing how the three of us can work together these days. Also, the talisman I forged can only be used by the three of us. Adding on Taoist Xiao, how can we use it? Also, Taoist Xiao's strength is outstanding. If he joins us, we fear that the distribution we made before is not appropriate. Taoist Yuan Qing, who was flying beside Hai Hongzi, also glanced at Hai Hongzi with displeasure. He didn't expect that Hai Hongzi didn't send a sound transmission but directly said these words in front of Xiaohua. Even if Xiaohua had self-restraint, he probably wouldn't be able to cooperate with them. Sure enough, Xiaohua smiled faintly, stopped in midair, and said, Fellow Taoist Hong Songzi, since you have already discussed, this Xiao will not rashly join this. Hong Songzi was very embarrassed and angry. He turned his head to look at Hai Hongzi. Unfortunately, Hai Hongzi only smiled apologetically at Xiaohua and ignored Hong Songzi. This Xiao will go first. Xiaohua raised his hand and gestured slightly. His figure rushed through the sky and landed inside the dragon gate. With a flash of multicolored light, his figure disappeared. Hong Songzi retracted his gaze from the dragon gate and said coldly, Hai Hongzi, what is the meaning of this? Didn't this old man already tell you before? Although I haven't discussed with Taoist Xiao these days, inviting him to join us is not too much, right? Hai Hongzi was not afraid. He only smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Hong Songzi, the Taoist Xiao you mentioned before is a fellow Taoist with similar cultivation to us. Not this Taoist Xiao who is stronger than Taoist Huada. With such a strong fellow Taoist beside us, do you think we can get the Azure Nether Dragon saliva? Even if we get it, how much can we get? Also, fellow Taoist, don't forget that Taoist Huada is also participating in the Jade Pavilion meeting. His purpose is obviously the Azure Nether Dragon saliva. He and Xiao Hua can be said to be irreconcilable. Do you and I need to get involved? Chapter 3599. It shouldn't be as serious as you think, right? Taoist Yuan Qing shook his head slightly and looked at the place where Xiao Hua disappeared. Maybe it's not that serious, but we have to think so. Hai Hongzi didn't give up his position and explained, if we don't get involved, even if we can't get the Green Abyss Dragon saliva, we can still come back alive from the Jade Pavilion conference. But if we get involved, it'll be a dead end. Hong Songzi looked at Taoist Yuan Qing. Both of their eyes flashed with helplessness. Hai Hongzi was right. Xiao Hua was certainly a great help, but at the same time, he was also a great enemy. The disadvantages of cooperating with Xiao Hua outweighed the advantages. Let's go. Taoist Yuan Qing waved his hand and said, according to our previous discussion, after entering the Jade Mountain, we'll immediately activate the magic treasure refined by Taoist Hai Hongzi. We'll find each other and then join hands to search for the treasure. Hong Songzi and Hai Hongzi nodded and the three of them flew into the Dragon Gate. What they didn't know was that behind the layers of red clouds, Kong Hongwu was also looking at the disappearing Xiaohua with confusion and thought. This Xiaohua, how can he be so daring? Even Taoist Qing Su didn't dare to enter, but he dared to come? Could it be that there are secrets among these thousands of cultivators that I don't know? Humph, since you're here, I'll let you know how powerful I am. If I can get the trace of the Grand Mist ancestor from you, it'll be a great contribution. Kong Hongwu's figure also disappeared. At the foot of the Jade Mountain, the number of cultivators gathered became fewer and fewer. The 20% of cultivators who could resist the temptation had already left. The remaining cultivators were just hesitating and waiting. Eventually, more and more cultivators couldn't resist the temptation and rushed into the Dragon Gate. Only a few hundred gold core cultivators and a dozen early nascent soul cultivators remained. However, when another thunderclap came from the red clouds, the huge Dragon Gate began to shake and gradually shrink. The last group of cultivators couldn't resist anymore. They all rushed into the Dragon Gate and waited until the last gold core cultivator disappeared. Gotcha! Like glass breaking, the Dragon Gate cracked out of thin air. The Dragon Gate, which had shrunk to a few feet, was broken into dozens of pieces and then melted into golden liquid that fell into the void. When Xiaohua flew into the Dragon Gate, a powerful suction force was generated from all around the Dragon Gate. In an instant, a passage formed by 9 colored clouds appeared in front of his eyes. The surface of the passage was a layer of clouds that kept spiraling inward in a spiral shape. In the depths of the clouds, there were still some faint inscriptions flashing. The noble spirit roared and boiled out from the gaps of the clouds. The inscriptions were born in the flickering inscriptions, carrying Xiaohua's figure and constantly rushing into the depths. Ha! Xiaohua felt the pressure on his body and the abnormality of the passage in the clouds. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. The pressure on my body seems to be the heavy pressure of the transmission formation. Moreover, the rotation of the passage in the clouds is somewhat similar to the Soul Cultivator's transmission formation. Could it be that this Dragon Gate is a transmission formation for Confucian cultivators? Or could it be that the Confucian cultivators of the hidden immortal continent don't have transmission formations, but these transmission formations are not known to ordinary Confucian cultivators? While thinking to himself, Xiaohua tried to release his soul sense. Sure enough, the clouds flashed with an intense tearing force. Xiaohua's soul sense was torn to shreds within a few breaths of time. Xiaohua didn't dare to increase his soul sense for fear that he would destroy this transportation channel. He didn't know where he would end up. This transmission formation seemed to be very far away. Xiaohua stayed in this passage for the time it took to eat a meal. During this time, there was no one in front of the passage. There were also no other cultivators chasing behind the passage. Presumably, every Taoist cultivator who entered the Dragon Gate would have such a legendary passage. Whoa! Suddenly, in the passage not far in front of Xiaohua, there was a whimper of wind. A dot of orange light suddenly appeared. Then, the passage in the clouds in front of Xiaohua shrank towards this dot of light as if it was being pulled. Xiaohua's figure also rushed towards this dot of light. Perhaps Xiaohua was shrinking, or perhaps the dot of light was expanding. When Xiaohua flew in front of the dot of light, that dot of light had already turned into a several zhang large light curtain. Xiaohua's whole body flashed with golden light. When he swept with his soul sense, he was immediately bounced back by the light curtain. Although the inscriptions on the light curtain were tumbling, the aura it revealed was so docile that Xiaohua couldn't feel any discomfort. Pa! With a soft and crisp sound, Xiaohua crashed into the light curtain. The scene in front of his eyes overflowed, as if he had passed through several small worlds. When Xiaohua's figure landed, he looked around and unconsciously frowned again. At this time, Xiaohua was standing in a low valley. He was surrounded by several zhang cliffs. High up in the sky, several qi large clouds condensed into a vortex. The vortex gradually shrank, and one by one, the inscriptions disappeared alternately. There weren't any special spirit fruits or spirit herbs on the nearby cliffs. There were only a number of dark green things that crookedly covered the entire cliff. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a deep pool. There were many small waterfalls around the deep pool. At the foot of the mountain, there were many small streams flowing from the cracks in the cliff and converging into the deep pool. The deep pool was dark green, and a chill mixed with rich world's yuan qi rushed into Xiaohua's mouth and nose. At the edge of the deep pool, there were layers of needle-like leaves covering the ground. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be dark green things that fell down. Xiaohua looked around and was a little surprised. He tried to release his soul sense. After exploring for a while, Xiaohua finally had some understanding of the surroundings. The entire valley was sealed by a layer of restriction. This restriction was broken, and Xiaohua's soul sense couldn't be considered complete. Moreover, where the restriction was intact, Xiaohua's soul sense was suppressed and difficult to penetrate. However, where the restriction was broken, Xiaohua's soul sense could vaguely penetrate and he could see the spirit herbs growing high up in the cliff. This is a restriction. Xiaohua already understood and thought to himself, it's no wonder that even though the heaven-earth origin qi here is so dense, there aren't any spirit herbs growing here. Only I, Xiaohua, will be able to break through this restriction and escape to pick spirit fruits and search for treasures. But, how can I break this restriction? Xiaohua slowly flew towards the stone cliff, slowly searching. This is the Jasper Pavilion Gathering, a formation personally set up by the Star-Lord Hall. It should be able to trap a late nascent soul stage cultivator. I can't not be cautious. Near the cliff, Xiaohua's soul sense swept over and he didn't find anything strange. He touched the hard and cold stone wall with his hand, but he still didn't find anything. After Xiaohua finished looking at the 4 stone cliffs, his gaze once again landed on the jade-green deep pool. This pool couldn't be considered big. It was even smaller than the cold pool in Yellow Flower Ridge. However, the cold air was twice as strong as the cold pool in Yellow Flower Ridge. Ha! This deep pool can absorb divine sense. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over the pool and he was immediately surprised. His eyes flashed with a trace of greed. After thinking for a moment, he plucked a few withered leaves from his space and casually threw them into the pool. The moment these withered leaves landed on the water surface, they only created ripples and the entire leaf instantly sank into the pool. Weak water? Xiaohua heard of this water that even leaves couldn't bear. He couldn't help but shout, I'm rich. Of course, the incomparably fierce innate primordial water in the eyes of others was absorbed into Xiaohua's clear water bottle. What could this insignificant weak water count for? Perhaps in Xiaohua's eyes, it could only be a treasure that could make him open his eyes. However, without waiting for Xiaohua to land in midair, a chilly wind suddenly appeared and very strangely scraped the ground. A few needle-like leaves were lifted up by the chilly wind. Whoa! The needle-like leaves streaked across the air, unexpectedly producing an even more strange whimpering sound. After the whimpering sound passed, a mournful sound rang out. Looking again at the surrounding needle-like leaves of the deep pool, it was as if they were being grabbed by a big hand, flying up into the air in an extremely orderly fashion. The needle-like leaves were gone, exposing the ground beside the pool. At this time, the ground was densely engraved with tiny inscriptions that looked like ants. These inscriptions had begun to squirm like living ants. Wisps of noble aura blew down rapidly with the sound of the wind. When these noble aura passed through the needle-like leaves, many of them were absorbed by the needle-like leaves. In just the blink of an eye, the cold air in the pool surged up even more. The needle-like leaves also swelled up to more than 10 inches. Now, the leaves revealed their original malevolence. They were actually sawtooth-shaped imperial tools. On these imperial tools, there were thin holes that couldn't be seen. In between the holes, there were layers of inscriptions. The mournful whimpering sound came from these holes. The inscriptions were still absorbing the awe-inspiring qi. Countless imperial tools continued to swell up. The entire valley is completely filled with these imperial tools. How much effort is needed to create this? Xiaohua's gaze swept over, and he was slightly surprised. After all, this imperial array was not only particularly fine, but also covered a large area. He didn't know how much effort it took to create it. Sure enough, as the whirlwind in the valley grew stronger, the inscriptions also began to flicker. The wind borrowed the power of the inscriptions, and the inscriptions aided the might of the wind. The countless imperial tools quickly trembled in the whirlwind. Especially as the whirlwind rose up layer by layer, the inscriptions on the originally ordinary cliff also revealed inscriptions. These inscriptions were different from the inscriptions on the side of the pool. As the whirlwind blew, the inscriptions actually began to chant. Thick awe-inspiring qi quickly descended from the sky and rushed into the whirlwind in the valley. Not only that, but what surprised Xiaohua the most was that when the cold air in the pool rushed into the whirlwind, countless imperial tools began to condense white frost. A kind of austere killing intent gradually emerged from the whirlwind and quickly diffused throughout the entire valley. The cold wind cut the face, and the frost pierced the heart. Xiaohua nodded inwardly. The imperial array in the valley had already become like this in just a few breaths. If it was activated, how terrible would it be? Moreover, this imperial array had sealed off the entire valley. If a Dao sect cultivator below the early stage of the Gold Core realm fell into this array, it would be difficult for them to escape. Even if they could forcefully break out of the array, their cultivation would be greatly damaged. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.